I shall be crowned king. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 701, A Bad Omen. The minutes of the military conference on December 5th, 101st year of the Saints calendar, are as follows. Despite numerous unexpected events, including verbal altercations and even minor physical conflicts, the conference concluded successfully under the wise leadership of Brigadier General Anson Bach and with the dedicated cooperation of numerous outstanding and highly qualified officers. The 4-hour and 32-minute meeting established the basic direction of the Storm Legion's first round of expansion plans, laying a solid foundation for subsequent Legion reforms. The Skirmisher Reform Resolution by the newly appointed Deputy Legion Commander, Colonel Fabian, received a positive response from the officer corps. It not only minimizes budget and ongoing expenses, avoiding any excessive burden, but also maximizes the independent combat and mobility capabilities of infantry regiments. Even by the highest standards, the Legion only needs to add 1,000 to 2,000 pieces of infantry equipment to its current level, along with rifles equipped with medium precision rifling, yet this will completely transform the Legion's combat mode, shifting from line firepower to mobile warfare, a highly cost-effective approach. This point was also acknowledged by the Commander-in-Chief himself. As an academy officer with a background in skirmishing, Brigadier General Anson Bach had always been particularly fond of mobile warfare. Back during the Han-2 Wars, the Storm Division's most glorious victories were all achieved through rapid movement across large fronts, seizing advantageous terrain, and gradually eroding enemy positions through decapitation strikes. However, despite its popularity, this ambitious reform plan ultimately failed to pass due to lack of majority approval. As someone who personally witnessed a meeting, this result was initially incomprehensible to me. Fortunately, Chief of Staff Lieutenant Colonel Carl Bain stepped forward to explain the reasons. Leaving aside cost-effectiveness and results, the biggest problem with this reform plan was that it was too radical. If the reforms were truly carried out according to Colonel Fabian's plan, while seemingly inexpensive, the reality would be entirely different, completely overturning the current Clovis military system and forcing the Storm Legion to reform into a completely new, never-before experimented, large-scale combat method. To put it simply, if other suggestions were like mending a coat, then Fabian was essentially objecting to the material used in the coat. Although the Commander-in-Chief also admired skirmishers and had repeatedly gained advantages in battles or campaigns through long-range raids, flanking maneuvers, and mobile warfare, he never used skirmishers as the core force. He still relied on line infantry to suppress or defend against enemy attacks, only making the line infantry more flexible. If skirmishers were to be used as the core force, then the entire Clovis military system would have to be overhauled, and new tactics based on skirmishers would have to be developed. Infantry training would have to shift from uniform line infantry and volley fire to precision shooting, cover, and rapid maneuvering, etc. Furthermore, a large-scale skirmish operation would require a large number of officers with excellent individual qualities. An excellent line infantry officer could lead a company, but with skirmishers, he could probably only command a platoon. This wasn't due to individual ability, but rather determined by the combat style. The line formation, relying on uniform formations, volley fire, and coordinated action, allowed 100 soldiers to remain within the officer's line of sight at all times, meaning every order was given to everyone. With skirmishers, the soldier density at the same distance would decrease by a third, and officers would need to manage every single soldier under their command. Unlike the suppressive force of volley fire, the precision strikes of skirmishers meant that every soldier was a crucial firing point. The manpower costs and various sacrifices required for reform were the reasons the officer corps rejected the reform plan. Therefore, while everyone ultimately agreed to expand the skirmisher force, they failed to pass Fabian's reform plan. However, the new deputy commander of the corps seemed undeterred. He proposed a new plan, to consolidate the expanded and existing skirmisher regiments into independent skirmisher regiments, manage and train them uniformly, and then redistribute them to the infantry regiments. If needed in battle, they could be directly reorganized and concentrated for combat. Even someone as uninformed as me could see that Deputy Commander Fabian was drawing inspiration from Clovis's army reforms during the Saints' 80 years, consolidating the previously scattered grenadier companies across various infantry regiments into single combat units. This approach bypassed the entire army, allowing for independent military experiments and exploring the possibilities of skirmisher warfare. This improved the training efficiency of the new units, circumvented widespread opposition, and laid the groundwork for future reforms, a seemingly ingenious three-pronged approach. Such an obvious idea naturally met with considerable resistance, but with the Commander-in-Chief's support, the proposal was reluctantly passed, confirming that the Storm Legion would focus on strengthening its skirmisher capabilities. Subsequent meetings approved expansion plans, light artillery plans, small field hospitals plans, boots and winter uniform plans, and a comprehensive armament plan. The newly formed Storm Legion will possess a cavalry battalion primarily composed of light cavalry, an artillery battalion with 16 to 24 cannons, 2/3 to 3/4 of which will be light artillery, and each infantry regiment will be expanded with a skirmisher battalion and a line infantry battalion. The staff will double its existing personnel, and field hospitals will be equipped with wagons for battlefield mobility. In the words of Lord Anson Bach, this marks the beginning of the Storm Legion truly becoming an army, rather than a small armed group. The strength and weaponry of each combat unit have been greatly enhanced, logistics and staff departments have become increasingly professionalized, and each infantry regiment is gradually evolving into the former Storm Regiment, possessing the ability to conduct independent military operations, with significantly strengthened authority. The Legion is gradually becoming a command unit rather than a combat unit. At the same time, the Legion has learned from the experience of last year's battles and has customized uniforms and boots more suitable for the New World's climate for its troops. Although this will greatly increase logistical costs, it is indeed a necessary measure. Furthermore, due to the increased authority, the Storm Legion gained the power to directly conscript civilians from the local population, and when necessary, to directly arm the ordinary citizens of Whale Harbor as auxiliary troops in combat. Before that, it would continue to strengthen the already well-established Ranger Corps, formally incorporating them into the Legion's combat order. The entire plan alone required an initial investment of nearly 10,000 gold coins, with a time frame of 3 months, and the success or failure of the entire reform would be ultimately determined by its enemies. At 3:30 p.m., the military conference finally came to an end. The attending officers all breathed a sigh of relief, leaving their chairs, which they had sat stiffly for over 4 hours, looking exhausted, and walked out with expressions of satisfaction or regret. In any case, this excessively long and uninterrupted recollection had finally given the Legion an answer, although this answer could not make everyone happy, and was even quite unhappy. At least there was an answer. The Storm Legion, which had previously been almost entirely Anson Bach's personal fiefdom, began to shift towards a more democratic military style, and the officers, now with new powers, also carried new responsibilities and obligations, and could no longer be mere civilians as before. To put it more bluntly, they were more like a tightly structured interest group. This decisive decentralization stemmed not only from the need for officers to cooperate with his reorganization, but also from a sense of helplessness. If the homeland truly decided to abandon the colony and use him as a pawn to draw imperial fire, the Storm Legion would be Anson Bach's last and only asset. Therefore, no matter the cost, he had to firmly bind these people to himself, forming an unshakable community of interests to face the betrayal from the homeland and the enemy's counterattack. Of course, even without this incident, Anson had intended to decentralize, just at a slower pace. After all, with the Storm Legion's ever-growing size, simply shifting blame to his loyal adjutants was no longer sufficient to handle most of the daily operations. Decentralization was necessary. As everyone left, only Anson and Fabian remained seated in the empty meeting room, looking at each other with different expressions. I won't ask such foolish and meaningless questions as why, Commander-in-Chief, but I still have a few small questions that I need answers from you here. After a full quarter of an hour of silence, Fabian, his face grim, finally spoke up. How much do you know about my situation? And how much do you know about the Rune family and the local high command? Anson, smoking his pipe, remained expressionless, though his pupils contracted slightly. Clearly, his deputy possessed information that was not much less than that of Norton Crossell, the 3rd Infantry Regiment commander from the Truth Society, and perhaps even more. However, this wasn't particularly surprising. Born in Clovis and a member of the Royal Guard, it was natural for Fabian to know more about the rune family than the average person. This ancient family of spellcasters was probably no secret among Clovis's upper echelons, and even for those in the lower ranks, if they were willing and had access to such information, it wouldn't be particularly difficult to learn about them. Furthermore, given that he was a direct agent of the royal family, Anson had suspected more than once that Fabian might have had direct contact with the rune family, otherwise why would he accept Talia's existence so naturally? But at least for now, Anson had no intention of completely confronting his deputy commander. I know you're a native of Clovis City, I know you joined the Royal Guard through connections, and I also know you've been serving the royal family, Anson said casually. Do I need to continue? No, that's enough. Fabian's expression gradually became serious, concealing his surprise well. The local high command? If you're referring to the attitude of the Privy Council and the royal family, while I don't have concrete evidence, I've roughly guessed some of it, Anson continued unhurriedly. As for the rune family, although Talia is now in Wintertorch, for the sake of our lives, I won't reveal anything to you, and you shouldn't try to get anything from me. This is the best option for us. I understand. Fabian nodded slightly. Now I can finally confirm that you made these decisions based on knowing the truth, rather than being completely kept in the dark. Please forgive my probing, but this is truly important. It concerns the lives of thousands, and also my own, so I have to be cautious. Anson exhaled a smoke ring, saying nothing more. Given the severity of the situation, you still decided to remain in the colonies, even massively expanding the legions and establishing the Ranger Corps as an auxiliary force. You seem quite confident in the situation you face. Fabian's expression remained grave. I must remind you that the homeland is very pessimistic about the situation in the colonies, especially according to the latest battle reports from the Western Front. The Emperor is intentionally controlling the current front, withdrawing many mobile forces to the rear. The current assessment of the Army's high command is that the enemy is concentrating its forces, preparing to launch a concentrated breakthrough from a certain point on the front line, following the route of the surprise attack on Thunder Fortress more than 2 years ago, cutting off Clovis's southern transportation hub, and then forcing the southern fortress to surrender. But there is another voice. The Emperor has not given up control of the colonies and is preparing to launch a full-scale counterattack. It is foreseeable that the Empire will concentrate 40,000 to 60,000 men. Close to 2 legions, then let them come. Anson put down his pipe. If the Empire can spare that much manpower and resources, throwing 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers onto the coastline and ice plains of the New World, I am confident that all 50,000 to 60,000 men will be wiped out, becoming fertilizer for the Legion's farms. I believe you have the capability. Fabian nodded. But the Storm Legion still has a huge flaw, which will be fatal if it can't be resolved before June next year. Of course I know that, Anson sighed. But the homeland is wary of us at every turn, refusing to give us even the most basic manpower. Getting a small military factory is already the limit. To be honest, he had considered increasing procurement from the homeland, but on the one hand, shipping capacity was limited, and on the other hand, the colony didn't actually have that much financial wealth to allow him to buy all kinds of weapons indefinitely. Add to that the various restrictions on the homeland, and even sourcing from the Rune family's August military factory, with the Cecil family's green light at the ports, it was still quite difficult. Just as the two were falling silent, the chief of staff, who had been gone for some time, suddenly burst through the door, breaking the rare tranquility. Bang! The door was kicked open roughly, and Carl, panting heavily, half-squatted in the doorway, gasping for air. It took him a full half-minute to straighten up, and he looked at the two people with astonished expressions between his panting breaths. The port? Something happened at the port. Chapter 702 Technical Advisor. The turbulent sea, the Wanderer. The icy waves pounded against the hull, making the already uncomfortable cramped cabins even more oppressive. Even lying in bed, one felt dizzy and disoriented. The damp, cold air caused all the passengers to consciously reduce the frequency and time they spent leaving their cabins, shivering and huddled between the barely warm beds, tightly wrapped in smelly blankets, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of warmth. The small colony ship, the Wanderer, was so quiet it seemed like a ghost ship on the night sea. Only the faint glow of the kerosene lamp and the aroma of hot soup could bring a sliver of life back to the living dead in the cabins. William Gottfried, leaning over a wooden barrel in front of his bed, wrote rapidly in his notebook by the dim light of the kerosene lamp from the ceiling, his withered right hand, wielding a worn-out pen, left remarkably clear and beautiful handwriting on the yellowed paper. He would stop writing every 2 or 3 lines, wrap his nearly frozen hands in the blanket he was wearing until they warmed up again, and then continue writing, repeating this process over and over, and apart from the scratching of the pen on the paper, he made no sound. His emaciated figure, the dim light, the soft swish of the pen, if a passerby had poor eyesight, they might easily be bewitched by that pen. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, a voice behind him suddenly interrupted his rhythm. "What are you writing?" The boy sleeping in the bunk above William suddenly poked his head out, gripping the edge of the bed, and asked. "My notes," William answered casually, pausing his pen and turning to look at the boy on the upper bunk. Also my most important research results so far." "Research, result?" The boy, clearly not of noble birth, frowned, carefully considering the 2 technical terms, his curious gaze shining even brighter. "You're a priest, a church scholar," William patiently explained. "A priest who specializes in research, studying a particular subject, technology, or history." "Oh. I know, like St. Isaac." The boy's curiosity seemed endless. "So what do you research?" "Mathematics, history, practical technology, and writing." William silently put down his pen. "Mainly writing, and various symbols. Is it interesting?" "Not necessarily." William shook his head. "Knowing too much often brings more pain and misfortune, because the truth isn't always good, and sometimes it can even bring trouble." The boy's brow furrowed, seemingly unable to comprehend the connection between knowledge, pain, and trouble. "So, are you still researching, now?" William glanced casually at the notebook and shook his head slightly. "No, I'm just rewriting my old research notes. I left the previous notebooks with some bad guys because they wouldn't let me leave easily if I took everything." "Why would they do that to you?" "Because of a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" "They seem to think the runes I'm researching possess some kind of power, capable of using magic and summoning evil gods." William shrugged. "That's a huge misunderstanding, because these runes have nothing to do with magic. If you had to say, they're a special language, the language of dragons." "Dragons?" The boy's pupils suddenly lit up, radiating boundless brilliance. You've seen dragons?" "Me? No." William denied it outright, but before the other could show any disappointment, he changed the subject. "But St. Isaac has. He not only saw them, but he even left behind a discipline called runology, used for communication between humans and legendary, otherworldly beings like dragons, but he was also an extremely arrogant and crude person. He left behind runic writing but not a way of pronouncing it that suits human abilities. I guess he probably had his own solution, believing that only a genius like himself could master this knowledge, so he left nothing but the runes themselves. My job is to subdivide and evolve these runes, making them easier to understand, and through syllable combinations, to make them truly usable, rather than worthless dead text. In other words, as long as you learn this script, you can talk to dragons." "Right, theoretically, yes," William said calmly, carefully observing the changes in the boy's expression and comparing it with his previous judgment. "Of course, it can do more than that, and in a sense, those villains aren't entirely wrong. Although these runes cannot summon evil gods or use magic, they can unveil the mystery of the magic of the 3 old gods, making them less mysterious. If I had to describe it, it's like a key that can unlock many secrets. This is not an exaggeration. In fact, through my research on it, I have made many astonishing discoveries, many of which are quite different from what the church says, and even completely overturn most people's understanding, like dragons. Although the church has always denied their existence, these runes evolved from ancient scripts are direct proof that dragons once coexisted with humans, and in the Dark Ages before the Church of Order flourished, magic was not synonymous with evil. The 7 knights defeated the 3 old gods, but did not deny the significance of magic, and even highly praised this power. William Gottfried recounted, from the birth of runic literature to the Dark Ages, and from the Dark Ages to the prosperous years of dragons, the 7 knights gathered together. Spellcasters and church priests served together in the court of the Night King, and the years when dragons roamed above the castle towers. The boy, smiling, leaned against the edge of the bed, listening intently as if to a bedtime story. His bright eyes gradually dimmed under William's flat tone, his pale skin slowly losing its color, and his breathing ceased. Only the upturned corners of his mouth and the innocent, inquisitive smile remained forever etched on his face. Looking at the boy who had stopped breathing, William silently turned his head, picked up his pen again, and continued his work. The dim kerosene lamp cast 4 shadows in the cabin, but only the thinnest one still flickered. According to official statistics from Clovis, of the colonists who successfully sailed from North Harbor to the New World each year, more than 3/4 fell ill due to poor living conditions, sanitation, and malnutrition. The mortality rate hovered between 1/10 and 1/5 annually, and would continue to increase as the climate grew colder. Ultimately, no more than 2/3 of the immigrants successfully reached the New World. So knowledge often brings only pain and misfortune, William muttered to himself, brandishing his pen. Scholars often bear not only wisdom, but also all the hardships that come with it. None who explore the unknown can escape it, except, well, including St. Isaac. My loyal Colonial Legion Commander-in-Chief, Brigadier General Anson Bach, this is the second letter I've written to you recently. When you receive it, you'll surely see the surprise I've carefully prepared for you, so let me first congratulate you on the successful completion of the plan. Of course, you should now understand the danger of the situation, so let's cut to the chase. Here's the thing, to help you in the colony, where talent is scarce, I have carefully selected a brilliant scholar to provide technical assistance. His name is William Gottfried, a graduate of your alma mater, St. Isaac's College, a senior lecturer and associate professor, proficient in mathematics, history, practical technology, and ancient runes, but none of that matters to you. You just need to know that he's a mechanical expert, and you can consult him on any technical issues. Yes, I guess you've already noticed, yes, he's tied to the surprise I prepared for you, so you can think of him as a technical expert personally appointed by me, the governor, someone on equal footing with you. He truly is a brilliant genius and can definitely help you solve many problems. I hope you can genuinely respect him, just as you respect me. Besides that, there's one small, insignificant thing you need to be aware of. Our esteemed associate Professor William Gottfried is a wanted criminal. Of course, I believe he's wanted by the court due to some misunderstanding, but you should understand what I mean. Protecting his safety is also one of your responsibilities. Never let his whereabouts be discovered by anyone connected to the church. As for other things, try to meet all his needs as much as possible, and don't get angry at him for his quirks. Of course, this is just being prepared, you know. Gifted people often have some quirks. My dear Anson Bach, I truly believe that you two will get along harmoniously. Please, please, please don't let me down. Well, if anything happens to the esteemed associate Professor Wilhelm Gottfried, I will definitely hold you responsible. Remember that, I mean what I say. Finally, make good use of this New Year's gift I've prepared for you, and I also look forward to your return gift next year, one that will surprise me enough. Sincerely, Sophia France. Snap! Anson abruptly put down the letter in his hand, his face expressionless, and looked up at Eric standing in front of him. Where's he? Who? Eric asked subconsciously, his eyes glazed over, but then suddenly realized and quickly said, you mean Associate Professor Wilhelm Gottfried, right? He didn't come with our fleet, not with you. Anson raised an eyebrow. You mean, he found a separate colonial merchant ship that departed from North Harbor? Yes, that's it. Eric nodded repeatedly, his eyes darting around. And, in fact, we don't even know exactly what ship he was on. This incredibly honest answer made Anson's brow furrow even more. According to Sophia's letter, this William Gottfried was her hand-picked technical advisor and the person in charge of this operation. Such an important figure hadn't set off with a fleet but was acting alone? The strangeness didn't stop there. Sophia repeatedly mentioned the technical advisor's status and importance in her letter, and even wrote a special letter to introduce and explain him, which was enough to show how much she valued him. Yet, she also repeatedly told him from various angles that this expert advisor had a bad personality and was a wanted criminal being hunted by the Inquisition. Judging from her tone, it wasn't like she was asking him to respect and value the other party. Instead, it was all sorts of crazy hints that he should find an opportunity to kill this brilliant scholar. Furthermore, the fact that he didn't even travel on the fleet Sophia had meticulously prepared, but instead acted alone. Even if Anson was slow to react, it wasn't hard to sense that something was definitely wrong. His first thought was that this person had probably offended the eldest daughter of the France family, and was therefore using him to exact revenge on her behalf, so that Sophia wouldn't have to personally intervene and appear overly unreasonable, as if she were a very vengeful person. Well, although she was indeed very vengeful and extremely petty, the kind of person who, once provoked, would attract countless troubles. Anson shook his head, banishing the various random thoughts from his mind, and refocused his attention on the present. "So, how much stuff did you actually transport on this long journey?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Eric's eyes suddenly light up. He removed his top hat, a slight smile playing on his lips, and gave Anson a standard Clovis gentleman's bow. "Please allow me to introduce you to the Oldheimer Armory in the southern suburbs of Clovis City. This factory holds an official license from the renowned arms dealer, Leopold, and boasts a rich history of 20 years. It has produced countless high-quality, inexpensive weapons for the kingdom, and has received numerous orders from prominent generals, including many of today's higher-ranking army officers. Today, the factory not only possesses complete production lines for Leopold breech-loading rifles, bayonets, grenades, and various other infantry equipment, but also has the capability to independently manufacture light artillery, heavy-duty wagons, and large supply wagons. It employs thousands of skilled craftsmen, and the workshop mechanics have an average of over 10 years of experience, experienced and trustworthy. Now, the entire production line, equipment, and workers of this historic and capable military factory, plus 3,000 Leopold rifles and their supporting equipment, and the stockpile of 26-pounder infantry guns, are all yours. Chapter 703: The Power of Civilization. How to maintain control and influence over colonies across the sea, and prevent their centrifugal forces from growing stronger and eventually erupting into rebellion and an insatiable desire for independence, has always been a major challenge for the Old World's colonial powers. Because of their distance from their homeland, any attempt to increase control comes at a huge cost and can easily turn existing wealth into a massive burden. In this regard, the Empire and Clovis took two extremes. As the colonial power with the largest colonial territories, the Empire's management style was simple and brutal: suppression. Colonies were not allowed to possess armed forces or have excessive autonomy. Colonial governors and ministers were appointed, large fleets patrolled the seas, and thousands of imperial troops were ready to land and crush any dissent. This model was effective, but the side effects were equally obvious. The cost was enormous, and it alienated the colonies, who desperately fought for autonomy at every opportunity but lacked the power to defend themselves, indirectly contributing to the slave rebellion and the formation of the Free Confederation. Clovis, with its weaker strength, employed a different strategy, bribing the upper echelons, binding interests, and granting a high degree of autonomy. White Whale Harbor, which had flown the Unicorn King's flag for decades, only received its first governor, an honorary one, when it was on the verge of collapse. This approach, completely opposite to the Empire's, brought Clovis numerous advantages: extremely low maintenance and development costs, maximized profits, and virtually no responsibility. As for the downsides, the lack of local support led to slow development, lagging behind the Empire in both speed and efficiency. The Colonial Council formed a vested interest group, highly isolated from the grassroots, resulting in a huge wealth gap, and even as a raw material supplier, its efficiency was shockingly low. Because of White Whale Harbor's extremely advantageous geographical location, even with low efficiency, the base number was still alarmingly high, so these problems weren't yet very noticeable. Look at the neighboring Grey Snow town. That was truly miserable, practically no different from exiled outcasts. Both methods have their advantages and disadvantages, but in reality, if you want to demonstrate the regime's presence, there is another way, a very traditional but tried and true method. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening cannon fire ripped through the sky as the Legion's line infantry, clad in brand new rifles and winter uniforms, marched in perfect unison across the newly paved road, accompanied by cheers from the onlookers. A grand ribbon-cutting ceremony was solemnly opening outside the city of White Whale Harbor. The Legion was both excited and troubled about housing the New Year's gift sent all the way from the mainland by the esteemed Governor Sophia France. They were excited that the factory had immediately solved the subsequent problems, but they didn't know how to house these precious machines, workers, and mechanics. After all, this was enough to fill an entire steam train. If it were damaged, bumped, or damp, the losses would be unimaginable. The best option, of course, was to immediately send them into the factory and immediately set up and install production lines, but this was no small project either, and it was already the dead of winter in December. Who knew what problems might arise? So Karl Bang cautiously went to ask Ehrlich, the person in charge, how long it would take to build the entire military factory. The answer he received was enough to stop his heart from racing: 1 week. Not a quarter, not a month, but 1 week, 7 working days. They could dismantle and rebuild a dismantled and transported military factory back to its original state in Whale Harbor. After confirming several times that the other party wasn't joking, the chief of staff, clutching his chest with a pained expression, found Anson and repeated the other party's words verbatim. Then Anson also came up with a very audacious plan. Since the other party was so efficient, why not set up production lines and build factory buildings simultaneously, aiming to complete the entire military factory by the end of the month. For this extravagantly ambitious goal, the Storm Legion mobilized entirely, simultaneously mobilizing over 10,000 marksman warriors still in training, to build this extraordinary military factory on a wasteland outside the city. Such a massive undertaking could not possibly escape the attention of the Whale Harbor Council, and besides, Anson had no intention of hiding it. He directly announced the establishment of an engineering coordination committee within the council, organizing various committees to provide ample steel, timber, bricks, and other building materials for the project, and planning temporary accommodations, food and fuel supplies, and sanitation management for the construction workers. At the same time, Reinhardt, having received the news, also conscientiously announced a suspension of the bank's project, providing the Legion with a temporary low-interest loan to facilitate payments for materials, labor, and miscellaneous expenses during the factory's construction. Thus, through the efficient collaboration, resource mobilization, and coordinated management of civilized society, an industrial marvel symbolizing absolute violence rose from the barbaric New World wasteland. It took only 12 days. On the morning the Whale Harbor Good People's Daily officially announced its completion, the entire colony was in an uproar. At the bustling ribbon-cutting ceremony, the crowds, regardless of wealth or status, were all speechless, as if in a dream. When they first heard about it, they simply shrugged. When they heard the factory was completed, they were shocked. But when they saw it with their own eyes, they were terrified. It turns out that hearing a legend and seeing a military factory suddenly appear on their doorstep are worlds apart. The moment they saw the massive, black smoke-belching factory producing rifles and cannons, the same thought immediately flashed through their minds. The homeland could not only send a fleet and an army from afar, but also move a military factory to the colony and rebuild it on the same spot. And in just 12 days. The immediate effect of this astonishing spectacle was that the colonists felt for the first time how close their relationship with the homeland was, and that the distance between them might not be as far as they had imagined. Loyalty to the crown skyrocketed. As the Chancellor of the Exchequer appointed by the crown to the colony, Sir Axe naturally did not miss the ceremony that greatly enhanced his presence. He not only personally presided over the ribbon-cutting ceremony but also actively endorsed the military factory. Comparing it to a symbol that the homeland will never abandon a single blade of grass in the colony, Anson Bach, the other host, declined to comment. He only hoped Sir Axe would say more, so that when the Empire retaliated, it would be easier to drag him out as a sacrifice and let the colonies vent their anger. With the completion of the munitions factory, the previous Legion reforms and the training of the Rangers could finally begin to get on track. 3,000 Leopold rifles and 20 brand new 6-pounder infantry guns were all in service. Speaking of which, the factory's transportation method was very clever. In order to save as much space as possible, almost all the parts that the colonies could do themselves were omitted, and only the most critical parts and equipment, including inventory, were loaded. For example, the cannon carriages were gone, and all kinds of additional parts were gone. The entire 6-pounder was left with only a dark, thin, bare barrel, and nothing else. But Anson had no intention of complaining. On the contrary, it made him even more curious about William Gottfried. According to Eric, their ability to transport the entire factory to Whale Harbor and rebuild it in just 1 week was all thanks to this technical advisor, and his train factory equation. If his theory were true, the implications would extend far beyond simply moving a factory. It would create a completely new and more efficient logistical system. The final outcome of a war might not depend on logistics, but superior logistics can give one side greater initiative, more options, and make it harder for the enemy to discern their strategic objectives. If a factory can be moved so easily, could an army be moved from one location to another in the same way? The answer is obvious. And this is only considering his mathematical talent. According to Sophia, this technical advisor is also quite adept at invention and proficient in ancient runic literature, a former associate professor at St. Isaac's Academy, a master of ancient runic literature and hunted by the Inquisition. Anson couldn't wait to meet him and exchange his insights on certain ancient knowledge. Whale Harbor, docks. After more than a month at sea, the dilapidated merchant ship, the Wanderer, finally reached its destination and lowered its anchor. William Gottfried, dressed in a faded academic gown and wearing a soft cap, carrying a meager suitcase, followed the small groups of colonists, their faces beaming with relief, off the deck. When they departed from North Harbor, the ship carried more than twice as many passengers. Now, they were the only colonists who had survived to reach their destination. And this was not the end. According to official statistics, even by best-case scenario, less than 2/3 of those who survived more than a year in the colony, through plague, cold, hunger, acclimatization issues, and shipwrecks, did not know that the New World was not some utopian paradise. Their suffering had only just begun. As soon as William stepped onto the dock, struggling to drag his suitcase, he noticed a gaze fixed on him among the passing crowd. Feigning nonchalance, he averted his gaze, pretending not to notice the other person, and quickened his pace, attempting to use the surrounding crowd as cover to evade their attention. But the result was just as he had feared. The other person was indeed looking for him. "You must be Lord William Gottfried." A young boy, barely reaching his waist, stood before him, yet dressed in a formal suit more elaborate than those of the nobles of Clavis. A familiar, formulaic smile graced his youthful face. "I heard a colony ship was indeed arriving at the port today. I never expected to find you on board. Truly, the ring of order protects us. I thought it would be a long time before your esteemed presence was graced by your presence. I apologize, but..." William frowned, looking at the boy. "Do we know each other?" "We? Oh, of course we don't. This is our first meeting, Lord William Gottfried." The boy smiled and shook his head, his expression one of greeting a longtime friend, completely different from his words. "I am merely here to greet you at the port, a technical advisor personally appointed by the governor of the Ice Dragon Fjord colony. Let me introduce myself. My name is Alan Dawn, a lowly clerk to the commander-in-chief of the colony legion. Barring unforeseen circumstances, we won't have many opportunities to meet again, so please don't stand on ceremony. It's all just routine, and you. Governor Sophia Franz has appointed you as the colony's technical advisor, theoretically on par with the commander-in-chief. However, since we don't know which ship you'll be on or when you'll arrive, we haven't prepared much for a welcoming ceremony. Please forgive us for that, of course. If you feel this is disrespectful, we can arrange everything: a grand welcoming ceremony, a governor-level banquet, a band, a guard of honor. We guarantee you'll be satisfied. What kind of style would you prefer?" Faced with the junior clerk's organ-like barrage of questions, William froze on the spot. After taking a full minute to understand his situation and realizing he was being watched and couldn't escape, he finally asked the first crucial question: "Are you planning to teach me a lesson and then hand me back to Sophia Franz on the mainland?" "Huh?" The clerk was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Look at you, I must have talked too much and caused you some unnecessary misunderstanding. Please forgive me if anything has made you uncomfortable. It was an oversight on my part. You can complain to the commander-in-chief later, and I'm sure you'll get a most satisfactory answer. How about this? I'll take you to rest and relax first, and then inform the commander-in-chief to discuss the arrangements for welcoming you. In the meantime, if you need anything, you can directly contact the deputy commander, Colonel Fabian." "Why, excuse me, what? Why do I need to contact the deputy commander? What's his name again?" "Colonel Fabian. He's the commander-in-chief's most trusted deputy, responsible for the colony's urban security, prisons, daily military operations, logistics, and the daily meetings of the officers," the clerk explained. "Oh, he'll be your direct contact person for work in the future, so you can just contact him if you have any problems. Of course, the deputy commander might be a bit busy right now, dealing with a minor dispute, so it'll be more convenient for you to contact me directly for now." "Dispute?" William raised an eyebrow and casually asked. "A civil dispute or a military dispute?" The junior clerk thought for a moment and answered with some uncertainty for the first time, "A family dispute." Chapter 704. He will come back. "If I remember correctly, dear Uncle Joseph, wasn't it a similar situation when we met in Lake Town?" "Oh no, you're mistaken, my dear nephew Fabian. This time is a little different from last time. For example, last time I even had hot coffee, inside the Legion headquarters prison." Joseph, bound hand and foot with shackles and ropes to a chair, revealed a playful smile, teasing Fabian sitting opposite him. However, he was only judging by the voice, because his eyes were covered by thick linen, and there was a perforated wall with iron bars between them, thanks to Joseph's own reminder not to look directly into the eyes of a dark mage. Compared to a warm fireplace and piping hot coffee, this treatment is worlds apart. I thought the Clovis would be more welcoming to their own people, but it seems I was wrong, Joseph said self-deprecatingly. Of course, I suspect my dear nephew's sincere advice played a part, otherwise, given your current situation, you wouldn't have spared so many resources to deal with a prisoner like me who's practically useless, don't you think so, dear Fabian? Fabian frowned slightly, remaining silent. Reuniting with his uncle, whom he hadn't seen in years and with whom he once had a close relationship, in this way was an indescribable feeling. As a former Imperial Guard officer and royal spy, not revealing his true emotions during negotiations was a fundamental skill. At the same time, as an excellent worker, not bringing his personal life into his work was a principle he always adhered to. But this time, it seemed impossible. His dear Uncle Joseph was like a chess master, completely outmaneuvering him the moment he opened his mouth, constantly provoking his emotions, turning the interrogation into a pointless exchange of words. Normally, Fabian would have suggested torture first. Physical punishment isn't always effective, but it can often resolve the stubbornness of those being interrogated, especially when the damage touches the mind. But it was Joseph. It wasn't out of sympathy for family, but because a skilled dark sorcerer was far too dangerous. Even blindfolded and gagged, there was no guarantee the person administering the torture wouldn't be affected. Even Fabian himself, without this wall in front of him, wouldn't have the courage to confront Joseph directly. He claimed that casting spells required eye contact, but who knew? Just in case, Fabian had prepared this special cell for him, 4 walls, with only one outward-facing perforated iron window. Food and water were delivered through the window and specialized equipment, ensuring he could reach them while bound to the chair, and there was also a sanitary bin next to the chair, also within easy reach. Even so, he remained uneasy. Each time he met with the other party, at least 3 grenadiers were stationed outside the room. If they noticed anything unusual or made any noise, they would lock the door from the outside. And that wasn't all. The prison headquarters was right outside the cell. During interrogations, at least a lieutenant colonel was required to be stationed at the prison, and half a regiment of infantry was on standby outside to prevent any accidents. In addition, there were secret doors, passwords, rosters, registers, entry and exit records, confession repetitions, and 20 other security measures. Even the Whitehall police would have to praise him, saying he was truly a senior figure. His comprehensive security measures were comparable to a security textbook. You just said under the current circumstances, suppressing his inner turmoil, Fabian said coldly. What do you mean? Do you know something? Just a casual remark. Don't be so paranoid, dear Fabian, Joseph teased as always. You've been pestering me for over 10 days. Can't you relax a little? Sure, on the condition that you tell me any useful information. The deputy commander raised an eyebrow. A fireplace, hot coffee, rum, a 12-course meal. Tell me about the Cressy family's plans, and I can satisfy you. I said I don't know. Do you want me to repeat myself several times? I'll repeat myself until you tell the truth. Uncle Joseph, how can you be so sure I'm lying? I can. I really wish you could take off your blindfold, so I could roll my eyes at you. Joseph looked at the persistent Fabian, and couldn't help but sigh. Saying with deep emotion, you know, when I left North Harbor, I never thought I'd have the chance to see you again, or rather, from the moment I boarded the ship, I never thought I'd still be alive. I gave all my money to my brother not because I loved my family so much, but because I really wanted to leave, to shed everything from the past, to start a completely new life in a new world where no one knows me, to live a life truly my own. That kind of life, it's so appealing. Like any old man reminiscing about his glorious past, Joseph suddenly became excited, his slightly trembling body as if he had rediscovered his former self. My first long voyage, my first time stepping onto unfamiliar land, my first encounter with pirates, my first contact with the power of bloodlines and magic, starting from scratch, overcoming obstacles, struggling to survive. My dear Fabian, you surely understand the allure of this kind of life I'm talking about. Don't deny it. I know you absolutely don't like it, but you definitely understand that unparalleled feeling of being at odds with the world. Fabian, separated by iron bars, remained expressionless and nodded slightly, facing the excited Joseph. Climbing the Dawn Ice Peak, fighting in Eaglehorn, the raid on Carindia Harbor, the surprise attack on the Tower of Ascension, the Great Turn of the Wastes, the Battle of Iser's Court, the White Whale Harbor riot, the Winter Torch incident, the Siege of Black Reef Harbor, the Great Counterattack of Salesham. He not only understood it, but also experienced it deeply under the wise leadership of his superior, Anson Bach. And he hated this kind of life even more. It was around that time that I encountered the Knights of No Faith, and the Cressy family behind them. Joseph continued, "Don't be jealous that I didn't write to you. In that situation, any involvement with you wouldn't have helped your career or resume. In fact, I already considered myself a dead man." "Is that so?" Fabian sneered. "It seems the Cressy family's gift to you is quite generous, believe it or not, dear Fabian." But before the storm masters arrived at White Whale Harbor, the Cressy family was the only hope for all the Western immigrants. Joseph said calmly, "Their plan, or rather their ambition, gave us, who are poor but unwilling to be ordinary, an unprecedented opportunity." "What opportunity?" "To die with a bunch of second-rate fugitives. Say whatever you want, but even with your interference, they're almost there, and it's easier than they thought." Joseph shook his head. "Originally, they were considering how to establish effective rule after destroying the Empire's power in the New World, but your remarkable superior integrated all the scattered colonies, destroyed the foundation of the Empire's rule in the New World, and personally established a free confederation. Now, they only need to consider how to eliminate you." Fabian raised an eyebrow. For example, Joseph, who naturally picked up the conversation, suddenly paused, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turning up. "I don't know." In an instant, Fabian felt his heart race, and his breath caught in his throat for several seconds. The professional skills of a former Imperial Guard officer made him realize that this was a huge flaw. Joseph could very well easily control his emotional shift through the slight heartbeat and breathing frequency. So he decisively turned and left without any warning. Since the initiative had shifted, there was no point in continuing the interrogation. "Be careful, my dear Fabian." Just as he was about to leave, Joseph suddenly spoke up. "I know it's probably useless to advise you to leave now, but I still have to remind you, because you are my nephew, I can't just watch you go to your death. Leave White Whale Harbor, leave Ice Dragon Fjord, make up some excuse to leave here, go to any other colony to spend the winter, and then, bang!" The heavy sound of the iron gate abruptly stopped his words. Joseph, interrupted, froze. The words he was about to say stuck in his throat, but his face showed no anger, impatience, or helplessness. On the contrary, his slightly trembling lips involuntarily turned up. He would come back, and he would definitely ask him about this again, trying to extract even the slightest bit of information about the people involved. Joseph was very confident, he had already figured it out, that his nephew was actually very similar to himself, far less loyal to his superiors than he seemed, serving them only out of necessity. When the time was right, his own life was the most important thing to him. When that day comes, he will come to him, release him, and then escape from this hell together. They will live in anonymity, overcome countless obstacles, fight side by side, and then start anew. Thrilling adventures, life or death struggles with former friends now enemies, life or death crises. The glorious days will return. "Yes, he will come back," Joseph murmured to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. Whale Harbor Council, VIP Suite. William Gottfried, carrying a suitcase, entered the room, surveying his surroundings. From the moment he stepped into the council, he was stunned by the luxury. According to the clerk named Alan Dawn, this was a guest room specially expanded to welcome the local finance minister, its luxury comparable to the professor's dormitories at St. Isaac's College in his memory. Wooden floors and marble steps, it seems the colony's resources are indeed as legendary as they say. But the processing techniques seem to be mainly manual, with little trace of mechanization. The building materials are mainly brick and stone, but there are few pieces of metal furniture, so the steel mill in the city probably doesn't produce much, and most of it is used to supply the military factories, heating pipes. So the colony has mastered some mechanical processing technology, possibly brought by the military or by immigrant mechanics, but the technology is very crude, and probably only a very few places can enjoy this technology. The room is very luxurious, but there isn't a desk or anything to read. I guess there's probably no school here, and they probably don't think they need these things, William muttered to himself as he sat on the edge of the bed packing his luggage. The bed was soft. The texture of the leather blanket and the faint scent of perfume reminded him of the history professor, Mace Hornard, who had given him countless help. In William's memory, This professor seemed to possess unimaginable wealth, with daily expenses exceeding 5 times his normal income. However, he didn't say much. After all, it was nothing new for professors to earn extra money or attract investment. Most importantly, he was the only professor who defended him when he was expelled from the academy. However, the professor's fate seemed less than ideal. He died in the Clovis riot at the end of the 100th year of the St. Calendar. This deeply saddened William. Without the materials provided and compiled by Professor Mace Hornard, his research into runic literature slowed considerably. It was from that time that he inadvertently became a target of the Inquisition and was even mistakenly accused of being connected to the old gods. If he had the chance, he really wanted to talk to those inquisitors, to tell them that he had no time to care about those meaningless mutants, and that the runic literature left by St. Isaac wasn't out of curiosity or a desire to become a wizard. It had a more important purpose. For example, to issue timely warnings when risks and crises were imminent. Feeling the sudden burning sensation on his chest, William reached into his collar with his right hand and pulled out a pure silver pendant from his neck, 3 overlapping, open-work ancient runes. Expressionless, William used 2 fingers to lift the slightly trembling pendant to his level. The 3 overlapping runes began to separate, forming an interactive ring resembling a primordial ring as if dissolving. The rune representing time melted rapidly, the one representing distance remained still, and the last rune, representing gazing, twisted continuously. The 3 runes constantly overlapped and separated, constantly shifting between liquid and solid. At this moment, the cold pure silver seemed to possess life, and the melting liquid did not drip but rose into the air only to be swallowed by the surrounding silver, operating in a state completely defying the laws of physics. William stared at the changing ornaments, then slowly turned his gaze to his closed door, mentally counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2. Knock knock knock. As expected, a crisp knock sounded on the door. Chapter 705 An Unpleasant Meeting. Please come in. Anson gently set down his coffee cup and rose from the sofa as he spoke. The closed door slowly opened, and William Gottfried, hidden in the shadows, cautiously peeked out from behind, like some kind of rodent, observing his surroundings. The room was large, spacious, and bright. The fireplace, radiating light, complemented the sofa, blankets, and warm-toned wallpaper, creating a naturally relaxing atmosphere that eased any tension. What would you like to drink? Rum, red wine, or coffee? Although he said this, Anson had already walked to the fireplace and skillfully fiddled with the coffee pot, filling the room with a rich aroma. William gave a cautious bow, carefully pressing his hat to his chest, and hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Coffee, no sugar or milk, thank you. You prefer it neat? Not that much, but the college doctor once forced me to drink a lot of milk and eat a lot of sugar. I hate being told what to do in my life, so, William shrugged. Holding 2 steaming cups of coffee, Anson turned around and sized up the gaunt, dark-circled genius scholar who practically had malnutrition etched on his forehead. He paused slightly, then said, they might be right, I know, I just hate the way they talk. William nodded slightly, glancing at the sofa with blankets and cushions beside him. He took a deep breath. May I sit down? My legs aren't very good, and the doctor said I shouldn't stand for too long. Dislikes sugar and milk, but willing to sit, so it's all determined by his tone. Anson couldn't help but think to himself, but his smile remained. Of course, please sit down. Taking the hot coffee from the commander-in-chief, William gracefully sat down and let out a long sigh. His heaving chest and heavy breathing seemed to prove that the short journey had exhausted most of his strength. Anson sized up the technical advisor whom Sophia had repeatedly instructed him to look like. He appeared completely ordinary, even utterly unremarkable. More precisely, he possessed not a trace of bloodline power or any connection to the 3 old gods. As for the legendary ancient runes that could summon evil gods or wield magic, frankly, he preferred to believe that Cold Dorian and his group had genuinely misunderstood, or that this was merely a convenient pretext for his arrest, with ulterior motives. This wasn't mere speculation. Similar incidents were not uncommon for the Inquisition, especially when it came to professors. The Order Church's control over knowledge was extremely strict, and any scholar suspected of premature research or technological leaks almost certainly had no chance of escape. Searching or arresting someone simply because of knowledge couldn't be a legitimate excuse. They had to be charged with suspected magic or heretical research to avoid damaging the Church's reputation. In Anson's eyes, This associate professor William Gottfried was likely one of the unfortunate individuals targeted by the church's knowledge blockade. I've always believed that judging people by their appearance isn't a skill worth mastering, William suddenly said, holding his coffee cup with both hands. Huh? Slightly lost in thought, Anson pursed his lips and smiled slightly before asking, what do you mean? No, just stating the facts. My sociology colleagues have proposed that one can roughly assess a person from their appearance, clothing, habits, and facial details. This is often loosely termed judging by appearance by those new to such skills and other disciplines, William explained. Based on my observation of you, I subjectively believe that your very existence is the most powerful rebuttal to this discipline. A young person passionate about history, archaeology, the supernatural, and mystical phenomena, according to my esteemed sociology colleagues, would inevitably possess traits such as being more emotional, sensitive, and easily influenced by external factors, but your qualities seem completely opposite: realistic, rational, confident, and organized. Forgive my bluntness, but I don't see a young history enthusiast, but rather, a high-ranking deacon from a large chamber of commerce or bank. Anson's gaze sharpened. You know me. No, this should be our first meeting today, Brigadier General Anson Bach. William shook his head. But I did hear about you from Professor Mace Hornard. He mentioned that one of his exceptional students had awakened his bloodline power and was transferred to the Royal Military Academy, and coincidentally, the Colonial Legion Commander-in-Chief's name is exactly the same as that student's. He knows Mace Hornard. Anson, slightly taken aback, nodded, a hint of nostalgia and regret in his eyes. Yes, he was my favorite history professor, and a very important mentor to me. Once, it was his evaluation of you that convinced me that sociology is a pseudoscience. Taking a sip of coffee, William seemed unwilling to continue on this topic. Your clerk told me that Governor Sophia Franca has appointed me as an advisor to the colony, responsible for solving your technical problems. That's true. Anson was happy to quickly change the subject, lest the other discover his further involvement with Mace Horner, and why he didn't fit William's judging by appearances assessment. She said you are an excellent mathematician and proficient in practical technology, something we currently lack. This slightly flattering introduction made William frown slightly. That's all she said. Anson paused for a few seconds, his smile remaining. What do you mean? I'm a criminal wanted by the court, accused of researching heretical and cult doctrines. William's expression showed considerable confusion. Such important information, didn't she tell you? Looking at his surprised yet serious expression, Anson suddenly found himself speechless. Even the most taciturn bookworm wouldn't be foolish enough to casually utter such explosive information as I am a wanted criminal in front of others. Like what did I eat last night? It turned out he had underestimated the other person. He was now almost certain that this associate professor William Gottfried was completely inexperienced in normal social interactions, extremely subjective in his dealings with others, never considering their feelings, saying whatever he wanted and doing whatever he pleased. From just these few minutes of conversation, Anson could imagine how furious and embarrassed Miss Franca must have been after speaking with him, her fair cheeks turning a bright pink like an egg. But since he had spoken, Anson could no longer pretend to be indifferent, so he chuckled lightly. Yes, she did mention this little matter, however, we've always believed it was a misunderstanding, leading the seeking truth order to think you might be involved with the old gods. This isn't surprising, as many innocent people are arrested every year for similar reasons, and most cases ultimately fizzle out. I believe your charges are certainly, it's true, William suddenly said. They did misunderstand, but it was just a misdirection. I did come into contact with certain projects that the church explicitly forbids from research, so they were right to arrest me, even if they got the reason wrong, or perhaps it was a deliberate mistake. Anson interrupted, hesitated, his smile freezing on his face. In short, they believe the ancient runes I study can summon evil gods, unleash magic, or both. Obviously, I can't. William, seemingly oblivious to Anson's expression, continued muttering to himself, with runes, I can communicate with many beings I couldn't otherwise, and sense subtle changes imperceptible to normal people. It's a very special field of study. So far, I've only discovered a small fraction of its potential. I suspect St. Isaac knows much more. If I were to describe it, it's like a communication tool, like the language and writing we use, only slightly different in method. If it could be widely adopted, I believe it could greatly benefit society. Unfortunately, my colleagues, the Church of Order, and the Inquisition don't think so. Clearly, They don't understand the value of you in this discipline, but White Whale Harbor is different. Despite inwardly rolling his eyes, Anson could only agree with him to get the other to work for him. You can make any requests you have. White Whale Harbor and the Storm Legion will do their utmost to fulfill them. Of course, that's on the condition that you complete the tasks assigned to you by the colonies and the Legion. Right now, the most important thing is that we urgently need a batch of high-quality and inexpensive weapons and equipment to arm the soon-to-be-expanded Legion and the militia organizations in the colonies. Equipment. William chewed on the word, pressing his scalding coffee cup to his chest. You want me to design a new weapon for you? I hope you can find a way to speed up the production efficiency of the military factories and steel mills. Preferably optimizing some unnecessary production processes to ensure sufficient equipment. Anson had begun to ignore the other party's frequent interruptions. Of course, if you can design it, that's fine too. For example, William raised an eyebrow. For example, Anson took a deep breath. An infantry weapon that combines muskets and melee combat, requiring the design to be as simple as possible, so that even untrained people can use it, and the lower the material requirements, the better. And a support weapon. The range doesn't need to be too long, but it must be able to provide firepower deterrence. The structure should be lightweight, and it should be the kind that 2 or 3 people can operate. Yes, he was deliberately making things difficult for the other party, but at the same time, it was also out of practical considerations. Since the goal is to form a ranged corps using indigenous people, they naturally need to be equipped accordingly. The problem is that the available equipment is not very suitable. The Leighton rifle is cheap and simple to use, but as a muzzle-loading rifle, its training cost is not low. The firing procedure is at least twice as complicated as that of a breech-loading rifle like the Leopold. It would be quite difficult to teach the indigenous people, who don't even speak the language, to use it. As for the Leopold, its design was intended to reduce the learning cost for infantry and increase the success rate of firing, while the fixed paper cartridges would also reduce logistical burden, but it is too expensive. Even equipping Anson of the Storm Legion would not be enough. Another support weapon is the idea of the officer corps. Because the expansion of the Legion has led to a shortage of manpower, Leo, the commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment, suggested that each infantry regiment or battalion be provided with a support weapon to make up for the lack of firepower caused by the shortage of soldiers. Anson's initial idea was to equip each regiment with an extra artillery piece, but the current number of artillery pieces didn't allow for this, and 6-pounder cannons were somewhat cumbersome for an infantry regiment unless it was a positional battle. However, 3-pounder cannons or Imperial 4-pounder cannons would be insufficient in firepower. After much discussion, the current consensus was to equip each battalion with several organ cannons. These were essentially several or even a dozen rifles strung together and strapped to a gun carriage, firing collectively when needed for suppressive fire. In the old world, this inefficient weapon would be almost a toy, but this was the new world, and it still had its uses at close to medium range, whether in urban warfare or dealing with small groups of enemies appearing suddenly in the field, and it was quite simple to manufacture, a choice made out of necessity. However, since Associate Professor William Gottfried was willing, he was happy to give him some work. Okay, I understand. Seemingly oblivious to the malicious intent in Anson's words, William nodded, his dark circles under his eyes fixed intently on him. 2 weeks, no, within a week, I will submit the proposal to you. If there are no problems, I will spend another week drawing up design sketches for the military factory, and provide samples within 30 working days at the latest. Then I'll wait and see. Anson chuckled, putting down his coffee cup, not taking the promise too seriously. Just as he rose to see the other man off, William suddenly spoke again. Lord Anson Bach, have you been having some strange dreams lately? Dreams? Yes, I'm not sure about the content, but they're probably related to the 3 old gods, magic, indescribable knowledge, and flashbacks of memories from the Dark Ages, William speculated. These kinds of dreams usually occur in spellcasters about to undergo a transformation. As their relationship with the type of magic they come into contact with grows stronger, the dreams become increasingly realistic, eventually blurring the lines between dream and reality. Another possibility is the presence of a highly powerful being constantly influencing the victim. In short, I suggest you observe the people around you in your daily diet, as this kind of influence usually requires some kind of medium. That's all. Farewell. With that, William put down his almost untouched coffee, turned, and left the living room. Anson Bach was left standing there, dumbfounded. Chapter 706 is coming. With the door tightly shut and footsteps fading into the distance, the cozy living room gradually fell silent. Only the crackling of the burning charcoal in the fireplace provided an unsettling sound. Was I affected? A stunned Anson shivered involuntarily, nearly dropping the still scalding coffee cup, but the hot water splashed on his hand only brought him slightly back to his senses, not completely relieving his shock. He wasn't just surprised by the fact that he had been affected, he couldn't comprehend how the other party could have detected him when he had completely concealed his spellcasting and bloodline power, and hadn't even used any superpowers, and William Gottfried, he had absolutely no trace of a spellcaster or gifted individual. So how did he discover it? Runes? Okay, assuming that's true, as a detection method, even if he himself showed no reaction, surely there would be some trace left when using runes, or is this ability truly so magical, capable of evading all detection methods and completing that communication process, what was it called again, without anyone noticing? If it's true, then the court's decision to arrest him is entirely justified, coupled with this guy's habit of saying whatever he wants without caring about the opinions of those around him. He's practically a walking hate magnet. With his mind a jumbled mess, Anson slowly sat back in his chair, placed his coffee cup on the coffee table, and gradually calmed his restless heart, forcing himself to stay composed. As for the abnormality he mentioned, or rather, the strange dreams, Anson had, of course, already noticed, ever since the first day Talia brought Nora to White Whale Harbor, and used her to let him see those indescribably bizarre scenes. Similar nightmares had appeared intermittently. At first, he thought it was because he cared too much about the old gods of the resting lands, coupled with the relentless threat from the Cressy family, that his thoughts were constantly on him, manifesting in his dreams. But as these dreams became increasingly vivid, even lingering long after waking, Anson began to feel uneasy, no matter how much he tried to ignore them. If William hadn't appeared, this state would have continued for a long time. He vaguely suspected it was related to Talia, but given their current relationship, his dear fiancée had no reason to intentionally harm him. It must be for some inexplicable reason, something he couldn't explain directly. But now that the other party had pointed it out, even with all his patience, Anson couldn't remain silent any longer. According to him, to achieve this level of interference, some medium was necessary, and the distance couldn't be too great, especially regarding food. Talia couldn't possibly buy groceries herself, so, drinks. In the deathly silent living room, Anson, his face stiff, took a deep breath and picked up his coffee cup, placing it in front of him at eye level. The deep, rich liquid exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Just by looking at it and smelling it, one could easily guess its quality. These were coffee beans specially sourced from the wildlands by the Rune family's merchants. Coffee, rum, red wine. He rarely ate at home, and even when he did, he ate very little of the same thing. His tobacco came from military supplies, and he wasn't particularly picky. If Talia really wanted to take action, beverages would be the perfect medium. Silently placing the coffee cup back on the coffee table, Anson, expressionless, slowly raised his right hand. The fake wound on his shoulder, left by the wound canvas, had long since vanished. Snap! The moment the finger snapped, his power expanded outwards from him. For him in the past, precisely unleashing his power was quite taxing, but as the strength of his spells increased, and he touched the edge of becoming a blasphemous mage, he could now manipulate the range and precision of his power at will, just like controlling the casting range, even directly blocking out certain irrelevant content. Seated upright in his chair, he seemed to detach his consciousness from his body, wandering through the spacious Rune mansion, meticulously examining every room, every corner, every trace, not missing even the slightest anomaly. Suddenly, he noticed a pale figure appear behind him. Nora. A thin, pale girl, her face bloodless and almost translucent, stood motionless in the room behind him, making no sound, only staring intently at the door. With her scarlet eyes, gleaming with an unsettling, indescribable light. Without hesitation, Anson rose decisively, rushed to the door, gripped the handle tightly, and yanked it open. Bang! The tightly closed door swung open, and Nora, still standing there, expressionlessly looked up, meeting Anson's astonished gaze. How did you get here? Slightly breathless, Anson asked in a bewildered tone. In his memory, this evil goddess girl, drained of her power by Talia, was no different from a doll. Without the life force Talia had infused her with, she shouldn't even be able to open her eyes. How could she get out of bed and run to the next room to check on herself, and without making a sound. Nora didn't answer, nor did she show any expression, just silently staring at him. Anson suddenly realized something and tentatively asked, "Did Talia ask you to do this? Not if yes, shake your head if no." This time she finally reacted. The pale evil goddess girl paused for a moment, then, like a doll, struggled to control her cervical spine, making her head sway up and down. The amplitude was so great that it gave one the illusion that she might fall off at any moment. Good, it seems she doesn't have the ability to hide anything, or rather, Talia doesn't intend to hide anything. That makes things easier. Anson breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured, and continued with his second question. Is her purpose in having you do this to strengthen my connection with cursed magic, making it easier to break through the barrier and become a blasphemous mage? If he remembered correctly, he had discussed this topic with Talia before. Becoming a blasphemous mage was the simplest way to completely resolve the trouble caused by spellcasters in the resting lands. Of course, there were also strong side effects. He would definitely be targeted by the Inquisition and the Church, and the consequences of being exposed would be unimaginable. This time, Nora didn't answer immediately. After pausing for a few seconds, she first nodded, then shook her head vigorously. What does this mean? Anson raised an eyebrow. Assuming Nora's answer followed the order, it meant that she was indeed trying to strengthen his connection with cursed magic, but it had nothing to do with becoming a blasphemous mage? If that's the case, then what could it be related to? The old gods of the resting lands? To be honest, his contact with these old god factions so far has been minimal. Aside from the Abyss Lord's attack, the evil god's egg in the Great Warehouse incident, and Nora's village, there's been nothing else. In fact, strictly speaking, he's never had any direct contact with them. Rationally, Anson understands this is due to their code of conduct. Otherwise, the Cressy family wouldn't be able to wield such power in the colonies. But perhaps because of the Rune family, he's always felt that he could simply leave this matter to Talia, and he only needed to deal with the Cressy family and the Empire's counterattack. But judging from the current situation, perhaps he's oversimplified things. Are the remnants of the Knights pouring into White Whale Harbor from various colonies, attempting to assassinate him and disrupt the Storm Legion's rule, truly only out of loyalty to the Cressy family? While the Cressy family still held sway in the colonies, given the current high morale of the Free Confederation and the Storm Legion's covert control, even if they desired revenge, they should have remained hidden, secretly accumulating strength and waiting for a better opportunity, perhaps a counterattack from the Empire. Appearing one by one at this time would only cause minor trouble and small disturbances. What threat could they pose? Clearly not. It would only further deplete the Cressy family's already limited resources, gradually eroding their strength, which would have been enough to force concessions and negotiations, through continuous small skirmishes. Even if Phil Cressy was foolish, he shouldn't have made such a brainless decision. But, what if it wasn't his decision? The plan to seize Sail City had failed, the plan to lure him into a trap had failed, and the evil gods of resting lands had even lost an important ally, seemingly becoming a universally hated entity, unable to survive in the colonies. How much value would he and the Cressy family still hold for the resting lands guardians? If they believed there was no such thing, how would they treat this traitor who served them while plotting to seize power from the Gravedigger? Would they continue their feigned cooperation, or would they take advantage of Phil Cressy's weakness to squeeze out his last bit of value, letting the remnants of the unfaithful knights pour into White Whale Harbor, causing chaos and paving the way for their real attack? Anson suddenly shuddered. Nora is not a tool. Just as the commander-in-chief was lost in thought, the pale, evil goddess girl suddenly spoke. Nora is a key, the key to the land of rest. Her voice was very soft, and her lips moved very little, but Anson still managed to catch it. The land of rest. I must go to the land of rest, the girl murmured. At the most crucial moment, Anson Bach must go to the land of rest. This is the last resort. At the most crucial moment, when it's not too late. Gently closing the door, William Gottfried walked cautiously out of the Rune mansion. As they approached the entrance, the junior clerk, carrying a briefcase, happened to return from outside. He immediately stopped with a standard air of delight and greeted them with a smile. Good afternoon, Your Excellency William. Have you met with the Commander-in-Chief? Yes, I have. William raised his hand and replied casually, slightly unexpected. He's a very interesting fellow. It seems it will take at least 2 or 6 months for him to completely tire of me. He's quite the type. What surprised me most was that he had so many secrets. It even makes me a little curious about what he's been through these past few years. Usually, guys like him are neurotic and paranoid. It's rare to see someone as organized as him. If I had to use an analogy, a famous quote from that megalomaniac Saint Isaac would describe him perfectly. When I try to understand him, it's like peering into the bottom of a lake from the surface. Beneath every tiny ripple lies an unseen storm. After saying this, William, expressionless, fell silent, as if a loudspeaker had been suddenly turned off. This rambling speech caused a slight fluctuation in the junior clerk's expression, but his excellent professionalism allowed him to quickly regain his composure, offering a formulaic smile. So this was a pleasant meeting for both host and guest. Congratulations. Yes, he found a tool to help him solve his problems, and I found a boss who can tolerate me for a long time. We are both very happy. William nodded slightly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, by the way, you are his clerk, right? Yes. Alan Dawn's smile remained unchanged. It is my honor to be a clerk for someone as promising as Lord Anson Bach. Is it like a butler or servant or something? Not entirely. The junior clerk, abruptly interrupted, pursed his lips, pausing for several seconds before answering, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Oh, William nodded, completely oblivious to the problem with his tone. In that case, I suggest you remember to replace all the coffee and other alcoholic beverages in this house later. Even if you don't, the commander-in-chief probably won't drink them anymore. That's the job of the butler, personal servant, and bartender at Rune Manor. But thank you for the reminder anyway. The smiling clerk's lips trembled slightly. Is there anything else? No, or rather, there wasn't. William's attitude remained unchanged. You were the one who stopped me halfway, weren't you? Yes. Sorry, goodbye. The clerk, having completed the entire etiquette process in record time, straightened his back and left William Gottfried's side at lightning speed, striding towards the living room. William, left standing there, shrugged and stepped out of the manor's main entrance. Just as he was preparing to hurry back to his room in the White Whale Harbor Council before nightfall, he was surprised to find that it was already completely dark outside, and a howling snowstorm had long since taken over the streets of White Whale Harbor. With a look of astonishment, he pulled out his pocket watch. The hands on the dial were just at 3:30. So soon, is it coming already? Chapter 707 Her Demand. Oh, Miss Talia, what's coming? Braving the biting wind, Callan Jack, clinging to the walls of Wintertorch, struggled to lift his head and cautiously asked the figure standing in the snowstorm. The girl, dressed in a plain black imperial-style long dress, seemed unconcerned about the exposed skin against the biting air. Her chestnut hair, peeking out from under her small hat, danced in the wind, adding a touch of childlike innocence to her scarlet eyes and solemn expression. Talia didn't answer the apprentice priest's question, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of White Whale Harbor. It was a serious, even tense, expression. One could even discern a hint of fear. Startled by his own thought, Callan Jack shrank back, completely unable to believe this utterly absurd idea. His experiences over the past 10 days had given him a certain illusion about this current head of the Rune family. It seemed to be a power beyond what a blasphemous mage could possess, infinitely close to the legendary apostle. It's no exaggeration to say that without the young woman before them, at least half the population of Wintertorch wouldn't be alive today. While the swarms of natives outside the city might not breach the colony's walls and the Storm Legion's fortifications, they would certainly have caused considerable casualties. Wintertorch, though an extremely important colony, even holding a place within the Free Confederation, owes its importance to its geographical location. As a bridgehead for colonists' inland expansion, it was not only the base of various pioneering teams but also the front line in the struggle between colonists and the local natives. Without it, the coastal colonies would face direct threats from the inland natives. Furthermore, perched atop a mountain, Wintertorch was essentially a medium-sized fortress. It couldn't even be completely self-sufficient in fuel and food, relying on caravans and the mutual assistance of colonists traveling north and south. Therefore, when a large-scale siege of Wintertorch was launched by the combined forces of natives and beastmen, and even when trade routes were temporarily blocked, the settlers, knowing that defending the fortress was the safest option, still chose to launch a preemptive strike. They not only had to protect themselves but also bore the responsibility of supplying the settlements further north and supporting the pioneering efforts. The caravans blocked on the way, and the looted supplies, were Wintertorch and many smaller settlements' hope for surviving the harsh winter. Although the Wintertorch militia were mostly experienced pioneers, and the Storm Legion had left an infantry company there to manage the fortress. Their weaponry was adequate, but even with their experience, they were far less adapted to the surrounding climate and terrain than the natives. Furthermore, the disparity in numbers meant that a force of only 1,000 or 2,000 pioneers was simply insufficient against nearly 10,000 rebellious natives, and due to their small population, even minor losses would be devastating. Moreover, the threat they faced wasn't just a group of almost unarmed natives, but also the madmen of the unfaithful knights, who had just lost their livelihoods and were eager for revenge. In the New World colonies, the Cressy family's influence was pervasive, even reaching Wintertorch. From members of the Autonomous Council to newly arrived settlers, they had collaborators, peripheral members, and informants everywhere. This deep-rooted foundation had made their past actions invincible, but it also became the colony's most dangerous weakness after they went mad. Sabotage, riots, assassinations, looting, the entire city was completely out of order, living in constant fear. At the most dangerous moment, the remnants of the knights within the city took advantage of the native siege of the city and the militia's chance to return, secretly opening the city gates and setting fire to the council, which was already in ruins. If it weren't for a bit of luck and the girl before him, the black-robed priest could easily imagine the fate of Wintertorch. But Talia, she came. When the icy mist and snow that permeated the mountains dissipated, blood soaked into the soil left a long trench outside the city, and corpses, like ants swarming in flames, densely covered the field of vision, everywhere. They weren't burned to death, but frozen to death. Talia Augusta Rune, dressed in a long black dress, arrived in Wintertorch City amidst this bloody scene in a driverless four-wheeled carriage. That very night, over a dozen perfectly intact corpses lay on the crumbling city walls, no wounds from head to toe, but unmistakably dead. No one knew what had happened, not even Karin Jacques himself, but the remnants of the faithless knights vanished from the city, and Wintertorch City's security instantly returned to normal. For the next 10 days or so, the settler militia, sweeping through the city's outskirts, began to achieve numerous feats, repeatedly coincidentally ambushing the native camps, frequently beheading hundreds, yet suffering zero casualties themselves. Everything seemed so perfect, except for the militia soldiers who had actually witnessed the truth. According to the intelligence Kalinjak received, they simply went to the designated locations time and time again, digging through the frozen ground to bury the bodies. Sometimes they even skipped this step, as the corpses had already dug their own pits beforehand, and all they needed to do was the final step, cover the scene with soil. But the black-robed priest responsible for delivering the intelligence naturally understood that all of this was related to the girl before him. The howling blizzard pulled him back to reality from his memories, and he was surprised to find that Talia, who had just been gazing into the distance, had somehow turned her gaze to him. "Lord Corinjak, I need your help." The black-robed priest gaped, too nervous to speak clearly. If I remember correctly, your Truth Society and the Cressy family should have a dedicated communication channel, right?" Although it was a question, the icy-faced girl's tone was completely unquestionable. "Don't try to deny it. The reason I invited you all to the colony is not just because of your ability to cause trouble. Yes, we do have one." Faced with the pressure emanating from the girl's youthful face, Karinjak swallowed hard, not daring to look away. "But we and the Cressy family are now complete enemies. Even if we do send the message out, it's hard to say whether they will accept it." "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. They will accept it," the girl raised an eyebrow slightly, "because I want to give them an invaluable opportunity to live." White Whale Harbor, Council of 500. As the bitter cold of December gradually enveloped the New World, Wallaport welcomed its most vibrant New Year's banquet in over 50 years. To unite the forces of the entire New World and prepare for a potential imperial counterattack the following year, and also to ensure the newly established New Continent Company, Bank, truly penetrated the New World, Anson sent invitations to the entire Free Confederation, inviting his comrades in arms to attend the local New Year's celebration and share in the festivities. Although the invitation was merely a formality and didn't specify the exact time of the celebration and banquet, it received an enthusiastic response from the Free Confederation's member states. They immediately dispatched their respective delegations, some even led by the Speaker of the Council himself, demonstrating the importance they placed on the event. Now in mid-December, the worst time of year in the New World, the delegations pulled out all the stops to ensure their timely arrival at Wallaport. Some risked their tentacles sinking, setting sail directly to Whale Harbor, Others split into smaller groups, each embarking on a different journey. Some even assembled an army, fully armed and embarking on a long march. Still others were more direct, subtly indicating their limited capabilities and requesting assistance from Whale Harbor. Regardless, all the delegations arrived safely before the celebration began. Their enthusiasm wasn't truly driven by unity on a common front, but by a more practical reason: money. More precisely, they needed ways to make money, the trade routes controlled by Whale Harbor, and crucial investment channels. Freedom and independence sounded like heavenly music, but they also meant a complete break from their former colonial power, unable to rely on the ruling machine, the violent institutions, and all the accompanying benefits. Everything had to start anew. This involved establishing political power, mutual recognition, a redistribution of power and interests, and a long process of self-rediscovery and finding new sources of wealth to sustain their existence. To put it more bluntly, those who used to exploit the empire and colonies by acting as colonial compradors and profiting from resource sales now have to find ways to raise money from outside to maintain their regimes. Moreover, colonies like Black Reef Harbor and Grey Dove Fortress, fresh from war, need strong external support to maintain their position within the Confederation, while Lake Town and Redan Bay crave substantial investment to stabilize their internal economies. Only White Whale Harbor and Ice Dragon Fjord can provide both. For the colonies under the Star Ring, while the benefits offered by White Whale Harbor aren't free and, to some extent, have even tied to their development, shifting towards a suzerain-vassal relationship, the benefits are tangible, and at least superficially, the relationship is one of equality. Faced with a choice between enduring hunger and independence and borrowing money from Anson Bach, with repayment to be discussed later, they decisively chose the latter. It's quite a surprise that you came in person. Anson, holding a cup of Tirpitz rum, stood at the door and greeted the young knight who was walking towards him. I thought you would never set foot on Clovis's land unless absolutely necessary, so you guessed right. Now is the time when you absolutely have to. Louis Bernard had a faint smile on his lips, but he still couldn't hide the worry on his brow. The reconstruction of the destroyed city, the resettlement of the disaster victims, the shipyard, the burden on Sail City is too heavy. It cannot be solved by itself alone. It needs the support of other colonies and a greater investment. Just the shipyard alone, we have a shortfall of at least 200,000 gold coins, but if we don't expand the shipyard, many civilians will not even be able to make a living. The farms and mines outside the city cannot provide enough work. Even if they do, they think that is something for beastmen to do, the work of the natives. They would rather starve to death than do it. Louis's brows furrowed and he stopped abruptly, as if he suddenly realized something. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you this. Don't worry about it, I understand your difficulties, Anson comforted. Facing a colony 3 times the size of Whale Harbor and 4 or 5 times the population alone, your difficulties must be far greater than mine were back then, especially since you're a knight, more responsible than someone like me. He had originally wanted to say good person, but felt it was too sarcastic, so he changed his words at the last minute. To be honest, the situation in Sailing City was far better than in Whale Harbor. Below were the purged liberals and the army that had survived thanks to him, the heir of Bernard, whose loyalty was beyond question. Externally, the neighboring colonies were all very weak, and both Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor could be easily manipulated. As for resources, the land was fertile, the city was spacious, the port was excellent, and the infrastructure was superb. Even the damaged areas could be repaired and still habitable. As for the livelihood of the residents, in Anson's eyes, that wasn't a problem at all. Maintaining a minimum standard of living to prevent mass deaths while arranging jobs to stabilize production and labor positions, that was about it. What, you think the job is too bad and don't want to do it? Take it or leave it. These fussy guys can't be indulged. Colonies don't support lazy bones. But Anson certainly couldn't say that to Louis Bernard. He was still hoping that the other shipyard could provide support for his New World Company. If the shipyard could invest, a low-interest loan of 200,000 gold coins wouldn't be a problem. Anson's eyes flickered as he glanced at Reinhard Roland, who was chatting with several colony representatives not far away. But simply lacking money shouldn't be enough to warrant your presence, right, my dear Anson? The 200,000 gold coin loan you promised alone has made this trip worthwhile. The young knight smiled wryly. Only after experiencing it firsthand could one understand how complex and difficult it is to manage a colony. I overestimated my abilities. Compared to politics, the military is definitely more suitable for me, but you guessed right, My dear, my visit wasn't just for the loan, it was also at Freya's request. Freya, the queen of the Iser elves. Anson paused. Why? Because we are in great danger right now. Louis Bernard's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said, word by word, in a slightly heavy tone, the guardians of the resting lands, they have already begun their operation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Mysterious Girl. The moment the words left his mouth, Anson's smile vanished, replaced by a solemnity similar to that of the young knight. He had no doubt that Louis Bernard knew about the Land of Rest and the Old Gods faction of the Gravikeepers. The other was the heir to the Grand Duchy of Edland, and the Cressy family was originally an important branch of the Bernard family. Given the Cressy's power in the New World, it would be truly strange if the Bernard family knew nothing about all this. Even if the family hadn't told him the whole truth, Queen Freya Massasfield of the 13 Councils of Iser would reveal everything she knew, down to the smallest detail, plus the Empire's intelligence network in the New World. Louis had 1,000 ways to find out the identities of those native spellcasters. More importantly, in the eyes of the Gravikeepers, this Bernard heir might be even more troublesome than themselves, someone who had to be eliminated as soon as possible. A mere Clovis officer, no matter how much trouble he caused, had limited power, but if Louis Bernard gained a foothold, and the Grand Duchy of Edland's power once again infiltrated a new world, it could very well provoke a backlash from the entire Order world. For the Gravediggers, who didn't want to be disturbed, the entire Order world setting aside past grievances and focusing all its efforts on colonizing the new world, squeezing their space for activity, was probably the future they least wanted to see. I don't know if you've noticed, but the counselors of Sailing City told me that this winter is much colder than usual, Louis said worriedly. This is definitely not normal. The temperature on the Old World has been gradually rising in recent years, and there are even merchant ships setting sail in November for the North Sea Kingdoms and the New World, and trade on the seas is becoming more and more frequent. Freya told me that the snowstorm in Sailing City is likely not naturally formed, although it's very faint. There's an unusual aura in the air. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a similar situation in White Whale Harbor. In addition to the disappearance of Phil Cressy and the strange movements of the Knights of No Faith, I think this is a sign. The Gravediggers may no longer be as passive as before. Anson put down his rum glass, a thoughtful expression on his face. This is one of the reasons I decided to come. Whale Harbor is very likely their primary target. Louis frowned. The Stormbringers and Whale Harbor are currently the foundation of the Free Confederation. Before we completely resolve the conflict between the Old and New Worlds and ensure His Majesty Herald abandons his idea of counterattack, we absolutely cannot afford to lose them. The moment he finished speaking, Anson could clearly feel the young knight's gaze sweeping over him. It was a pure emotion, devoid of any stance, filled with care and concern for a close friend, without any impurities, and without any desire to ask for or expect a response. This excessive naivety made Anson slightly uncomfortable, and at the same time, a fleeting sense of shame crossed his mind. He really thought that Louis Bernard had come because he couldn't find any investment and had to ask him for help. Of course, it was only a fleeting thought. The ever-calm and rational commander-in-chief quickly regained his composure, and with a faint smile, steered the conversation in a direction more favorable to himself. Not the Storm Division, but the Storm Legion. The appointment from the homeland just arrived last month, expanding the Storm Division into Colonial Legion, and along with it, I went from Colonel Division Commander to Brigadier General Legion Commander. Really? Congratulations. The young knight's eyes lit up, and he nodded earnestly. That's only right. With your achievements, if you were in the Empire, you would probably have already. His words trailed off, and Louis stood there like a wooden statue, stunned for several seconds. No, that won't be. The young knight gave a bitter smile. If you were truly born in the Empire, a commoner knight who only obtained a title through bloodline power would probably never have the chance to command thousands of men, let alone become a legion commander or be crowned a brigadier general. Even if the Emperor issued a decree, being granted the title of a court earl without territory, becoming a royal envoy, or serving as a military advisor would be the limit. That's the most outrageous outcome I can imagine. In terms of talent selection, Clovis is indeed superior. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risen to prominence in just a few hundred years. Even commoners can possess the status that only nobles used to have. Although it goes against tradition, meritocracy isn't entirely without reason, the young knight sighed, a complex respect appearing in his eyes. Anson paused slightly. He desperately wanted to tell the other man that he wasn't actually a commoner. The Bach family, though small, was still a noble family, and strictly speaking, it didn't seem to have much to do with meritocracy. In terms of seniority, Karl Bane was the most senior and meritorious member of the Legion, yet he was the slowest to rise through the ranks. If the Storm Division hadn't expanded into a Legion, and if they hadn't been unable to find a suitable staff officer to send from the homeland, he would never have become a lieutenant colonel, let alone the Legion's chief of staff. But then he thought, for someone like Bernard, a descendant of one of the 7 great knights, a top-tier noble family in the Empire, the Bach family, with only a few hundred acres of manor in the countryside, seemed to be no different from commoners. The old Empire, with its iris-like flags, and Clovis, a country bumpkin with nouveau-riche status, were essentially from 2 different worlds. After a few seconds of silence, he decided to probe the other party's attitude, and quickly steer clear of the topic. What is your plan? Plan? To be honest, I originally hoped you could tell me your plan, the young knight pondered. We need to be fully prepared. If the Gravikeepers were to attack White Whale Harbor or any colony, it wouldn't be as simple as just gathering a group of natives. If I'm not mistaken, the final situation might be similar to your little village in that forest. The power of the Gravikeepers' old god faction is terrifying, but correspondingly, they are also subject to many restrictions. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Seeing Anson's rather surprised expression, the young knight snorted. What's so strange about that? Freya told me everything that happened, otherwise why would I be in such a hurry, risking everything to come to White Whale Harbor? This is a disaster we must face together. Until the Cressy family is completely eradicated and the Gravikeepers are defeated, the colony will never have peace. No, truly angering the gravediggers of the resting lands would mean endless unrest. They guard the tombs of the 3 old gods. Anson's expression was slightly complicated. In that case, where's Miss Freya? She's nearby, but she doesn't want to meet you, so she hasn't come yet. The young knight sighed. Even he, as one of the parties involved, couldn't find any way to resolve the conflict between the two. But you don't need to worry too much. Freya said she met a friend nearby and they had a great time chatting. Hell, knowing her personality, she might be even happier than attending a banquet. Is that so? That's good. Anson smiled knowingly and turned his attention back to the present. Outside the White Whale Harbor Council, the Happy Home Tavern. So Anson Bach is your brother, but at the same time, you're also Talia Rune's sister. Freya frowned slightly, staring intently at the girl before her. The girl's appearance was exactly the same as a certain blasphemous mage who had left a very bad impression on her, but even if the two stood in front of her, she could easily distinguish between them. At the other end of the table, Sheriff Lisa, wolfing down an apple pie, nodded, her attention completely focused on the delicious food on the table before her, completely oblivious to what the kind older sister across from her was saying. Lisa actually had some recollection of this older sister. They had met briefly during the war at the Elven Court of Izar, and later again after the fall of Sailing City, but the impressions were vague. But this older sister, whom she barely remembered, not only helped Lisa capture the criminals, remnants of the knights, who attempted to resist, but also offered to treat Lisa to food. The remarkable Sheriff Lisa immediately felt an immense fondness for her. She even proactively recommended a restaurant. As for the question she raised, Anson Bach's background, the Rune family's influence in the New World, Lisa couldn't understand any of it. At first, she could answer with him, and but later she could only nod and shake her head. But that's impossible. Anson Bach is just an ordinary person, while Talia, Freya muttered to herself, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. What exactly is your relationship with the Rune family? She looked at the girl wolfing down her food, her curiosity about her growing. Judging from the magical aura, the girl and Talia did indeed share some similarities, but the differences were actually quite significant, even worlds apart. If one had to describe it, Talia's was more complex and intricate, like a piece of silk outlined with colorful threads. Lisa, her aura was more primal, pure, full of simplicity and some ancient power, perhaps not as strong as Talia's, but much more direct and intense. This wasn't even the most terrifying part. Strictly speaking, Lisa wasn't a spellcaster. Freya could clearly sense that she did possess blood magic power, but not like a powerful spellcaster like Talia, but rather, it was innate, This was the same as her own, but Freya was an Iser elf, while the girl before her was clearly of human blood. In other words, she was born with blood magic power in her bloodline, but she hadn't awakened or consciously used this power. What she displayed was merely the natural overflow of this powerful bloodline. Even so, her strength was already enough to crush most spellcasters and gifted individuals, if she were to fully awaken it. Then, hiccup, the sudden sound interrupted Freya's thoughts. Looking up, she found the table full of delicious food now a mess, and a girl with a greasy mouth looking at her embarrassedly. Ugh, Lisa's really starving because she's chasing criminals. The girl looked both aggrieved and guilty, her wide eyes desperately trying to hide her unease. Please, Lisa, please treat Freya one more time. This time, Lisa promises she won't eat too much. Really, Lisa swears. Freya looked at the food scraps at the corners of the girl's mouth and the gleaming clean plates, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said softly, "Are you full?" The girl hesitated for a long time, and finally shook her head very honestly. Freya didn't say anything more, raised her hand to stop the passing bartender, and pointed to the table full of empty plates. "Another one of the same, yay," the sheriff cheered happily. 10 minutes later, watching the girl still fully engaged in her battle with the table full of food, Freya's lips curled into a wry smile. It seemed that apart from this mysterious girl, she wouldn't find any more secrets about Anson Bach today. But just as she was about to join the girl's clean plate campaign, Freya suddenly stopped, her gaze involuntarily turning to her side. Through the crack in the door, the girl could clearly see the howling wind and snow outside. The biting cold wind seeped into the warm, spring-like tavern hall, mixing a few chills into the sweltering air. But what she felt wasn't just the cold, but also an indescribable aura, permeated with fear. Back in Sailing City, this aura was quite faint, but after arriving at White Whale Harbor, it was noticeably stronger, and it continued to increase, permeating, spreading its power into every gust of wind, every snowflake. The other party was like a shrewd hunter, quietly, little by little, approaching its prey. Its movements were careful, subtle, even allowing the prey to silently accept its presence, completely accustomed to it, utterly unaware of the dangerous situation it had entered. But Freya could sense it. Not only because her own strength had reached a level similar to her opponent's, but also because of the innate sensitivity of the Iser elves, a power flowing in their blood that couldn't escape her eyes. That seemingly fleeting stench felt to her, with her incredibly sensitive nature, like a lion breathing in front of her. Click, a crisp mechanical sound rang in her ears. Freya turned her head and saw the girl who had been wolfing down her food had jumped off her chair, clutching a strange rifle and skillfully fiddling with its mechanisms. Big Sister saw them too, right, casually putting her slightly oversized tricorn hat on her head. The girl smiled at her. "Want to come along? For the sake of this feast, Lisa can give you half the credit." Freya was taken aback at first, then revealed a calm yet confident smile. "Sure, then it's a deal." The petite girl swung her rifle, a licorice stick dangling from her mouth, and kicked the tavern door first. Grand Sheriff Lisa Bach, attack. Chapter 709 Believe in Science. Inside the brightly lit council hall of Whale Harbor, the atmosphere remained lively. Well-dressed and composed guests, both men and women, chatted and laughed to soothing music, indulging in fine food and wine. But for most, this precious occasion was more than just a chance to temporarily set aside their worries and indulge in pleasure. It was a hunting ground for expanding networks, forging alliances, and seeking wealth. Everyone was both prey and hunter, and the most astute hunters often appeared as prey. At least in Reinhard Roland's eyes, he was the most astute. Holding a glass of red wine, with an elegant and composed smile, he strolled throughout the hall, feigning nonchalance, constantly bumping into representatives from various colonies. Whether recognized, introduced by a third party, of course, a prearranged shill, bumped into by chance, or waited with feigned indifference, having honed his skills through family training and countless real-world experiences, he had 1,000 ways to meet his chosen targets. Using the name Roland and his humble demeanor, Reinhardt easily won over most of the colonial representatives, becoming their trusted confidant. As the president of the New Continent Company, Bank, Reinhardt only needed to reveal his identity to easily become the second most dazzling star at the banquet. All the colonial representatives and merchants desperately needing investment and cash flow would flock to him, surrounding him completely. But what good is roast meat delivered to your door compared to meat you hunt yourself? Louis Bernard was perhaps the only exception. The two already knew each other, and strictly speaking, Reinhardt was a generation younger than this era of Ebland. However, this minor incident didn't spoil his good mood, especially since the other party had taken a loan of 200,000 gold coins from him. In exchange, the New Continent Company acquired a quarter of the shares in the Sailing City shipyard. Considering the future prospects of the shipbuilding industry, he had essentially bought a gold mine at a bargain price. A cheerful Reinhardt sipped his fine wine, completely immersed in the ambience created by the melodious music, oblivious to the pitch-black, snowy world outside the window, reveling in the pleasures of the feast and hunt. In the lounge just a wall away, 3 former members of the Unfaithful Knights, also invited to the banquet, had completely opposite feelings. Ian slumped on the sofa, seemingly drained of all energy, radiating a deep sense of decadence. The cigarette dangling from his lips flickered, releasing wisps of pale white smoke. The 2 men opposite him also sat with their heads down, silent as if deep in thought, showing no desire to speak. The wine bottles on the table were already empty, not a drop remaining. After a long while, Derek, sitting near the bed, seemed to feel cold. He stood up, preparing to draw the thick curtains even tighter. "It's no use." Just as he gripped the curtains, Ian Clemens's cold voice echoed in the empty lounge. That wasn't an ordinary blizzard, but a prelude to the Gravikeeper's actions. Their power and responsibilities limit their movements. Only by temporarily opening the tombs and distorting the laws of nature can they gain a little freedom. Temporarily, in other words, Whale Harbor, or all the colonies, are already under the influence of the 3 old gods' power. No matter how many fires you light or how many windows you block, you can't stop the erosion of ice and snow. It will gradually, slowly distort the laws of nature until the final moment arrives, and most people won't even realize what's happening. Even if they do realize it, it's not something we can fight against. Then what should we do? The Wild Hunt Knight turned sharply, his face full of frustration. "So we're just going to do nothing and wait here to die?" "No," Carno said calmly, "that's too merciful a statement. It's a luxury we can't afford. Even considering the best-case scenario, we'll probably become sacrifices to the Lord of the Abyss or the Shadow Fiends, our bodies rotting, our souls and consciousness imprisoned in their domain until we naturally dissipate, and that's the best-case scenario." The Wild Hunt Knight collapsed. "If that's the case, why don't we escape from this hellhole as soon as possible? And where do you think you can escape to?" A dejected Ian gave a bitter laugh. "If I'm not mistaken, the other colonies are probably experiencing the same thing. After all, strictly speaking, the entire New World is the graveyard of the 3 old gods. As for escaping the New World and returning home, well, beneath the surging sea lies the Lord of the Abyss. He won't let us, traitors, go unpunished. So, unfortunately, we have nowhere to escape." The former leader of the Unfaithful Knights bit his cigarette, the flickering light reflecting the despair in his eyes. This was a gamble. In Ian's initial assessment, while the arrival of Anson Bach and the Rune family would disrupt the balance of the New World, they could also serve as external support for the Cressy family, preventing the Gravikeepers from using them as cannon fodder. Things changed when the Cressy family broke with Anson Bach. Phil Cressy's ambition and madness far exceeded Ian Clemens's imagination. In the face of crisis, he decided to attempt a unilateral reconciliation with Anson Bach, assisting him in expelling the Knights' forces from White Whale Harbor, leaving a sliver of room for maneuver. Then, the Black Maid responsible for maintaining the Knights died. At the hands of Anson Bach, the 3 of them became traitors to the Knights, relying solely on his protection to avoid becoming universally reviled villains. The constant stream of remnants of the former Knights who came to hunt them down, along with Anson Bach, actually brought a sigh of relief to Ian Clemens, because it meant that the Cressy family had truly lost control of the Knights and could no longer pose any real threat. Without the Cressy family as their guide, the naive gravedigger was completely unaware that they were facing the risk of the resting lands being exposed to the world of order. But he had gambled wrong, and lost everything. The relentless attacks of the Knights' remnants were merely a decoy, bait, scouts, and a smokescreen. Their purpose was to make everyone ignore the ever-increasing aura of the 3 old gods permeating the air. Like a frog slowly being boiled, by the time they truly realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Then what should we do? Just do nothing. The Wild Hunt Knight was still unwilling to give up. The wildness granted by his bloodline power made him unwilling to simply wait for death, or a fate worse than death. At least we should tell Anson Bach about the situation, let him know the seriousness of the matter. Right. Faced with his close friend's question, Ian and Sir Carno exchanged a glance and sighed softly. "I've considered that, but I don't think it's a good idea. First, all the information so far is still just speculation. We don't have concrete evidence that White Whale Harbor is gradually being corrupted by the power of the three old gods. Second, even if we tell him, we don't have any good solutions, it's the same as saying nothing. Finally, Talia Rune, Anson Bach's fiancée, is very likely a member of Clovis's most prestigious blood mage family. If the Rune family is infiltrating the New World, they couldn't possibly be unaware of what's happening on this land. It's not our place to warn them. Furthermore, revealing too much information might attract excessive attention, which would be detrimental to Ian's desire to maintain a low profile and avoid getting into trouble. This was also what Ian was worried about. That makes sense. I think your judgment is completely correct. A fourth voice suddenly rang out in the deathly silent lounge. The three people, their faces filled with shock, simultaneously looked up, their astonished gazes falling towards the direction of the voice. A figure wearing a faded graduation gown and sporting large dark circles under his eyes had somehow entered the room and was now sitting right next to them. Based on my observation of Brigadier General Anson Bach, if you tell him this information, he will first pretend to trust you completely, and then he will try every means to investigate and verify the authenticity of the information. But none of that is the most important thing, because this information will arouse his suspicion. This commander-in-chief is the kind of person who is cautious to the point of being meticulous. Considering your relationship with him, I think this may not be of any help to you. Alright, I've finished speaking. Can you all put down your weapons? William Gottfried slowly raised his eyes, glanced indifferently at the long swords already held to his neck and the gun tip pointed at his heart, and casually addressed the three men with different expressions. Who are you? Ian Clemens, who was smoking a cigarette, frowned slightly and quickly glanced at the door next to him that had been opened at some point. He was quite certain that he had not heard the door open, nor had he sensed any presence approaching. In other words, the other party's concealment skills were even better than his own. Colonial Technical Advisor, former Associate Professor of St. Isaac's College, William Gottfried. William's face showed a hint of impatience. Are you deaf or blind? This is the third time I've introduced myself since I came to the colony, so what? We've never seen you before, the Wild Hunt Knight said irritably. Ah, that's your problem. Not mine, William said matter-of-factly, tapping the blade against his neck impatiently again. Could you please remove this? I'm not a soldier, I'm a scholar, a scientist. Excuse me, William Gottfried, Associate Professor William Gottfried. Ian, his brow furrowed, raised his hand to greet Derek, who reluctantly lowered his weapon. We have no ill intentions, but please explain your purpose for suddenly appearing, and how you know our identities. Did the Commander-in-Chief tell you? First of all, I have no purpose. This is the common room, you've occupied public space, and I still live in this council. William rubbed his neck, his cold eyes seemingly piercing through everything. Secondly, the Commander-in-Chief you speak of doesn't take me, his technical advisor, seriously, and would never tell me this kind of information, so your worries are unfounded. Then who exactly are you? It's really very simple. I hate banquets, so I thought I'd rest here for a bit. I happen to know some of your secrets, it's that simple, William explained. As for the two things you most want to know, why you didn't discover me and how I know these secrets, well, let's put it this way, I'm a rune artist, understand? Carno, standing to the side, slowly narrowed his eyes. Sorry, but you might need to explain a bit more clearly. I could, but that wouldn't help with your problems. William shrugged, expertly gesturing with a primal rune in front of him, the power of the three old gods and how the gravediggers of the resting lands survived from them. That's your problem, and coincidentally, it's also my problem. We have the same goal. Ian Clemens' pupils contracted slightly. No offense intended, but to me, you're like a swarm of ants afraid of being accidentally stepped on by a human, fearing something you're powerless to change, because you have neither the power to fight it nor the ability to communicate with it. Admittedly, you gifted individuals with bloodline power are strong enough in the eyes of ordinary people, but you cannot compare to a true evil god, at least not now. The chances of you and the thousands of other White Whale Harbor residents surviving this catastrophe rest entirely on their mercy. In other words, zero. William spoke eloquently, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was surrounded by a group of armed thugs, who could easily kill him without a trace. Fortunately, I have excellent communication skills, and with a bit of luck, I might be able to figure out their true intentions, but I can't do everything alone, and I still need your help. He then leaned over the sofa to look at the three men. May I ask, can I count on you? Ian took a drag on his cigarette, exchanged glances with Carno and Derek, then nodded slightly. Of course, what do you need us to do? Oh. It's nothing particularly complicated, an ordinary person could do it, but to do it well requires immense courage, perseverance, and unwavering determination. William Gottfried's expression turned serious for the first time, his dark purple eye circles gleaming with an indescribable light. I only need you to do one thing, and that is, trust science. My health has recovered somewhat, and I can update normally now. Chapter 710 The Shadow Descends. Whale Harbor, docks. Dark blue tides, accompanied by surging winds and snow, churn up ice and foam mixed with blinding glints, crashing against a towering shore under the leaden dome with a roar comparable to the simultaneous firing of hundreds of cannons. It's as if a force is roaring angrily at the snow-covered land, each desperate charge shattering before the stark white barrier, leaving only a grand symphony of lamentation for its indescribable power. Flickering lights illuminate this ice-ruled kingdom, so faint they seem ready to be swept away by the storm, yet they never go out, silently watching the raging coastline. The sentry posts are all set up, 3 shifts, about 300 men per shift, the rest is reserves, stationed nearby. A deep voice rang out at the dock, and the figure of the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander gradually emerged from the pitch-black snow, accompanied by his unspoken grumbling expression. I really don't understand. Do you know that because of this order, the soldiers of 2 infantry regiments almost hate you to death? Alexei muttered as he glanced at Norton Crossell, who had his back to him. If it weren't for this guy's insistence, he and the others would be in the warm barracks right now, or at a banquet in the city center, definitely not freezing in this godforsaken place. Standing at the edge of the dock, Norton squinted slightly, gazing at the restless sea, the snow on his shoulders already soaked and frozen. If it weren't for the wisps of steam still rising from his mouth, he would look like an ice sculpture. What did you find? Alexei asked, walking up to him. Despite his grievances, he understood that the other party must have had their reasons for doing so. The officers of the Storm Division, now the Legion, all had their own little secrets, especially the commander-in-chief himself, and Alexei himself was no exception. No, nothing at all, the Third Army commander replied without looking up, his brows furrowing even more. But that's the most strange thing. Why do you say that? Because of the weather, it's December, winter. Not to mention Ice Dragon Fjord, large swathes of the entire raging sea should be frozen over, but according to the previous groups of immigrants, the latest ships departing from Northport didn't even leave until December, because the weather on the old world is abnormally hot this year. Norton pointed to the churning, empty sea, his expression uncertain. If that's really the case, do you think White Whale Harbor would be so calm this year? I didn't realize your definition of calm was so broad. Following the other's almost frozen right hand, Alexei's lips twitched involuntarily. But I understand what you mean. If that were true, Ice Dragon Fjord would be piled high with corpses and shipwrecks brought in by the rising tide by now. Exactly. Norton nodded slightly, exhaling a puff of mist nervously. So something must have happened on the turbulent sea that we don't know about, and I'm worried that force might affect Whale Harbor. You mean? Alexei slowly turned around, finding Norton also turning his gaze towards him. The 2 men, their faces tense, locked eyes, both pursing their lips, trying to glean answers from each other's eyes. Are we thinking the same thing? I don't know. Alexei quickly shook his head, but I sincerely hope not. Me too. Norton swallowed hard, but if it's true, we must report the intelligence to the commander-in-chief as soon as possible. Norton was extremely uneasy at this moment. He had indeed obtained some information through the Truth Society's internal channels, but most of it was just hearsay or rumors. If they were all true, the New World would probably be destroyed tens of thousands of times a year. However, this situation seemed slightly different. Endless dark clouds rolled in from the snow-covered horizon, sweeping towards the land with a biting chill. A different aura mingled with it, more direct, purer, and more profound than ice and snow. Without realizing it, the 2 men's gazes towards each other had become much more serious. This feeling was both strange and familiar, something they had only experienced briefly once before, when leaving North Harbor to cross the raging storms to reach the New World. Report to the council, Alexei said first, his face still full of complaints, now drawing his sword. In the howling snow, the narrow blade glowed a faint, bright red. I'm leaving now. Ignoring his nearly frozen body, Norton decisively set off. The situation had clearly exceeded normal limits, a problem that 2 gifted individuals couldn't easily solve. He now only hoped that the situation wasn't as exaggerated as the rumors suggested, and that some old god faction in the New World was simply blind to provoke trouble on the Rune family's territory, rather than. Boom, his thoughts abruptly ceased. Norton, halted by the deafening roar, whirled around and was immediately struck by Alexei's stunned silence. He then felt himself enveloped in a shadow. Only when he raised his head high did he see the shadow's true form, a ship, a battered, wrecked battleship, sailless, with only one mast remaining, covered in mud, bursting from the water like a whale exhaling, rising high into the harbor of White Whale Harbor. Boom, another thunderous roar followed, the exploding seawater transforming into torrential downpour. Thousands of raindrops, like thin, long silver needles, pelted the snow-covered dock. The two frozen in place were instantly assaulted by countless ice needles, the almost continuous cracking sound becoming a magnificent and melodious concerto. The wrecked battleship once again crashed fiercely into the water, once more unleashing towering waves that washed over the icy shore. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Alexei, almost suffocating, instinctively gripped the hilt of his knife. He looked down and saw that the slightly reddened blade had returned to normal, even covered with a thin layer of ice. As if realizing something, the stiff-faced 2nd Infantry Regiment commander's gaze slowly moved upward, almost simultaneously, a deep, rumbling sound, as if emanating from the belly of a ferocious beast, filled the air. Above the wrecked battleship, a cannon covered in moss and rust was pointed directly at him. Alexei's pupils constricted sharply. Boom. Pushing open the conference room door heavily, Anson, his face ashen, walked straight into the empty room. The junior clerk immediately closed the door from the outside, standing motionless between them. Only Anson, Carl Bain, and Louis Bernard remained in the large conference room. After confirming there were no footsteps outside, Anson immediately turned to his adjutant. Is the news accurate? Absolutely. Carl's expression was extremely tense. This is intelligence brought back by the guards. Lisa and another young girl went towards the port. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that elf lady. The chief of staff secretly glanced at the young knight beside him. He knew who Freya was, of course, but deliberately didn't mention her name. Only after seeing that Louis's expression didn't change at all did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. If it's Freya, then something must have happened at the port. Louis paused, then quickly resumed his normal expression. Freya is very confident. If she really acted without even notifying anyone, it means the situation has become so dangerous that even she isn't sure she can handle it, and from the port, there's probably only one thing that can definitively threaten her, the Lord of the Abyss. Anson's face was extremely grim. The situation was developing in the direction he least wanted to see. He wasn't unaware that the other side might return. Talia had even specifically warned him about it. It was precisely to avoid them targeting White Whale Harbor that she deliberately left for Wintertorch, hoping to draw the gravediggers' attention there. After all, Wintertorch was inland, situated atop a mountain, where a conflict would be far less costly than in coastal White Whale Harbor, and it would also avoid their home turf, putting her at a greater advantage. But the result didn't seem to meet her expectations. Have the Herald Foundation arrived? Anson asked again. Although the hope was slim, assuming the previous attacks on White Whale Harbor and himself were orchestrated by the gravedigger, Ian and the other two might possess some intelligence he didn't have. They came, but they disappeared after they arrived. Carl nodded, his gaze unconsciously glancing out a window. I asked several people at the banquet, including Reinhard Roland, and no one saw them. They're probably hiding in some lounge or smoking room. If we want to call them, we'll have to send someone to look for them. No need. Anson shook his head. He only needed to confirm that they had arrived. Where they were hiding didn't matter. After all, Ian Clemens was no ordinary cunning man, and he had to be wary of the possibility that he might sense danger and run away beforehand. With the Knights of No Faith completely wiped out, he didn't have much leverage left to blackmail them. The more dangerous the situation, the more vigilant he had to be about the movements of such unstable elements. It would also provide an alternative escape route if necessary. I'm going to set off immediately to see what's going on at the port. The young knight stepped forward and asked Anson with a serious expression, do you have any plans? Although it was a question, Louis Bernard's tone was completely unquestionable. If Anson remained silent, he had no doubt that Louis Bernard would act alone. Don't get agitated, wait a little longer. Anson could only try to soothe him. The 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments are both at the port right now, and they'll send intelligence immediately if anything unusual happens. We need to deal with those people in the council first. and we must try to prevent any unrest from getting out of our control. You were there that night during the chaos in Sailing City, so there are some things I don't need to tell you how things will turn out, right?" The young knight didn't answer his question, but his right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, visibly loosened slightly. Anson nodded slightly. He had already sent someone to inform Fabian at headquarters before coming that the Grenadier Regiment would enter the city in a quarter of an hour, and with the assistance of the Keeper of Faith militia, many things could be handled more efficiently. Assuming that the Lord of the Abyss really did come in person, apart from the Elf Queen Iser, there wasn't much anyone else in White Whale Harbor, including himself, could do. Rather than scrambling around, it was better to deal with the problems first. So what needs to be done now is to pretend nothing happened, stabilize emotions, let the guards at the banquet control the situation, wait for the troops entering the city to control the streets, and then consider what to do next. The deathly silence of the conference room made Carl Bain's involuntary question seem very abrupt. Interrupted from his train of thought, Anson looked up at the adjutant who was standing by the window at some point. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, no, I just feel like something's not quite right." The chief of staff looked bewildered, turned back to the two of them and pointed to the window that puzzled him greatly. Don't you guys feel like it's too dark outside?" Anson and Lewis looked at each other, looking in the direction Carl was pointing. The snow-covered White Whale Harbor had been completely shrouded in night, the starry sky was completely covered by leaden gray clouds, and the whole world was devoid of any light. Something's not right. The young knight was the first to notice the problem. This isn't right. Normally, even in darkness and with snow, the sky shouldn't be so dark that you can't see any light. I'm not entirely sure, but I can vaguely sense something. This is probably... Before he could finish speaking, the few lights in the meeting room suddenly became unstable, flickering and casting long shadows on the walls. Gritting his teeth, the young knight looked at Anson and the other man with an extremely grim expression, even appearing somewhat ferocious in the rapidly flickering light. "Shadow demon." Alexei's eyes widened. Just as he was about to be blown to bits by the cannonball, Norton, who was about to leave, suddenly hugged him from behind, shielding him while simultaneously creating a hemispherical barrier. The 48-pound solid shot, whistling through the air, grazed the edge of the barrier, exploding into a smoking crater beside them. Not a single grain of dust landed on them, vanishing without a trace the moment it touched the barrier. "Are you alright?" Norton's voice rang in his ears, his pale face already covered in sweat. Clearly, the release of his bloodline power had taken a toll on him. "I'm fine." Alexei didn't refuse, taking the outstretched right hand, instantly regaining his composure. However, the fear on his face hadn't faded. "That ghost ship, we have to retreat first," Norton gasped. Quickly sound the rallying cry, get the sentries away from the shore, and then try to notify. Before he could finish speaking, another incredibly familiar, loud sound suddenly came from the snowstorm behind them, causing both of them to freeze in place. Yawa. Chapter 711. A Big Encounter. Accompanied by a familiar battle cry, Lisa Bach, clad in a military overcoat and tricorn hat, biting a licorice stick, tore through layers of snow and wind, making a dazzling entrance before the astonished officers. But the situation no longer allowed them to remain surprised. Just as the sheriff appeared, another downpour descended from the sky, thousands upon thousands of objects, reeking of the sea, mixed with frozen waves, crashed onto the dockside. In the pitch-black night, Alexei, who had just come to his senses, squinted desperately, taking a long time to make out the true form of these raindrops. Worms. Worms the size of a human head, with baby faces and 8 pairs of hands, emitting whimpering screams. Bang! Before the horrified infantry commander could even gasp, the monster he had been staring at was smashed to pieces before his eyes. Yellowish-green pus gushed from its boneless limbs, turning into fragmented pieces of flesh. "Don't just stand there like an idiot," the sheriff yelled, the steam gun in his arms emitting a near-incessant, ear-piercing shriek. Compressed air propelled lead bullets, sending blue-green blood dancing in the darkness. The technological marvel from the Church of Order revealed its most terrifying side. Before firing the compressed steam from the air tank, its rate of fire depended solely on the frequency of trigger pulls. Lisa absolutely loved this. Bang, 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 bang. Flesh and blood flew through the darkness, but the number of worms far exceeded expectations, and they weren't just falling from the sky, but crawling out of the rising tide, surging towards the blizzard-ridden port. Whoosh! Finally regaining his senses, Alexei raised his longsword again, The narrow blade, pure white from the snow, instantly bursting into flames. Sparks flew into the air with the dancing blade. The instant the snowflakes fell from the sky, blinding flames erupted. The worms frantically crawling towards the shore turned into fireballs, illuminating countless twisted figures like waves of sand. "Norton, what are you still standing there for? Get out of here," the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, who had just been berated by the sheriff, shouted defiantly to his equally stunned colleagues behind him. "Assemble the troops first, then report to the commander-in-chief. This isn't a problem we can solve by ourselves." Even with a frenzied Lisa providing cover, the number of monsters far exceeded what the 3 of them could handle alone, not to mention the ghost ship with its main guns. This was a major problem requiring heavy firepower. But Norton Crizel seemed stunned. He remained silent for a long while, then his face paled as he tightly pursed his lips. "No, huh?" The inexplicable answer caused Alexei to stumble, nearly being pounced on by a worm. "I don't have enough information to explain it clearly, but we probably can't go back." Norton, slightly out of breath, was covered in cold sweat. "Did you feel that the darkness around us is a little off?" Seeing the weariness and panic on his colleague's face, Alexei, who had stopped, finally noticed something unsettling. He slowly raised his longsword, which was engulfed in flames. Even though they were only a few steps apart, the flames didn't cast a shadow on Norton's face. The worms that he had set ablaze around him extinguished themselves at lightning speed. Even those that hadn't burned were burning much faster than usual. He had initially thought it was just because the weather was too cold and the air in the port was too humid, lacking the environment for the flames to burn continuously, but now it seemed their enemy was more than one. He is omnipresent and all-encompassing. Every shadow under the sun is his kingdom, every ray of darkness is his embodiment. Wherever the sunlight cannot reach, he controls it. No one knows his appearance, but anyone who looks directly into his eyes will have their soul stripped away, becoming a mindless, instinctive walking corpse, devoid of consciousness yet unable to die, commanding the slow decay until finally turning to dust. The stripped soul will constantly curse all who set foot on this land, trying to drag them into the same miserable state as themselves, until they vanish, when light is swallowed and darkness descends. Those who try to look back are most likely to become his prey. He is the shadow demon. Sir Carno's cold voice echoed for a long time in the dry air. The uneasy trio huddled tightly around the fireplace, their eyes fixed on the roaring fire within, not daring to relax for a moment. Inside the brightly lit lounge, the kerosene lamps in every corner flickered, while the large chandelier in the center resembled a bonfire in the cold wind, its flame barely flickering, using its last bit of strength to leave a sliver of light. Outside the window, separated by a wall, the entire world had been completely swallowed by night. Nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard, like a terrifying barrier blocking out all light. Can turn back? Assuming this story is true, that means turning back would greatly increase the probability of seeing the shadow demon, right? William Gottfried's voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by the heavy footsteps, the clatter of pen, and his panting, indicating unusual busyness. Shadow, that is to say, his power contains some kind of substance that can devour light, omnipresent. Assuming that's true too, then there's already an element of distorting the laws of nature involved. Turning back would greatly increase the probability of seeing him. It's a rather subjective action, involving the mental level of consciousness and hypnosis, very much like black magic, if my conclusion is correct. He seems to have highly bound his existence to some kind of rule. This style seems to be quite popular in the New World, very suitable for a dedicated research topic. Lord William, former Knights leader, and finally couldn't contain himself and interrupted the other's soliloquy. I know this might be a bit against the rules. After all, we promised you to believe in science, but even if it's just an explanation, could you tell us what exactly you're doing? Of course. William stopped his busy pace, his nonchalant tone seemingly quite pleasant. The process is a bit complicated, so I won't explain the principles. I'll just give a simple explanation. In short, I'm trying to communicate with him, that is, the shadow demon. What did you say? The stunned Wild Hunt Knight blurted out, and Carno, expressionless beside him, immediately raised his hand, pressing down on the knight's head, which was about to turn away. Communication. I've already told you once. I'm a runeologist, and runeology is a discipline for communication, William calmly explained, a hint of undisguised disdain in his tone. It's a method of communication. With the help of runes, we can communicate very effectively with many things, and communication can help us eliminate misunderstandings, understand the other party's purpose and intentions, and find the key to solving problems. It's science, and I'm a scientist. If we want to stop the shadow demon, or rather, if we don't want to become undead and have our souls taken away, then we must establish effective communication with the shadow demon. Is it possible? Carno asked calmly, while increasing the pressure on the Wild Hunt Knight. Yes, but it requires as many attempts as possible, and of course, we have to wait for his response. Communication isn't a one-way street. William shrugged. Based on his aura, I've already sent a message. Now, all I have to do is wait and prepare the next one. So what message did you send? Oh, just a simple message. I told him not to come near. What? Your question is truly perplexing. I really don't know what I didn't express clearly enough. William's displeasure returned. It was just a simple message, telling the shadow demon not to come near. There's no deeper meaning. You actually told him we were here. Yes, I even made sure to transmit the coordinates very clearly. William snorted. Look around us. Do you think he doesn't know we're here? Oh, sorry, I forgot you wouldn't dare. You, shut up. Ian abruptly interrupted the enraged Wild Hunt Knight. He didn't even glance at his companion, his sharp gaze fixed on the campfire before him. Lord William Gottfried, I'm not questioning your ideas, I just want to know one thing. Assuming your plan succeeds, what are the chances we'll all survive? As soon as he finished speaking, Derek, who had been angry and agitated, and Carno, who had been trying to stop him, both stopped, their attention turning to what was behind them. The tense air suddenly turned icy cold. 30%, for some reason, William Gottfried's expression became much more serious. Assuming everything goes smoothly, and communication channels are unobstructed, the probability of us all surviving tonight is only 30%, at least twice as high a success rate as any of the experiments I've conducted. Ian and the other two exchanged glances, unsure whether to be happy or despairing. Bang! 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 Blinding flames leaped across the pale white shore. Hundreds upon hundreds of worms, barely approaching the shore, were torn to pieces by August's hand grenade, their shrill screams overlapping, creating a symphony that sent shivers down one's spine. But compared to their numbers, it was far from enough. Almost simultaneously with the extinction of the explosion, the worms that followed filled the crater, relentlessly trampling the ashes left by their companions, and continued their surging toward the shore. This time, Lisa didn't rush to fire. After several rounds, the sheriff had begun to grasp the rhythm and the enemy's characteristics. These worms were actually very fragile, so fragile that they would slowly die in the blizzard without even needing to be touched. But before dying, they would complete a metamorphosis, spitting out a smaller worm from their mouths, which would then rapidly grow to a size similar to, or even stronger than, their original form, possessing or lacking some of the previous one's characteristics. Perhaps their flesh would be more robust, or more resistant to cold, or they would have fewer tentacles, or they would be more heat-resistant. These monsters could complete the entire evolutionary process in just a few minutes. Therefore, the best solution was to kill them the instant they metamorphosed, or burn a large number of them first, so that the next batch of molting monsters would gain heat resistance but lose cold resistance, and would be directly frozen to death by the blizzard. The howling lead bullets roared incessantly, the sheriff's petite figure like an insurmountable barrier, holding back thousands of monsters on the shore. This won't do, Norton shouted urgently, detonating a shot at an approaching worm. We need to find a way to signal the troops to move this way. Damn it, do you think I don't want to? Alexei, brandishing his flaming longsword, was extremely frustrated. Useless. Grenades, flares, explosions, we've tried everything that can create light and sound, it's all useless. That force must be blocking the transmission of light and sound. No matter how much noise we make, they won't receive the signal. No, it's just because you haven't made enough noise. The sudden words made the two instantly stop arguing, turning to look behind them. An elven girl with a mocking smile had appeared between them. Ignoring their astonished expressions, she slowly raised her arms to her sides, palms facing upwards, gradually extending them to shoulder height, and then, boom, a dazzling golden red light illuminated the entire night. Feeling the blinding light behind them, the two turned around simultaneously, their mouths agape. A fireball so enormous that its diameter or volume was indescribable, tore through the leaden clouds and the blizzard, appearing out of nowhere above everyone's heads, illuminating the entire night. Under the endless night sky, it was as dazzling as the midday sun. I remember, besides light, You also need a sufficiently loud sound, right? The elven girl's voice rang out softly. Yes. Norton was stunned at first, then suddenly realized something. Wait? You don't mean to, but it was too late. With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, Freya Mossesfield pointed a raised right hand sharply downwards. In the blink of an eye, the sun descended from the sky. Chapter 712 Tonight. Thump. The heavy sound of the iron gate jolted Joseph awake from his solitary confinement. The former militia commander, blindfolded and chained to an iron chair, gasped for breath, like a drowning man just pulled ashore. Before he could fully wake up, the familiar sound of military boots immediately brought a surprised smile to Joseph's face. Fabian, you're here again so soon? Slap. Before he could even finish speaking, the Legion's deputy commander, his face ashen, grabbed Joseph by the collar and growled in a low voice, barely suppressing his anger. What's going on? I don't know. Joseph, lifted up by the collar, felt the chains binding his body tighten instantly, the iron ring at his throat almost digging in. What happened? Thump. A merciless fist struck Joseph directly in the abdomen. With nowhere to dodge, Joseph didn't even have time to scream before Fabian grabbed his cheeks and forcibly turned his head back. What happened, dear Uncle Joseph? You know better than anyone, Fabian said coldly, his fingers gripping Joseph's knuckles like iron clamps, tightening their hold. For the sake of family, I'll give you one last chance to rephrase. Cough. I don't understand. I really don't understand. His words abruptly stopped. The look of astonishment on Joseph's face froze and then faded, replaced by a knowing, almost expectant smile. I think I understand. He struggled to tilt his head back, looking at Fabian through his blindfolded eyes. They've come, haven't they? Despite his mouth and throat being tightly gagged, Joseph still managed a triumphant smile. Fabian didn't speak, only his hands gripping Joseph's trembling slightly. A howling wind swept into the deathly silent prison, but the pure white snowflakes failed to find a place in the dimly lit cells. Only darkness, boundless darkness, enveloped the two lonely bodies with its biting chill. Profound fear, indistinct murmurs, unknown nightmares, all rushed wildly into their minds along with the irresistible cold. It seems they have arrived, Joseph murmured, his smug smile replaced by a somber expression. This is a force that neither you nor I, nor any army, can contend with. The guardians of the three old gods, they are all bound to this land, monsters that cannot be killed. The Church of Order once attempted to set foot on this land, even expending considerable power, but ultimately failed, not even leaving behind a single grand cathedral. Otherwise, how could those missionaries of the ecumenical church have the audacity to act so arrogantly? Even the strongest gifted individuals of the old world, or the blasphemous mages, are no match for the guardians. They may have evolved to a higher level, but compared to the guardians of the grave left over from the Dark Ages, they can still be killed. Joseph spoke softly, his voice trembling even more, perhaps due to the chain around his neck. Fabian, his lips pressed tightly together, remained silent, but his eyes showed a clear increase in hesitation compared to when he had arrived. Run, Fabian, Joseph suddenly exclaimed. Escape from here, the faster the better. If we join forces, we can definitely escape this hell. Joseph knew very well that his dear nephew would never risk his life for anyone else. His so-called loyalty was only based on a foreseeable future and reward. Whale Harbor was already a doomed hell on earth, and there was no need to stay any longer. As long as they could escape successfully, everything else would fall into place. Fabian, as a deserter, had no choice but to follow him. He was still hesitating. Although his eyes were blindfolded, Joseph could still make accurate deductions from Fabian's rapid heartbeat. The existence of the Rune family was clearly a major factor, preventing him from making a decisive decision. But that didn't matter. Joseph believed that it wouldn't be long before Fabian would fully recognize reality and make a truly rational decision. All he needed was a suitable excuse, a little push, and... Just then, a deafening roar interrupted Joseph's delusion. Boom! A massive explosion, growing louder as it approached, pierced their eardrums like lightning, the sound waves vibrating throughout the prison. What happened? Startled, Joseph blurted out, his previous smugness instantly replaced by unease and panic. What happened, Fabian? Did something explode? Fabian! Fabian! Joseph called out hoarsely, but the Legion's vice commander paid him no heed, his gaze fixed blankly on the wide-open cell door behind him. Beneath the blizzard-dominated night sky, a ball of flame, a golden red flame, burned fiercely on the docks of White Whale Harbor. The flickering flames, like fluttering flags in the cold wind, soared into the sky, dazzlingly bright. A full minute passed before Fabian, finally recovering from his shock, stared intently in the direction of the firelight. He took a deep breath, then abruptly turned and strode out of the prison. As if remembering something, Fabian reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a pure silver whistle. If Anson had seen it, he would have been astonished that it was identical to the Inquisitor's whistle Sophia had given him. Although the Church of Order was doing everything in its power to restrict the technological development of the various kingdoms in the Order world, in Clovis, St. Isaac's homeland, replicating or even possessing certain technologies similar to those of the Church was not particularly strange to the Austerian royal family. Toot! A piercing whistle rang out above the deathly silent command post. Fabian, who had released the whistle, regained his resolve. Without further hesitation, he mustered all his strength and roared like thunder, "Storm Legion, all assemble!" With his desperate shout, the silent military camp instantly erupted like boiling water. The sound of boots, commands, bugle calls, alarm bells, countless voices mingled together, and countless figures surged out like a tide, transforming into a red and black ocean. The ring of order above, my God, Alexei, nearly blasted away by the blast wave, stared dumbfounded at the raging ghost ship, his mouth agape, almost swallowing his fist. This is the power of the Iser elves? Then how come they haven't ruled the world yet? I mean, how did we defeat them? I guess it's because we were lucky. Norton wiped the cold sweat from his face, dispelling the dustless land barrier that had opened before him. A wave of heat surged towards them, and their previously frozen bodies began to sweat. In the instant the fireball struck, he truly believed he would be burned to ashes along with the worms, or evaporated like the surrounding seawater. No, it's because of the Iser elves, our mercy, plus the betrayal of some incompetents, the elven girl scoffed. Under the blizzard-swept night sky, Freya, her face as cold as ice, was shrouded in a thin layer of steam, her crimson eyes staring directly at the churning ice dragon fjord. Anger. She could clearly sense the extraordinary rage emanating from the being lurking in the ocean depths, as if it wanted nothing more than to rush to the shore and turn everything it could see into a sacrifice. But this anger wasn't directed at her, it was directed at someone else. Combining this with that faint, familiar aura, she could roughly guess who it was. No wonder that woman ran all the way to Wintertorch. Fighting these monsters near the sea is definitely not something to be happy about, Freya muttered to herself, shaking her head and glancing at the two officers beside her, who were practically paralyzed with fear. Hey, I remember you guys mentioned an army near the port, right? I need to deal with another annoying guy, and I might not have time to handle things here until I've dealt with him, so those monsters are yours to handle. Do your best to hold out until I return, huh? Norton and Alexia, instantly realizing what was happening, shuddered. They glanced at their equally shocked comrades, and the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, mustering his courage, stammered, "What do you mean, hold out until you return?" Freya ignored them, slowly opening her arms at her sides, then clenching them tightly. Boom! 2 golden red pillars of fire suddenly rose on either side of the dock, shooting straight into the sky. The blinding flames illuminated the surrounding darkness without leaving any blind spots. Even though the two were quite a distance apart, they could still clearly feel the wave of heat washing over them. Even the surrounding snowflakes and seawater seemed to evaporate completely. Despite being at the seaside, amidst a blizzard, they could even clearly feel that the air around them had become much drier. But this was not the end. The elven girl narrowed her eyes slightly, and her outstretched hands began to slowly move towards the center. The next second, 2 enormous pillars of fire began to follow the movement of her hands, moving towards the center of the dock, and wherever they passed, the flames did not extinguish, but continued to burn, raging fiercely. The 2 officers could hardly believe their eyes. The White Ice Dragon Fjord and the White Whale Harbor dock had been completely divided into 2 parts by a wall of fire at least 30 meters high. Wherever the flames passed, all port facilities, docks, warehouses, fishing boats, were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving nothing but a wisp of smoke. Thousands upon thousands of monsters continued their desperate advance towards the shore, but this time they didn't even have the chance to get close. Before they could even touch the edge of the wall of fire, they were already charred into cocoons along with the surrounding evaporated seawater. This is just too much? Alexia, who had survived the ordeal, wiped the sweat from his brow, staring incredulously at the towering wall of fire before him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the girl behind him had created a purgatory of fire with just a wave of her hand, and compared to that, he seemed. The huge gap between his former pride and reality filled the 2nd Infantry Regiment commander with resentment, but without her intervention, he might very well have already perished. "Hey, wake up, stop spacing out," Norton, noticing Alexei's unease, patted him hard on the shoulder. "The troops are coming this way, I can hear their footsteps." The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, jolted awake, instantly regained his senses, looked around, and frowned slightly. "Where's Miss Lisa? I didn't notice either." "She probably left with Miss Freya to find the commander-in-chief, right?" Norton shrugged. The relationship between Lisa, the guard company commander, and the commander-in-chief was common knowledge throughout the Legion. Even if she vanished without a trace, no one would believe anyone could harm the young lady, the sheriff. As for why, no one knew, and no one would ask. The invincible Miss Lisa was like the commander-in-chief, shrouded in countless mysteries incomprehensible to ordinary people. Unless there were ulterior motives, the entire Legion maintained a tacit silence. Soon, the sound of orderly footsteps drowned out the roar and flames, rising from the darkness. "All ready, deploy in line, take cover wherever you can," Alexei, his back to the sea of fire, raised his longsword and roared the order. "Clavy, prepare for battle, prepare to engage the enemy." The dazzling flames tore through the night, illuminating the soldiers' faces, etched with fear. They were terrified. First, the inexplicable darkness, then countless monsters and ghost ships appearing out of nowhere, followed by massive fireballs raining down from the sky, igniting the ghost ships and creating a wall of fire tens of meters high. Even well-trained veterans, after such a double assault of hearing and sight, would be qualified to call themselves disciplined if they didn't flee or scatter. But these Storm Division soldiers not only didn't scatter, they even followed their orders, assembling in organized units towards the port. This couldn't be described as bravery, it could only be called numbness. Amidst the seemingly absurd and insane orders from the commander-in-chief, the entire Storm Legion had become essentially numb. As long as there were no mass casualties or visibly suicidal acts, these soldiers could disregard danger and never doubt their orders. The wall of fire still raged, and towering black waves crashed against it like rocks, repeatedly creating billowing steam and ear-piercing screams. Staring blankly at the sea of fire, Alexei rummaged around, pulled a half-pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, and put it in his mouth. "Norton, we can survive tonight, right?" "I'm not so sure." Hearing his colleague's words, a slightly disappointed Alexei turned his head, only to find Norton looking at him with a complicated expression, slowly raising his pocket watch in his right hand. On the slightly worn glass dial, the hands had slowly moved to 6:30. "I'm not even sure if it's still night. I almost forgot to update." Chapter 713 Their Goal. In the heart of Beijing Port, in the council hall, while the port itself was engulfed in flames and the military headquarters outside the city were in chaos, the banquet hall remained a scene of lively revelry. Guests of all kinds enjoyed unlimited wine, indulging tirelessly to the sounds of 2 shifts of band music. Some exchanged pleasantries, others cultivated relationships, and still others engaged in power struggles. Countless secrets, conspiracies, and plans were hidden beneath a seemingly enthusiastic clinking of glasses, and ultimately swallowed down with insincere smiles. There were also a few simple, unrestrained optimists, completely oblivious to the atmosphere around them, their attention solely focused on the delicious food and wine, and the diverse array of male and female guests, utterly subservient to their own desires. None of them noticed the unusual darkness outside the window, nor did they realize that the guards who should have been outside had entered the council chamber, fully armed and surrounding the entire hall. They were also unaware that the blizzard outside had already submerged half of White Whale Harbor, and that in the deep darkness, some indescribable entity was slowly approaching them. Even Reinhard Roland, who prided himself on his keen sense of smell, failed to grasp the changing situation. The only ones who sensed something was amiss were Anson Bach and Louis Bernard, who had left early, and all the Storm Legion officers had vanished. However, this minor suspicion was quickly dismissed by Reinhard under the influence of alcohol, and he became engrossed in his hunting spoils. In just one banquet, the New World Company's business had spread throughout the entire Free Confederation, excluding the impoverished and cold Winter Torch City. He was already the largest creditor of all the colonies. Moreover, with less than $1 million in cash, he had already lent out nearly $2 million in debt through various channels, most of which were in assets like trade tariffs, mines, and shipyards, that were almost guaranteed to make a profit. Even without recovering the debt, the annual interest and dividends would still be a considerable profit, not to mention his control and influence over the local council. Although a large part of this was due to the Storm Legion, and the fact that the New Continent Bank had no decent competitors in the colony, even so, it was an achievement that could be boasted about in the entire business history of the Rowland family. Even those success factors could be seen as proof of Reinhardt's foresight and keen business sense. If it were his incompetent older brother, his father would probably have already publicly announced that he would be formally named the family heir. With 6 parts pride and 4 parts jealousy, Reinhardt raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a timid young girl in a gray dress. He had already ascertained the girl's identity. She was the sole heir of the Frey family and the younger sister of Polina Frey, the council president of Grey Dove Castle. As one of the earliest liberals in the imperial colonies to side with the Rune family, Polina Frey was essentially Anson Bach's spokesperson within the Free Confederation. The Frey family, once destitute and nearly wiped out by the Empire, had now become a banner of the Free Confederation, enjoying immense power. If he could win her over, the Rowland family branch in the future New World might not only be a director of the New Continent Bank, but also have the opportunity to become a powerful clan in Grey Dove Castle, and even the leader of the Free Confederation was not out of the question. Lightly licking the wine stains from his lips, the drunken Reinhardt set his sights on his next prey. Just as everything was about to unfold as planned, an unexpected roar and flash of light abruptly interrupted the bank president's rhythm. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The violent tremor clearly felt throughout the banquet hall, accompanied by gasps and screams. The chandeliers overhead, candlesticks on the tables, wine bottles, glasses, a series of intense, lively sounds filled the air, even drowning out a band's performance. Simultaneously with the booming sound came blinding flashes of light. Golden red light pierced through the windows and thick curtains, causing everyone present, men and women alike, to instinctively shield their eyes or simply turn away. It took a full half-minute for everything to return to normal. "What's going on?" Reinhardt, instantly sober, disregarded the Frey family girl and decisively pushed through the crowd to a guard, urgently asking in a low voice, "What's happening outside?" "I need to see the commander-in-chief. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, I don't know." The guard pursed his lips, his resolute gaze desperately concealing his own surprise. "We were only ordered to guard the banquet. We haven't received any other notification. As for the commander-in-chief's whereabouts, that's the Legion's top secret. Unless you have an appointment with the commander-in-chief, we cannot tell you." "An appointment? I'm the president of the New Continent Bank." Reinhardt's eyes widened. "I'm also one of the commander-in-chief's men, just like you." "That won't do either," the soldier snorted coldly. "We don't mean anything by it, but we don't know if someone might take advantage of the situation, like when the commander-in-chief was assassinated at breakfast, so it was still targeting him." Reinhardt rolled his eyes. Although he was met with an impolite refusal to enter, he wasn't particularly bothered. The guard company was Anson Bach's direct unit, so their presence meant Anson was also there. Moreover, deploying these elite troops at the banquet meant that no matter what happened outside, their lives were his top priority. Just as Reinhardt lowered his guard and turned to return to the banquet, the kerosene lamp beside him flickered. He instinctively glanced at it and found it perfectly fine except for being slightly dimmer, but just as he thought he was mistaken, the lamp went out without warning. As the light dimmed, a chilling cold seeped in through the crack in the door, piercing his flesh and seeping into his bones, rising up his body from his calves, reaching the top of his head. Even wearing a thick coat and having drunk at least 2 bottles of rum, Reinhardt was shivering uncontrollably and nearly collapsed forward. Just as he dazedly steadied himself on the edge of the table, looking up at the banquet hall, intending to find a place to sit and have a few more drinks, he froze. The banquet hall before him was as bustling and noisy as ever, teeming with people, resplendent in gold and jade, but the next second, the entire hall was plunged into terrifying darkness, the floor littered with corpses, leftover scraps scattered on the ruins, covered in a thick layer of frost by the cold wind blowing in from the broken walls. A strange, malevolent figure emerged from the darkness, peering into the entire hall from the seemingly smashed ceiling, peering into himself. But this scene only lasted for a few seconds, then returned to normal, then repeated, as if hallucinating, 2 completely different scenes constantly overlapping before his eyes, faster and faster, more and more alike, more and more indistinguishable. Frozen with fear, Reinhardt's pupils trembled. Wait, you mean he's very excited? In the deathly silent lounge, Derek couldn't help but ask, a hint of wisdom even flashing in his eyes. You mean he also has emotions? Carno, standing beside him, seemed thoughtful. Normally, seeing the Wild Hunt Knight with this expression, he would have unhesitatingly pierced Derek's throat with his spear, no doubt. It was definitely an enemy in disguise. But now, after hearing countless absurd theories that William Gottfried called science, the three of them weren't just shocked or numb, they had begun to unconsciously accept this system. More accurately, they truly believed that this ill-tempered, taciturn, and sickly-looking scientist could actually communicate with an evil god. Even with this level of acceptance, the answer he gave was still hard to accept. An evil god actually had emotions. Of course, not only do they have emotions, but they're quite abundant, William nodded matter-of-factly. Many people think that rich emotions are a privilege unique to humans, which is a very arrogant idea. In fact, among intelligent beings, humans are already considered to have relatively monotonous emotions, even compared to the Iser elves. The difference between us is about the same as that between humans and gorillas. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the spiritual power, and the richer the emotions. This is basic common sense in the study of consciousness. It's not your fault. In fact, the church has blocked most of the knowledge about this, and even to avoid attracting outsiders' attention, they haven't even covered vampires and werewolves, those variant life forms of blood mages. Okay. We understand, you don't need to say any more, Ian quickly interrupted William's rambling, the shadow demon. He's very excited right now. Why? Because he found his purpose. William's tone was slightly displeased. Remember what I said. It's not easy for the gravediggers to set foot outside the land of rest, even within the territory of the New World. They are entrusted with a responsibility of guarding the tombs, a responsibility that binds them forever within the tombs. Each time they leave, they pay a considerable price and face significant risks, so you can imagine how excited they were when they found their purpose. What purpose? You said they came with a purpose, so what is it? In the pitch-black lounge, Derek, facing the fireplace, resisted the urge to turn around and asked William in the darkness behind him. This time, William Gottfried did not answer directly. He pondered, his deep dark circles turning to the runes that covered all the windows and walls of the room. Each twisted mark seemed to have a life of its own, slightly wriggling, twitching, shifting, twisting, melting, combining into incomprehensible sentences, conveying an unknown message. They are searching for someone. Someone? The three members of the unfaithful knights exchanged bewildered glances. Anson Bach? All this commotion, all for Anson Bach. Above the dark city center of White Whale Harbor, the elven girl, isolated in the snowstorm, wore an expression of utter absurdity, even a hint of disappointment, the kind of disappointment one feels when their lover has meticulously prepared a dinner for them, only to find themselves eating nothing more than a few pieces of bread and cured meat. She had initially thought that their elaborate scheme was to uproot the Rune family's foundations in the New World, or to completely annihilate the colonists, expelling all forces from the Old World, leaving none alive. But it turned out that their purpose was Anson Bach, a human. And not a special, noble, rare human like her beloved Louis, but a human like Anson Bach. You've broken the restrictions of the land of rest, exposing yourselves to the laws of nature, recklessly squandering the authority bestowed upon you by the true gods, all for a mere Anson Bach. Is it that I cannot understand your predicament, or have you all gone completely mad? The elven girl shook her head, awaiting her reply. But no sound came from the darkness, only countless eerie shadows surging in from all directions, constantly compressing the flames burning around her. Freya, her eyes bloodshot, coldly snorted, and the patterns of flame instantly covered her entire body like armor. Boom, a ring of flames exploded around her, followed by a shrill scream. But this was not the end. As if by magic, the girl pulled an exquisite dagger from her bosom. The blade, enveloped in flames, floated in midair, and with a movement of her fingertips, a golden red primordial ring slowly opened before her. The next second, the blizzard in midair stopped without warning, and a rolling heat wave swept rapidly around the dome, quickly covering the entire sky above Whale Harbor. Boom, a muffled roar exploded in the dark night, and large swaths of white mist rose in the sky, the blizzard vaporized by the heat wave. As if sensing a threat, the leaden gray cloud slowly gathered, and a hideous, distorted face emerged, its empty, dark eyes fixed intently on the petite figure. You know, we, the descendants of true gods, are worlds apart from you pathetic gravediggers. Our power is bound to our emotions. The intensity of our emotions determines our power. Without fear, Freya looked up, saying casually, and my emotions are inextricably linked to that person, and you not only threaten me, but you also threaten him, his life, his career, his future, and everything he cherishes could be destroyed because of your appearance. In this situation, guess just how angry I am right now, just how powerful am I right now. Chapter 714. Thank you, farewell. The moment the words left her lips, the steam surrounding the elven girl began to heat up rapidly, and countless orange-red spots of light suddenly appeared under the dark night sky. Like adorable sparks of fireworks, they surrounded the girl, quite charming. Boom! The next second, these adorable spots of light exploded without warning, the flames transforming into a sphere of light with a radius of 50 meters, like the sun under the night sky. The dark clouds that shrouded the entire dome instantly dissipated by more than half, even tearing apart the eerie face formed within the clouds, leaving nothing behind. But the darkness shrouding White Whale Harbor did not dissipate. Even the dark clouds that Freya had annihilated with the explosion were rapidly returning. The howling blizzard still dominated White Whale Harbor, and the indescribable darkness continued to spread across the land. And in the nearby harbor, the boiling seawater was constantly churning up giant waves, relentlessly crashing against a firewall tens of meters high. Even those perished in the flames, thousands upon thousands of worms still fearlessly rushed towards the shore. The flashes of gunfire echoed behind the wall of fire as the hastily assembled 2nd and 3rd Infantry regiments, relying on makeshift fortifications, swept away any stragglers in droves. Meanwhile, the number of worms that could withstand the scorching flames was only increasing. Freya knew very well that time was running out. If she couldn't quickly eliminate the shadow demons and other monsters lurking in the darkness, allowing the Lord of the Abyss to breach her defenses, she had no chance of victory on the gravedigger's home turf. The light gradually faded, and the elven girl floating in midair once again opened her arms. The flames surrounding her rapidly transformed into golden red rings, then spread outwards from her as the axis. Boom, 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 boom. The converging flames, like ripples of sound, swept across the sky, repeating endlessly. With each expansion, hundreds of booming sounds echoed in the darkness. The cursed undead summoned by the shadow demon are ignited the moment they touch the flames. The swirling embers even amplify the aura of the next wave, continuing to scorch those further away. This is the power of a spellcaster. Within the casting range, all natural laws can be distorted at will. The flames can not only evaporate snow and wind, but also blast the undead into fragments, even transforming them into part of one's own power, threatening the enemy in return. Of course, the reverse is also true. Therefore, battles between spellcasters become battles of rules, a contest of casting power and reaction speed. The one with superior skill can easily achieve a crushing victory, leaving the opponent with no room to retaliate. As one of the purest Iser elves, Freya has a natural advantage in this regard. Whether it's mastering power or controlling the range, everything is as easy for her as eating and drinking, and she won't easily exhaust her energy or use up all the magic she has pre-imprinted, turning into an ordinary person with a slightly stronger sense of distance like some spellcasters. But her weaknesses are also extremely obvious, a lack of experience, and her strength is highly tied to her emotions. The elven girl sensed the danger behind her with an acute sense of distance, instinctively turning around to look. Accursed undead, having dodged the aura, had somehow already closed in on her. Freya's face turned cold as she immediately dodged, simultaneously unleashing a beam of light from the dagger floating beside her, but the floating undead had anticipated the direction of its counterattack, striking directly at her along the beam of light. Bang! The twisted undead roared with incomprehensible babbling as it surged into the elven girl's body. In an instant, countless vile thoughts, the memories she least wanted to recall, the most terrifying images, flooded her consciousness like a burst dam. Clad in tattered cloaks, they staggered out from the streets, alley corners, and shadows, their steps faltering. They gathered in small groups, like frail old men, and their numbers grew. At first, there were only a dozen or so, but soon dozens, then hundreds. Boom! A semi-transparent mist swept across the street outside the council gates, and instantly, countless drops of blood gushed out in the darkness. Beneath the torn cloaks, a jagged mass of tentacles, seemingly tearing at each other, convulsed and huddled together, appeared. What is this thing? The young knight, wielding his longsword, stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his face pale, a wave of indescribable nausea rising within him. He had seen battlefields strewn with corpses, he had seen the mangled remains of bodies crushed by cannonballs, but compared to the sight before him, all that seemed insignificant. Most importantly, the sensation was not a visual shock, but a shock from a deeper level, a shock to the spirit, even the soul. The fallen god, or rather, the native heretics who consumed the fallen god's rebellion, at least that's how they describe it. Anson spoke calmly, pulling the trigger of his dagger, shooting the heretic Lewis had overlooked. The difference between the old gods of the New World and the Order world is quite significant. They are much more fanatical. After consuming the fallen god's egg, their bodies undergo mutation. Gradually losing their sanity, they transform into a stage reminiscent of a certain evil god, possessing either greater power, significantly enhanced vitality, or a highly elevated mental strength, or a combination thereof. Some are even enhanced to the point of being comparable to a blasphemous mage. What? The young knight exclaimed in shock, his spray nearly splitting the building opposite in two. The two lone figures stood guard before the council's gates, protecting the only direction from which the encroaching darkness could attack, blocking the figures relentlessly assaulting the building behind them. Of course, this was entirely Louis Bernard's idea, but Anson had no choice. On one hand, the young knight was determined not to wait any longer and wanted to take action to protect the innocent people of Whale Harbor. On the other hand, the situation had indeed erupted very suddenly, and Anson had not taken any corresponding defensive measures, or rather, it would have been useless if he had. Faced with the attack of the Gravedigger, he, a mere fifth-tier spellcaster, could do very little except wait to die on the spot and call for Talia's support. But the crisis before him was equally urgent. No matter what the Gravedigger's purpose was, Whale Harbor and the Storm Legion could not afford to risk half the city becoming ruins, let alone let their supporters in the hall behind them die or even turn into monsters. The situation was critical, and no matter how afraid he was of death, he had no choice but to step forward. Boom! With a crisp snap of his fingers, golden red, rising fire, rolled in, and translucent water vapor mixed with shrieks swept across half the street, turning the blood-soaked tentacles into broken charcoal slag scattered all over the ground. To be honest, Anson was quite glad he had carried out the less than successful shooting army plan. At least it had significantly reduced the number of native inhabitants in White Whale Harbor, otherwise the number of heretics would be much larger. "They're coming again, watch out," Anson shouted a warning to the young knight beside him as he quickly loaded his dagger revolver. The darkness enveloping the entire city could block out light and sound, but it couldn't stop the power of supernatural abilities. At this moment, the scene of most of the city, centered on the White Whale Harbor Council, was reflected in Anson's mind. The 2nd and 3rd Infantry regiments fighting fiercely at the port, the banquet hall gradually descending into panic and unease, Lisa rushing towards them while frantically killing, the elven girl fighting to the death with the enemy on the dome, and the main force of the Legion, which had already assembled at headquarters and was marching rapidly towards the city. Once the army entered the city, the small number of heretics could be quickly suppressed, freeing up Anson and Louis Bernard to help Freya, who was struggling in the battle, or to support the increasingly strained port. Of course, before that, he had to find that respected technical advisor, figure out who he was and how he got involved with the 3 members of the Unfaithful Knights, and what all those runes in the room were trying to do. PFFT, 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 the sound of blades tearing through flesh echoed around them. The young knight, wielding a longsword, walked alone in the darkness, each swing sending up large chunks of blood and gore. Not only had he gained the ability to control water vapor, but Lewis's reaction time and movements had also far surpassed the previous encounter. Even with his senses severely limited, the heretics around him couldn't get within 3 steps of him. If Anson could barely win in close combat during the Battle of Eaglehorn by cheating, now he was likely only facing a one-sided crushing defeat. Relying on the insurmountable barrier created by Lewis's longsword, Anson, hiding in the back, was basically doing nothing except constantly firing his revolver to harass and occasionally provide vision. Although they hadn't truly cooperated before, their collaboration so far could still be described as tacit. Before the spacious but narrow gates of the council, they had even achieved absolute dominance over the infidel army. Despite the infidels gaining unimaginable vitality from consuming the fallen god's egg, they might not even die from having their hearts shattered. Their numbers were still rapidly dwindling under their one-sided, frenzied slaughter. But just when things seemed to be proceeding smoothly, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded above their heads. Boom! In the thick darkness, The flames that had just extinguished exploded again, sending towering flames soaring into the dark clouds. And it was even more ferocious, more intense, and more dazzling than before. At the center of the rising flames, the elven girl screamed in agony, her eyes now a deep, purplish red. The images flooding her mind were deeply piercing her. She was now in unspeakable pain. At this moment, even if Louis Bernard himself stepped forward to stop her, Freya wasn't sure if she would obey his wishes. She had only one thought: you must die. Boom, 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 boom. Intense flames exploded around the elven girl, countless cursed undead surging towards the rising figure, but they couldn't even get close, vanishing in the explosions. You vile bastard, scum, vile insect, madman. I swear you'll regret this. You'll, Freya, consumed by rage, cursed incessantly. Infinite power surged with her rapidly rising emotions, blurring boundaries, and her body, engulfed in flames, gradually transformed into the shape of flame itself. If flames were the form of destruction, then she was destruction itself. If shadow was the opposite of light, then she was the source of all light. Whoosh, the blindingly bright sun soared to the heavens, overlooking the mangled clouds and the darkness and blizzard raging across the land below. So that's it, hiding here. Crimson eyes swept over the figure lurking in the shadows, coldly observing her. A chilling smile curved the elven girl's lips. Thousands upon thousands of undead surged into the sky, but the moment they pierced through the clouds and were bathed in the girl's light, they screamed in agony, vanishing like snow under the sun. At that moment, the shadow demon's power was completely overwhelmed by Freya's spell range. Anyone who approached had nowhere to hide. You know, there was a legend in the history of the Iser elves that, bound by emotions, we could only reach a height comparable to our ancestors by pushing our emotions to their limits. Freya smiled coldly, the dagger that had transformed into flames constantly changing shape in her hand. We are the bloodline of the true God, the only children of the God, but we are also cursed, fallen and degraded in the world where the true God has departed. Awakening the bloodline of the gods and restoring the glory of the past is the inherent responsibility and obligation of every Iser elf, but after thousands of years, even the purest bloodline of the past has long since cast this responsibility aside. Never mentioning it again, even I have long since laid down this burden, because I have found a new motivation to live. Even Iser elves should not be forever bound by the past. The future is long, and we should seek a new life, but today, I may become the first elf in thousands of years to restore glory once more, and it's all of it, thanks to you, scum. Freya's voice suddenly softened, her emotions seemingly returning to normal. Thank you, and then, farewell. Before she finished speaking, the flaming dagger transformed into a long, slender, golden red spear. With a flick of her fingers, it descended from the sky. I should have posted this earlier, but Freya's madness really needed to be felt. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715: The Fall of the Sun. All to position, volley fire, fire. With Alexei's signature hoarse voice, the sound of gunfire rang out again from the port's perimeter. To infantry regiments, the blinding flashes of gunfire illuminating the soldiers' numb, terrified faces. Their fingers, stiffened by the cold wind, mechanically pulled the triggers, then turned to reload at the rear, taking their place, repeating the same tasks like assembly line workers. This was a battle no one knew when it would end, or even if it would end at all. Norton Crossell guessed that time in White Whale Harbor, or even the entire New World, though he dared not say so, had likely been completely disrupted by the Gravikeeper's interference, or perhaps had simply lost its concept of time altogether. Everyone seemed trapped in a giant cage. As long as the interference continued, the night would never end. As for how to stop the interference, logically, such a large-scale distortion of the laws of nature should be unsustainable even for a blasphemous mage. After all, the more power was used, the more severe the backlash from the world. This is the price the spellcasters must pay. Excessive evolution has rendered them unable to adapt to the natural world. Without restraint, the consequences are like a fish leaping onto the shore. Death and destruction are only a matter of time. But Norton only grasps the rules of the old world, while this is the new world, the resting place of the three old gods. This magical land holds too many wonders. Thunderous gunfire unleashed volleys of lead bullets, annihilating the swarms of insects surging wildly in the flames. They exploded like punctured balloons into unrecognizable blue-green flesh, their burning pus flowing deep trenches through the ice and snow. Even so, worms continued to swarm across the sea of fire, crashing against the walls of flames onto the snow-covered land, emitting sharp, piercing screams that tormented the nerves of every soldier. Just when the soldiers felt they could relax, countless swarms of insects would return as promised, like white waves, rolling and singing as they attacked them. Damn it, they seem to be multiplying, Alexei cursed loudly, his pupils trembling as he stared at the distant wall of fire. We have to retreat, or we'll be drowned sooner or later. No, absolutely not, Norton snapped back to reality, a jolt running through him. These worms may not look like much, but they're all parts of the Abyss Lord's body. If we don't kill them near the coast, the port will fall soon. Are you sure? I feel like this place has already fallen. The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander gritted his teeth, complaining but showing no sign of backing down. Why don't you take the main force and retreat first? If we drag this out, we'll all die here. I didn't mean to argue, but Norton couldn't help but laugh, bitterly pulling out his pocket watch, which had already ticked down from 6 to 3. I just feel that even if we retreat, the outcome might not be any different from staying here. Damn it, you're just arguing. Alexei was almost hysterical. Can you please stop contradicting me with seemingly more reasonable reasons every time I offer a suggestion? I'll try. By the ring of order. I can't believe I used to consider you a friend. Rolling his eyes deeply, Alexei turned his gaze back to the raging wall of fire. If we're not going to retreat, then we aren't. With us guarding this place, Miss Lisa should be able to return to the commander-in-chief more easily. She's probably already in a safer place. That's right, that should be it. Norton quickly nodded in agreement, afraid that the other party would get even more angry. Even he himself had a similar thought, with the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments guarding the port, and Freya Moss's field dealing with the Shadow Demon. Lisa's operation should be quite easy. After all, with the 2 most threatening evil gods tied down, even if the gravediggers were crazy, they wouldn't dedicate more resources to destroying a small white whale harbor, would they? On this question, Sheriff Lisa Bach, 3 streets away, had a completely different idea. Yawa. I have to tell Anson, and that elf lady too. Biting on a licorice stick, the bloodshot-eyed girl ran wildly through the pitch-black darkness. Her small, delicate hands, oblivious to the heat of the gun barrel, expertly loaded ammunition, letting out a low growl at the figure blocking her path. One heretic after another was torn to shreds by the storm of lead bullets, leaving behind only a mess of corpses, posing no real obstacle to the sheriff. But Lisa's face showed no trace of joy. These heretics were merely tools deliberately released by the hidden villain to buy time and cover its actions. And its target was Anson Bach. With stern eyes, the sheriff snapped the licorice stick in her mouth with a snap, and leaped high into the air, flinging a string of sparking cylindrical objects behind her. Just wait patiently, Anson, Lisa is coming to protect you. Boom! A barrage of grenades exploded amidst the horde of heretics, the flames whipping up in the wind and accompanied by countless screams, illuminating the girl's fleeing figure. White Whale Harbor Council, Lounge. William Gottfried stood by the window, his hands flying across the wall, sketching one incomprehensible pattern after another. Ian and the other 2 stood behind him, tensely maintaining a minimum level of breathing, trying to avoid revealing their presence. With the extinguished fire, the lounge was completely plunged into darkness, but unlike the outside, the room still maintained a degree of visibility. Though faint, the group could still see each other, as well as the strange runes on the walls. According to William, this was because he had communicated with the beings outside, assuring them that they were not their targets and promising not to leave the room easily, thus obtaining this preferential treatment. In other words, this lounge had become a kind of safe house. Besides this small space of about 20 square meters, the light, sound, and even time of the entire White Whale Harbor had been completely distorted, becoming part of the land of rest. Although they couldn't stand this crazy, ill-tempered scientist, the 3, having nowhere else to turn, decided to temporarily trust him, or rather, having come this far, there seemed to be no other way but to believe him and the science he spoke of. This doesn't look good. Staring at the changing runes on the wall, William's expression gradually became serious. They seem very anxious, but afraid of failure and dare not act rashly, which is why they've been stuck in this stalemate for so long. What an overly cautious bunch. With a chuckle, William's gaze shifted to the runes on another wall. his pupils slightly contracting. Wait, they seem to be waiting. Why? The longer it drags on, the worse it should be for them. What's the point of delaying? William's expression became puzzled again. He bit the sterling silver pendant hanging from his chest, his eyes darting around rapidly beneath his dark circles. So this is a trap? For their ultimate grand plan, to ensure everything goes perfectly, that doesn't seem very reasonable. Is there some information or precondition I don't know? He quickly looked around, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Oh no, this is too crazy. They wouldn't be after the Ring of Order. Watching this increasingly erratic scientist muttering to himself, Ian and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes darting around rapidly. Finally, Derek stepped forward and coughed lightly. William Godfer, idiot, don't interrupt me. William roared suddenly in a fit of hysteria. Don't you understand? We might be finished. What? Ian and the other two were instantly dumbfounded. I said we're doomed. What word didn't you understand? And I said, don't interrupt me. William gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. It's the grand plan. The grand plan is coming. Yes, now everything makes sense. Why did they open the gates to the resting lands? Why did the three gravediggers appear at the same time? Why are they targeting him? They saw an opportunity, just like the Rune family. They're preparing to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. As if completely driven mad, William, his pupils dilated, began to mutter to himself. The key to the problem has never been the old gods or the resting lands. The key to the problem lies with the three old gods, and to bring the three old gods back, we must, boom. Before he could finish speaking, a blinding light suddenly blazed through the pitch-black window. The expressionless elven girl slowly lowered her right hand, her crimson gaze following the direction in which the flaming spear had fallen. It was over. Everything was over. She had seen through the shadow demon's true nature, possessing the power of both dark magic and enchanted magic, hiding itself in the shadows and manipulating them at will. As long as a shadow remained, it could not be easily harmed in the slightest. This shadow could be a real, existing one, or one created within its spellcasting range. To destroy it, one would need to instantly illuminate at least the entirety of a city before delivering a fatal blow. This was almost impossible, for the former Freya Mossesfield. But, driven to the extreme by rage, despite a rapid decline in control, her power had soared to an astonishing height, enough to utterly shatter her opponent with a single strike. Her gratitude, tinged with anger, was, in a way, her true feelings. The golden red spear pierced the sky in an instant, its blazing flames igniting the dark clouds and blizzard, dispelling all cold and darkness under the spear's radiant light. The flame, concentrated into a single point, shot straight towards the earth. In a matter of moments, it could ignite all shadows within Freya's spell's range without harming any tangible flesh and blood or buildings. This wasn't because of that damned Clovis. If White Whale Harbor suffered a major blow, Lewis's career would also suffer a setback. Moreover, her control over her power had significantly declined, making more precise adjustments impossible, forcing her to focus only on darkness and coldness. But that was enough, after all. Just as the elven girl had lowered her guard, a cursed undead suddenly pierced through the clouds, attacking from high above. Even in a place like this, could it be one of the previous stragglers? Freya raised an eyebrow, slowly raising her right hand towards the direction the undead had come from. For her now, eliminating beings of this level was easier than breathing. But the next second, the howling undead didn't turn into a fireball. Instead, a thin layer of ice crystals formed on the elven girl's right index finger. Freya's eyes widened. Then, a sensation she hadn't felt in a long time suddenly washed over her, sending a jolt through her body, followed by uncontrollable trembling. At the same time, the ice crystals continued to spread rapidly, visibly eroding her entire right hand, then her wrist, forearm, upper arm, shoulder, and torso. The trembling elven girl desperately tried to recall, but the inexplicable sensation slowed her thoughts. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, and her body gradually grew numb, no longer under her control. Finally, Freya, her vision blurring, remembered, that familiar yet long-lost feeling was cold. The next second, the frozen elven girl plummeted from the sky. Chapter 716 I'm here. The howling wind awakened her barely conscious mind. Her tightly closed crimson eyes opened again, illuminating the silent night once more. Staring at the approaching darkness, Freya realized many things. She had been tricked, and from the very beginning. The guardians of the resting lands clearly knew the power of the Iser elven bloodline. Their purpose in provoking her was to force her to increase her power recklessly, until she completely lost control. Such immense power would inevitably bring a backlash, and she, having distorted the laws of nature, would also bear the corresponding price. She had focused all her energy on the shadow demon, forgetting that she was still flesh and blood, completely unsuitable for the environment above the clouds. It was a miracle she hadn't been instantly frozen solid and suffocated. Under normal circumstances, she would have had countless ways to avoid it, but in that moment of uncontrollable rage, she had completely lost control, unable to pay attention to such minor matters as the cold and difficulty breathing. The Guardians, of course, wouldn't let such a fatal weakness go unpunished. Thinking about it this way, the cursed undead that suddenly appeared at the end was probably the true form of the shadow demon. How insidious! Who would have thought that the undead cursed by the shadow demon would eventually become like the shadow demon himself? Even if all the shadows that could provide hiding places were destroyed, as long as all the undead weren't completely killed, it would only temporarily weaken him. Of course, the elven girl was well aware that there was actually a significant gap between her and her opponent. Even without being tricked, defeat in a one-on-one fight was only a matter of time. The fact that her opponent was willing to risk death to defeat her, who was actually far weaker than them, by any means necessary, showed that they were extremely impatient and unwilling, or rather, unable, to continue wasting time. If that was the case, then the most advantageous tactic for her would actually be to engage in a prolonged battle as much as possible, even taking Anson Bach away beforehand. Then they would either have to pursue relentlessly or give up and look for another opportunity to open the resting land. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The elven girl thought this, a regretful smile appearing on her lips. The cold wind still howled in her ears, and through her blurring vision, she vaguely saw that guy's figure, still so brave, so fearless. Even though doing nothing would have been the safest option, he still stepped forward to fight for a group of scoundrels who wouldn't thank him at all. Yes, just like him back then. He could have easily walked away. He had no connection to her whatsoever, yet he fought alongside the enemy because of a promise, rushed into the palace, determined to take her away no matter what. That's him, that's a knight. But this time, Freya might not be able to fight alongside you to the end. With her fading consciousness, the elven girl felt increasingly exhausted, her eyes heavier than ever before, but she still struggled to open her eyes, straining to see the figure standing in the darkness, sword in hand, etching him deeply into her mind. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the earth, the sound of the flaming spear falling. The indescribable darkness rapidly receded, no longer able to obscure the light. At this moment, countless spirits howled in agony. Darkness dissipated from the air like receding tides, and the howling blizzard became gentler than ever before. Thousands upon thousands of lights once again illuminated White Whale Harbor under the starry sky. At this moment, Freya smiled contentedly. White Whale Harbor, port docks. After an unknown period of fighting, the port defense line, jointly constructed by the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments, began to crumble. The long coastline was already covered with the corpses of swarms of insects, their charred flesh even forming a low dike. Countless worms, scorched by flames, battered by ice and snow, and pounded by reefs, still needed to climb over this ever-rising dike to reach a position closer to the shore. When they surged onto the dike, they would be met with a volley of hundreds of breech-loading rifles. Scorching lead bullets burst from the barrels, easily piercing them like water balloons, turning them into part of the heightened dike. But this was still not enough, far from enough. Countless swarms of insects, struggling in the inferno, continued to surge across the dikes at a speed exceeding even the rate of fire of volleys. Officers had to increase their firing ranks to 2 to barely keep up with the increasing speed of the enemy, and even then, it was a struggle. Watching the ever-growing, ever-closer swarms of insects, the already numb soldiers began to breathe rapidly. Many experienced veterans even made mistakes in reloading, errors typically reserved for recruits. These frequent errors, in turn, increased the pressure on others. Curses, beatings, conscription, riots, and conflicts began to erupt intermittently across the various positions. Alexia, the commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, had a remarkably simple and brutal solution to this problem: shoot the troublemakers dead. This decisive and direct approach led Norton to believe that he must share a common language with another brilliant general. The mines and explosives are all in place. Now it's just a matter of when we move out. Alex said, his voice hoarse and barely suppressed with frustration. said in a low voice, "If we're lucky, we should be able to buy ourselves 15 or 30 minutes of rest. If we're lucky enough to hold out until Fabian and the others arrive, we might still have a chance to push these monsters into the sea. If we're unlucky, we'll have to retreat towards the council. The buildings around here aren't strong enough to serve as cover. I've also informed the battalion commanders of each battalion. Retreat according to Plan 2. Norton nodded slightly, his lips trembling slightly. As for reinforcements, how much hope do you think we have? Hard to say. It's best not to count on them. What? You have so little faith in our deputy commander. On the contrary, although I dislike this guy, I don't doubt him in matters like this. Alexei shook his head. Quite some time has passed. If he hasn't arrived by now, it means something's happened at headquarters too, and he might be facing trouble no less than we are. Norton said no more. In fact, he had a similar premonition. Although the headquarters and Whale Harbor were close, there was still some distance between them. Leading thousands of men to grope their way towards the city in complete darkness was extremely difficult in itself. If they were to encounter the enemy, then... Thump! The roar of waves crashing against the wall of fire interrupted their conversation. Thousands upon thousands of worms took advantage of the shaking of the wall of fire to cross the coast, emitting piercing screams as they attacked the position. We probably need to act quickly. Alexei stared irritably at the milky white waves. These insects not only seem to have incredible vitality, but they also seem to affect our sanity. If this continues, even if we aren't eaten, all of us over 1,000 people will probably go insane. To be honest, this is the first time I've suddenly felt regret for not paying more attention when I listened to those scary fairy tales as a child, and memorizing how the heroes dealt with these monsters. Maybe even if you had, it wouldn't have mattered. Norton couldn't help but chuckle. We're not heroes, just a bunch of ordinary people who want to live a good life. Really? I actually kind of wanted to be a hero. Heroes have to sacrifice themselves. We're already struggling to survive. What else do we have to sacrifice? Norton Crossell, you're a real spoilsport. Thanks for the compliment. You're welcome. And, don't improve any further. Just then, a blinding light flashed from the corner of their eyes. Alexei was the first to react, jerking back to look behind him. Norton followed suit, following his gaze. Whale Harbor was utterly tranquil under the night sky. If one disregarded the screaming monsters and the churning sea behind them, the world seemed peaceful and serene. Everything seemed normal. A sky full of stars, quiet streets, faint sounds of commotion, scattered firelight. Norton, completely oblivious to the problem, turned to Alexei, whose expression was one of utter astonishment. Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't you sense anything was amiss? Alexei asked, utterly bewildered, even shouting excitedly. The light is back. Light. Norton, startled, looked around again, then his eyes widened in shock. It was the shadows. The power of the shadow demons had vanished. Even the blizzard had stopped. The magical aura in the air had noticeably faded compared to before. Although the exact cause was unknown, it was certain that the shadow demon had vanished or been severely weakened. This result left Norton dumbfounded. Initially, he simply couldn't believe that the Eiffel Elf Queen could actually defeat the Gravikeeper. The ages of both were significant. No matter how pure the bloodline of an elf who had only gained power a little over a year ago, it couldn't possibly be a match for an evil god who had lived for 1,000 years and held the home field advantage. Had some accident occurred, or was the power of the Eiffel Elves far greater than he had imagined? Just as the two were still reeling from their surprise, another violent roar rang in their ears. Boom, accompanied by the earth-shaking sound, the wall of fire standing before the shore suddenly began to collapse. Swathes of flame turned into steam under the impact of the waves, dissipating in the night sky, or they transformed into a rain of fire, falling from the sky. The two, who had just felt a glimmer of joy, had their smiles frozen on their faces before they could even feel excited. Not only them, but all the soldiers on the port's position stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the sea of fire, standing motionless. The flames dissipated in the wind, vanishing in an instant. What a joke, Alexei muttered to himself, his voice trembling. Norton beside him looked even more grim, his body shaking uncontrollably. Without the firewall left by the Elf Queen as a defense, it was wishful thinking for them, a mere 1,000 or so, to hold back the swarm of tens of thousands of insects. Almost simultaneously, the boiling seawater suddenly seemed to become even more excited. Boom, boom, huge waves broke through the surface, churning up countless drops of seawater that rushed towards the sky, turning into a sudden downpour that pelted the shore. The soldiers on the position felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly soaked to the bone, some knocked down by the splash. For a moment, countless screams of bruised and swollen faces echoed across the position. However, what truly froze the two men in place, making them tremble, was not the sudden onslaught of the waves. Under the starlit night sky, three enormous tentacles, at least 50 or 60 meters long, pierced the water's surface, soaring straight into the sky. Even their so-called length was merely an estimate of their height, because anything beyond that was utter darkness, impossible to discern. Compared to it, the 2nd and 3rd Infantry regiments on the position, no, even the entire White Whale Harbor, appeared incredibly small, utterly insignificant. Gazing at that colossal form, a name, a terrifying name, simultaneously appeared in their minds. Free, a heart-shaking cry echoed through the blood-soaked streets. The young knight, his eyes bloodshot, brandished his blood-stained longsword as he charged straight towards the end of the path. The power of the Sea Knight's bloodline was fully unleashed at this moment, and even the corpses of heretics blocking the way could not affect him in the slightest. Though faint, though only a tiny bit, the instant the elven girl fell, Louis Bernard, hidden in the darkness, swiftly detected her presence. Without hesitation, even for a second, he decisively rushed in the direction she had fallen. More and more heretics poured out of the street, blocking the young knight's path. Anson Bach, coming, almost simultaneously with the responses, golden red, rising flames, swept in, clearing the way. 2 lead bullets imprinted with gathering flames, blasted a gap in the middle of the street, clearing the path forward. Anson, following closely behind the young knight, had a rather complicated expression. He really didn't want to leave the council so impulsively, but on one hand, Louis was not someone who could be persuaded with words. On the other hand, the Elven Queen was the strongest fighting force in White Whale Harbor at this moment, and as long as she was still alive, she could pose a certain threat to the Gravekeeper. At least until Talia managed to return, or other reinforcements arrived, there was absolutely no room for error. But Louis Bernard at this moment clearly didn't think that way. Wielding a longsword shrouded in steam, one after another, blood-gushing corpses fell in fragments before the young knight. Blue-green pus and blood had already seeped into his eyes, and his body bore various wounds, but none of this could stop him. Wait for me, Freya, I'm coming. Chapter 717 Nobody Can Leave. A young knight, roaring loudly, raced frantically through the night, his blood-stained blade tearing through the flames without leaving a trace of crimson. A figure struggling desperately in the inferno lunged at him, but before it could take 3 steps closer, a semi-transparent vapor of water rushed towards it. Its speed, comparable to a rifle barrel being fired, meant the mutated heretics could only see the afterimage of the blade, having no time to dodge, and were instantly cleaved in two. Simultaneously combining his own power with the power obtained from Phil Cressy, Louis Bernard's Sea Knight bloodline power was no longer simply a simple addition, but reached a completely new level, as if opening a door never before imagined. The ability to manipulate water vapor not only enriched his attack methods, but also significantly increased his combat efficiency. The highly enhanced body and senses not only gave him the endurance to manipulate water vapor, but also greatly improved the precision and scale of his manipulation. Of course, the increase in power comes at a price, and it will only be more severe than before, but Louis has no time to worry about that now. He only cares about getting to Freya's side as quickly as possible and doing everything he can to save her. Although he can only sense a very faint aura, the young knight is 100% certain that the elven girl is still alive. The Iser elves, who have awakened their bloodline power and become blasphemous mages, are not so easy to kill, and in a sense, they can even be said to be immortal. As beings that defy the natural laws of this world, although they still look the same as before, they are essentially in another form or level of life. They will not die from injuries or organ failure, and the general concept of life and death does not apply to them. 50 meters ahead, turn left, Anson shouted, pulling the trigger of his revolver. The lead bullet, imprinted with a hunter designation, streaked across the night sky with a golden red beam of light. Using the angle he just managed to lock, he blasted the heads of 6 heretics in its path with a single shot. The burning tentacle torso convulsed and collapsed, crashing into a crumbling building that collapsed the moment the two passed. Boom! The heretics who couldn't escape were buried alive, dark red blood flowing like a stream beneath a mountain of rubble. Confirming he'd blocked his pursuers, Anson, still running, immediately reached into his shirt pocket and loaded the last 6 lead bullets into the magazine. He was there for a feast, not a battle, so he couldn't be fully armed. How much further? Almost there, just 2 more streets. Without daring to delay, Anson immediately responded to the young knight charging at the front. Lewis's emotions were extremely unstable, and his Sea Knight bloodline power needed to remain calm, otherwise it would directly fail, so he absolutely couldn't be subjected to any more severe stimulation. It was precisely for this reason that he hadn't interfered with Lewis's decisions from beginning to end, while cooperating with his actions as much as possible, keeping his questions deeply buried in his heart. For example, why didn't the Gravedigger kill Freya? As the only blasphemous mage-level spellcaster currently in White Whale Harbor, Freya was arguably the only one who could threaten them. Killing her would mean that even if everyone else were added, they wouldn't be as valuable as she alone, an elf. The most reasonable explanations were only 2. They couldn't do it, or they did it on purpose. Bang! A shot blew up the one who had escaped the young knight's attack, another bullet gone from the remaining volley. Anson, biting his pipe, frowned even more deeply. If, due to their abilities or some other limitation, they couldn't truly kill Freya, that would be ideal, but then they would definitely fight tooth and nail to prevent the rescue, and the heretics blocking their way would be far more numerous and several levels stronger than the current weaklings. But if it was intentional, why? What benefit would it bring them to lure them to the spot where Freya fell? Puff, 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 translucent water vapor swept through the street, creating trails of blood mist as the young knight's figure followed. As the 2 approached their target, the number of enemies dwindled. The heretics in the surrounding streets seemed to sense some higher level pressure and dared not approach. Lewis. We're almost there, right? I know. Louis Bernard, his lips pressed tightly together, stared intently at the ruins of a building directly ahead. The 2-story building had collapsed neatly, as if pierced through the roof by some cylindrical object falling from above. Although he didn't possess the same superpower of insight as Anson, his enhanced senses and keen combat instincts still gave him a sense of foreboding. Perhaps, this was a trap. With this thought flashing through his mind, Louis Bernard raised his longsword before him, and then, charged straight ahead without hesitation, heading towards the direction of the elven girl. I'll say it again, I really don't think this is a good idea. The anxious shouts of the Wild Hunt Knights echoed in the pitch-black living room of the Rune Mansion. At this moment, the 3 members of the Faithless Knights, who should have been in the White Whale Harbor Council's safe house, stood motionless in the corner of the living room, staring intently at each other and at the uneasy expressions on their faces. Carno ignored Derek's complaints and grumbles, while Ian wore a bitter smile. Clearly, this decision wasn't his, and he was powerless to change the final outcome. Then I'll reiterate, this is the best way. William Gottfried's cold voice came from the 4th corner of the room. The colony's first technical advisor faced the wall, gesturing with a sterling silver pendant he'd pulled from his neck, as if searching for something. So what exactly are you looking for? A lifeline, a key item to defeat or even turn the tide, our only hope of surviving tonight? Could you please elaborate? That depends on how much you believe what I'm doing. It's science, and I've told you to believe in science. We escaped from that lounge for you, escorted you through dozens of heretics, and even stole from the Rune family's house. I think we deserve to know more details. Weighing down his aching right hand, William sighed helplessly. Sometimes he envied that narcissistic Saint Isaac, able to swagger in front of a bunch of ignorant people, proudly explaining a bunch of things that were obvious to everyone. This wasn't the most painful part. The most painful part was that the reactions of those ignorant people were exactly what he expected. He simply couldn't understand what kind of fun there was in this. Unfortunately, his plan still required a presence, and he had to make them accept it willingly. Silently turning around, William spread his hands. Easy. I'll explain it as clearly as possible with simple words, but I'll only say it once, so please don't interrupt me. Derek and the other 2 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. To put it simply, the Guardians of the Resting Lands, because of someone, are preparing to begin their long-planned, grand scheme at Whale Harbor, William said weakly. Yes, I know you've all heard that term. The old god faction of the old world especially loves to use it, wanting to recreate the glory of the spellcaster's rule over the world and destroy the false god, the Ring of Order. That's their grand scheme. As far as I know, many old god factions are indeed working towards this goal, especially those that have infiltrated various powerful families, but that's not the point. The point is the real, most original grand scheme, which is to continue the grand ambition of the three old gods, allowing life in this world to continuously evolve and give birth to truly perfect life. Okay, don't be so surprised, because I'm just as surprised as you are. I only found out about 10 minutes ago, but in terms of how to achieve this goal, the guardians of the resting lands have some very creative ideas. I won't go into details, but in short, it seems they're planning to use someone to distort the space-time of Whale Harbor and bring the three old gods, who are already dead, back to this world. What? Huh? You're kidding me? The three of them, who had been in sync, blurted out almost simultaneously again, their faces full of shock. Very well, I knew you'd look like this, so I knew all along that it was impossible for you not to interrupt. William shrugged, looking helpless. But you don't need to be so nervous, because the Gravikeeper has no chance of succeeding. The Rune family realized this problem long ago, so they prepared a secret weapon in advance to avoid this worst-case scenario, and what we need to do now is find this secret weapon, and then safely bring it to where Anson Bach is, to stop the Gravikeeper's ambitions. That's right, you should have guessed it by now, that someone is Anson Bach. If anything happens to him tonight, the three old gods will be resurrected in White Whale Harbor, and we're all doomed. Don't ask me why he's so special, because I don't know either. I only knew this information less than an hour before you did. That's it. Any questions? Just one. Ian glanced at his companion beside him. That secret weapon, what does it look like? Nothing else. I just think that since time is so tight, we should probably split up to look for it. That might be more efficient. A good suggestion. William's eyes lit up. Then he shrugged. Unfortunately, even I don't know what it looks like, because I've only been here once. I only know that this secret weapon exists, so I'm afraid. His voice trailed off. As if he heard something, William turned to look at the window on the side, let out a long sigh and laughed. It seems we're in luck. Huh? Ian and the other two were stunned at the same time, looking in the direction of his gaze, and then, their eyes widened simultaneously. Free, in the ruins of the collapsed building, the anxious young knight threw his sword on the spot, staggering as he ran and crawled to the side of the elven girl. Thump, he knelt down on the pile of rubble, oblivious to the cuts on his knees and calves. Lying in the ruins, Freya's eyes closed gently, a faint smile playing on her lips, like an angel falling into a dream. Her exquisite long dress was covered in dust, and her body was marked with frostbite and bruises, her fair skin stained with patches of blue and purple. But this wasn't the worst of it. From head to toe, the girl's body showed no sign of life whatsoever. Freya. Lewis's voice choked with sobs, his teeth clenched in agony, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he hovered in midair, hesitant to even touch the elven girl's body. He could clearly sense that Freya still had a faint breath, but it was too weak, and he, the gifted one, had no means to help her, appearing utterly helpless. After hesitating for several seconds, Lewis finally mustered his courage and slowly embraced the elven girl, a glistening tear welled in his trembling eyes, wetting her shoulder. The young knight strained to look up, gazing at the star-studded night sky, yet felt no peace. His mind was filled only with the image of the delicate girl in his arms falling, crashing heavily onto the cold rubble. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but Anson silently approached from behind the young knight, trying to make his voice as gentle as possible. It's dangerous here. We need to leave quickly and get her to a safe place. As he finished speaking, Anson's lips twitched involuntarily. A safe place? Where in White Whale Harbor could still be considered safe now? The young knight said nothing, silently tightening his grip on Freya as he stood up. Looking at the sword Anson kindly offered, he shook his head. Thank you, but no need. Are you sure? Anson raised an eyebrow. Although they had cleared out many enemies on the way here, that didn't mean they were safe now. The young knight nodded slightly, his forlorn expression tinged with apology. With that, I can't guarantee she won't get hurt. All right. Anson could only nod slightly, gripping Lewis's scalpel tightly in his left hand and the revolver with only 4 bullets left in his right, and walked ahead. The port had already fallen, and tens of thousands of Abyss Lord worms were swarming towards the city. Fabian's troops outside the city were still on their way, and including clearing out the troublesome heretics, it would take at least another half hour to arrive. Currently, it seemed that only the Rune Manor was the safest place. Just as the two were about to leave, a deep voice simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Sorry, but neither of you can leave. Chapter 718 The most critical moment. The moment the voice rang out, an indescribable sense of oppression erupted behind them, like the shockwave from a cannonball landing, and the entire ruins were once again swallowed by unfathomable darkness. Before the stunned Anson could even grasp the situation, his superpowers ceased to function. Not only that, even his spellcasting range stopped responding, and enveloped in darkness, he lost all sense of distance. The next second, a bone-chilling cold swept over him from behind, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his conscious mind beginning to blur. It was as if a pair of eyes capable of piercing flesh and blood, were peering into his memories and soul. The unparalleled oppression, the insight that shattered all pretense, the utterly powerless fear, reminded him of Professor Mace Harnard beneath Clovis Cathedral, but this time, the version stripped of his disguise, completely transformed into a blasphemous mage. No, this was even more powerful than the professor, terrifying. This was the Lord of the Abyss, or the Shadow Demon? No, this doesn't feel like the aura I sensed before, and that voice just now sounded so familiar, just like Fair Cressy, that's right. Just like Fair Cressy, huh? Anson stared wide-eyed in astonishment, his consciousness seemingly frozen. He could vaguely sense that cold, profound power raging through his mind. He instinctively wanted to fight this power, but some kind of instinct kept warning him that if he did, he might pay an unimaginable price. And it's right. If I were you, I would never act so recklessly. Phil Cressy's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of mockery and sarcasm. To be an enemy of an unknown being without knowledge. Oh, dear Anson Bach, you're not such a reckless fellow. To be honest, I've imagined many scenarios of our reunion, but I never expected it to be like this. We never get everything to go our way, do we? Just as you probably wouldn't want to be a lackey of the Rune family, I don't want my faithless knights to be wiped out by you and a bunch of traitors, forced to survive only on the charity of the New World's grave diggers. In fact, we could have been friends, because we are essentially the same kind of people, weak and helpless, but with a heart that refuses to be ordinary, able to endure temporary humiliation, as long as it brings a bright future. So, you can imagine how disappointed I am by this outcome. The moment the words left his lips, a chilling darkness began to engulf Anson's consciousness, his already hazy awareness gradually solidifying. Anson, a deep weariness washed over him like a tidal wave, gradually devouring his remaining sanity. He even heard familiar auditory hallucinations. A cold, languid dream, like a soft velvet pillow, quietly awaited him. Anson, a scream piercing his eardrums instantly snapped Anson awake. A bone-chilling cold assaulted his senses, and a thick black mist enveloped him, making it impossible for him to determine his location. But that didn't matter, because the next second, that petite figure tore through the black mist with her double-barreled shotgun, descending from the sky like a savior. Everyone, get down! A blinding flash of gunfire cleaved through the obstacles. The blood-soaked sheriff skillfully changed ammunition, a fuse still between his teeth. The instant he finished reloading, he tossed a smoking cluster grenade overhead. Boom! A fiery golden-red fireball illuminated the darkness, revealing grotesque faces. Countless cursed spirits vanished in the flames, their mournful howls echoing through the night. Stunned, Anson had no time to hide. He decisively caught the sheriff who was falling from the sky, nearly hitting his head first, at the cost of a heavy blow to the head from the girl's scorching gun barrel. Anson, desperately trying to suppress a scream, gritted his teeth, his expression contorted in agony, glaring fiercely at the girl who was still trying to break free from his embrace. Tell me, who sent you? No one. It was Lisa herself. The sheriff proudly stood with his hands on his hips, while looking at the smoldering wound on Anson's forehead with a hint of apology. If Lisa hadn't arrived in time, Anson, you would have already lost. Anson should be thanking Lisa. If you want to argue, you can do it later. The young knight's deep voice rang out from the side. The most important thing now is how to deal with this lackey of the old gods. Oh, my dear cousin Louis, you're being too hurtful. Looking at Louis Bernard holding the elven girl, Phil Cressy, who slowly emerged from the black mist, looked heartbroken, so much so that the tentacles growing from his skull and ears had shrunk considerably. Speaking of the old gods, you're holding one in your arms, and the guy next to you is too, and the one he's holding is also. I know you're trying to express your disgust for me, your relative, but that's not a good thing for you right now, at this moment. Phil Cressy was completely transformed, a torso made of tentacles, a skull twisted beyond recognition, 6 arms of varying sizes gripping seemingly living blades, only his cheeks retaining their original contours. Of course, This is only if you ignore the dozen or so eyeballs of varying sizes crowding his entire face. On the contrary, being forced into it versus willingly falling into depravity, that's the fundamental difference between you. Gently laying the elven girl flat on the cleaned ground, the young knight spoke righteously, completely oblivious to the rather unnatural expression on the face of someone beside him, pursuing power by any means necessary, even willingly abandoning your dignity. Phil Cressy, that's your true nature. Oh, you mean I'm like your beloved brother, the deceased Kroger Bernard? Phil mocked again. That's truly my honor? Bang! The moment the words fell, a deafening gunshot rang out simultaneously. With bloodshot eyes, the sheriff had already silently rushed to Cressy's side, pulling the trigger of the shotgun in his arms. The scorching lead bullets pierced his torso like a storm, tearing gruesome holes in it. But almost simultaneously, the ripped wounds were repaired by the surrounding pus. Enormous fleshy tentacles burst from the surrounding ruins, attacking the girl from both sides. PFFT, two semi-transparent streams of water vapor simultaneously swept past Lisa's side. Instinctively dodging, Lisa watched in astonishment as the two thick, large tentacles, oozing pus, turned into fragments. If you're trying to provoke me, this level of taunting isn't nearly enough. Lewis slowly sheathed the longsword Anson had thrown at him, his expression unchanged. Compared to the sarcasm I've ever heard, this is at best a beginner's level. Is that so? Phil Cressy laughed excitedly, a scab-covered tentacle erupting from the ruins beside him, blocking Anson's hunter attack and exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Perhaps I really underestimated you. After all, we both have the blood of sea knights flowing through our veins. Perhaps there really is some kind of tacit understanding between us. Like now, why do you think I haven't torn all these troublesome fellows to shreds yet? He howled hoarsely, and suddenly, huge pustules burst from his tentacles, accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound. New flesh grew from the ruptured surface, making his body several sizes larger than before. Because you can't do it. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the young knight easily dodged the tentacle attacking from his side. A flash of silver-white blade, and the massive tentacle shattered once more. Those with the power of the Sea Knight bloodline would influence each other. Lewis could gain his abilities from Phil, and vice versa. He was now certain that the other was very aware of the weakness of his bloodline power, hence the constant provocation. As long as he was affected by his words, he, without his bloodline power, would definitely be no match for Phil Cressy. No, it wasn't just that. Amidst the chaotic ruins, Anson's expression was extremely grim. He finally understood the reason for Phil Cressy's sudden appearance. If it was to kill him and Lewis, the gravedigger wouldn't need to send a defeated general who had lost to both of them, or even waste such an important tool. He could have crushed him himself. Looking at Phil Cressy's bizarre physique and the initially terrifying, indescribable oppressive aura, an answer gradually formed in Anson's mind. Lewis, run. It's a trap. Of course I know it's a trap, but, no buts. We have to get out of here. It'll be too late if we're any later. No, it's too late for you. With a cunning grin, Phil Cressy erupted in a hysterical growl. The pustules on his body began to grow rapidly, and his eyeballs, which covered his cheeks, rolled back one after another, gradually turning a deep crimson. The young knight stood frozen in place, looking at Anson, whose face was extremely pale, his astonishment mixed with unease. Anson, his brows furrowed, stared intently at Phil Cressy, who was now almost turning into pustules, cold sweat dripping from his temples. What a pity, Anson Bach. If you had reacted sooner, I might have had to go to great lengths to wipe out half of White Whale Harbor. Phil Cressy sighed. His face, which was now indescribable, revealed an emotion that even a human could read. That emotion was called despair. No, what's truly regrettable is that we could have been friends, but we became enemies. Then, goodbye, enemy. Thump. The moment the words fell, Phil Cressy, who had completely turned into a pustule, exploded like a water balloon, spewing out countless pieces of flesh and blood. Countless pieces of flesh and blood swept over like a tidal wave. Without the slightest hesitation, Anson decisively lunged at the still stunned Lisa, simultaneously activating his mist pipe and smokehouse, attempting to block the erupting flesh and blood. But in the end, it was too late. The nascent smoke was instantly overwhelmed by the flesh and blood. Hundreds and thousands of tentacles surged from the giant wave of blood and blood, rolling and rushing towards the group. Thump, 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 thump. Just as they were about to be engulfed, black metal pillars, 5 or 6 meters long, unexpectedly emerged from the rubble of the ruins. unfolding in a row in front of them, forming a wall that barely blocked the flesh and blood. Finally caught up, Anson's pupils constricted sharply. A rough voice suddenly rang out from the ruins. Drake, wielding twin swords and shirtless, appeared between the two as if he had suddenly materialized. But what surprised him was not the Wild Hunt Knight himself, but the figure on his back. Nora. The pale, evil goddess girl clung to Drake's back like a broken doll, only her bloodshot crimson eyes gleaming. The moment their eyes met, Anson suddenly felt his breathing become labored. Familiar memories flooded back, his consciousness seemed to be forcibly pulled away, and he began to lose control of his body. The scene before him began to hallucinate. On one side, Drake, carrying the evil goddess girl, was shouting something, seemingly gripped by panic. Beside him, Lisa found herself no longer moving, shaking her body in terror, slapping herself repeatedly with her small hands. Meanwhile, Nora slowly stood still, gently helping herself up from the ground with her small, delicate hand. Her crimson pupils were fixed on his own eyes. Anson Bach, at the most crucial moment, we must go to the land of rest. At the most crucial moment, when it's not too late, staring into those blood-red eyes that seemed to drain all his consciousness, a weary, drowsy feeling washed over him again. The scene before him gradually sank, sinking into darkness. In this sinking, the world began to sway, but it remained like an abyss with no end in sight, only the constant calls echoing in his ears. Anson, Anson. The voice was very soft, sounding somewhat similar to Lisa's but definitely not. Anson was absolutely certain of this, because Lisa would never use such a gentle tone. Anson, wake up, we're almost there. Almost there? Almost where? Hell? Anson wanted to laugh out loud. In that instant, he felt his body return, his heartbeat return, and everything was slowly returning to normal. However, when his vision fully returned, the unfamiliar figure before him, looking at him with concern, stunned him. Who are you? Me. The other person also paused, as if wanting to laugh but unsure where to begin. You slept and forgot your colleague and boss. I am me, the second in command of Star City, the head of the Mutant Life Form Alchemy Lab. August. Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 719 August. It took Anson a full quarter of an hour to finally grasp the situation and his current predicament after just waking from his coma. First, although he didn't know where he was definitely not in Whale Harbor, but he should still be on the land of the New World. Nora had explicitly mentioned that he had to go to the land of rest, so it shouldn't be the old world or any other continent. Second, he might have transmigrated, but not completely. His name was still Anson, and apart from his clothes, his memories, skills, and appearance remained exactly as they were before he fell unconscious, including the time Lisa had hit him on the forehead. Even his original belongings were all there, perfectly positioned in his pockets, the only difference being that his tattered officer's coat had been replaced by a black robe resembling an old-fashioned imperial style. As for the middle-aged man in front of him with chestnut hair and emerald eyes, who looked to be around 40 years old and called himself August, the second instructor of Star City, he was also wearing the exact same robe, only it was noticeably more form-fitting, and the material and patterns were clearly more exquisite. On the other hand, his own transmigration seemed to have the characteristics of a soul transmigration, because the person in front of him showed no surprise at his presence and even seemed quite familiar with him, addressing him affectionately as Anson or fellow believer, and more seriously as researcher Anson Bach. According to him, he and the other person were representatives of the Order from Star City, invited to the Holy Land of Boarding to participate in an important research project. Star City was a very ancient coastal city with thriving trade, a strong religious atmosphere, and a dense population. The local True God Order was one of the largest in the world. Borodom, on the other hand, was a new city that had only been established in recent decades, but due to its special geographical location and the large influx of believers, it had become a holy land in the hearts of believers. Anson was certain he had never heard of either one. As for the so-called Order and True God, that was easy to understand, because the first thing August did upon his awakening was to shout praise the primordial ring and to perform a standard old gods prayer posture. In other words, he was now in a world where the worship of the three old gods was prevalent. If the records of the Ring of Order were accurate, it meant that he had likely returned to thousands of years ago, to the earliest Dark Ages. This was the information Anson had obtained through various indirect probing and subtle inquiries after waking from his coma. As for why he asked so many things he should know, Anson's reason was simple: he had amnesia. This cliched explanation, however, did not arouse August's suspicion whatsoever. Instead, it elicited considerable understanding and even sympathy. Whether in research or evolution, magic will always be a very dangerous thing for us. Even today, no one dares to claim that they can absolutely avoid accidents. Rather, accidents are already commonplace for us true believers in God. In the warm room, August leaned back on a long sofa and smiled at Anson, who still looked somewhat nervous. However, I think your amnesia is only temporary. Rest well, talk to the people around you more, and you should be able to slowly return to normal. I hope so. I hope the order, the primal ring protects you. Anson, feigning nervousness, gave a wry smile and almost mispronounced the prayer. He sat awkwardly opposite August, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. The room was quite small, with only two sofa-like long chairs, a small coffee table, a dining table, a wine cabinet, a wardrobe, and a top shelf that looked like a luggage rack. Of course, the term small is relative. If this were a compartment on a steam train or ship, it would be considered luxurious, and it certainly looks like one. But I'm still worried about my amnesia, which might cause considerable trouble for the work ahead, Anson said, feigning concern. Because I really don't remember anything right now. To be honest, I'm even a little panicked. I have absolutely no idea where I am, not even the slightest impression. Anson's voice was slightly hurried, his pupils slightly dilated, and his body was tense and uneasy, ready to get up and leave at any moment. These actions were all tricks that Fabian had mentioned. As the former deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, he had unique experience in distinguishing between genuine panic and feigned amnesia, and he had never misjudged his target when using the Imperial Guard's unique great memory restoration technique. In his words, a person who suddenly loses their memory will fall into a state of agitation and panic, especially fear of talking to people. However, this agitation and panic are not something that ordinary people can fake. The state of desperately wanting others to know that one has lost their memory is very different from the state of being in a "Oh, my dear Anson, you're such a thoughtful and meticulous person." Seeing his worried expression, August couldn't help but laugh. Don't forget, they're the ones who extended the invitation, not the other way around. To be honest, I haven't decided yet whether to accept this job. The opportunity to work in boredom is indeed tempting, but it also means losing a lot of freedom. If they hadn't offered it to me, I probably wouldn't have made such a big decision. In short, we have plenty of options in this matter. If all else fails, we can always go back to Star City to continue our previous research. There's no need to be afraid of those in boredom. August suddenly paused, then smiled with surprise. Wait, it seems we've arrived. He then turned his head, extended his right hand towards the oil painting on the wall, and snapped his fingers. Slightly curious, Anson slowly turned his gaze. The gilded frame that occupied most of the wall suddenly began to fade, replaced by a cold, endless expanse of white. A biting wind, carrying snowflakes the size of goose feathers, swirled and danced across the sky, turning everything inside a pure white, howling furiously at the world. And at this moment, they were speeding through this world of endless blizzard. Looking down along the edge of the frame, there was a wide road stretching into the blizzard, and ahead, the faint sound of galloping hooves could be seen. Wait, so this is actually a carriage? Anson's pupils contracted slightly. In the swirling snow, he vaguely made out the outline of a mountain peak, and a bizarre dream immediately flashed through his mind. Could it be that is, August's voice echoed softly from the side, the holy city of the true God's followers? The eternal resting place of the three true gods, Boredom. This is a unique holy land, built with countless resources and power for the future grand plan of the true God's followers. Whether the evolvers who follow the path of the three true gods can win the future will be decided here. Anson pursed his lips, trying to feign shock to conceal his true emotions and avoid letting August notice anything unusual. I once saw a painting by Boredom at a friend's place, but it seems his painting technique is as superficial as his understanding of blood magic, completely missing the essence of this mountaintop city. August seemed completely oblivious to Anson's unease, his gaze fixed on the city perched atop the mountain amidst the blizzard. He painted this city like a magnificent palace, but in reality, it's a tomb, a large, grand, cold tomb. August sighed with profound melancholy, then abruptly asked, Anson, what do you think? Do you think this city is like a palace, a tomb, or something else? Anson opened his mouth, then paused, vaguely discerning something from August's subtle expression. After a few seconds of silence, he answered tentatively, I think it's more like a spark. Oh, that's an interesting interpretation. August's lips curled into a smile. You've always been the more insightful one of us. You must have some more unique perspectives. Nothing particularly insightful, just some random thoughts. Anson subconsciously backed away. Venturing further and further into his amnesiac act, the three old gods have left us. The followers of the old gods have lost their guiding beacon. To continue their grand plan, they built this city, looking like travelers in darkness, desperately clinging to the last embers of their being, not because it can guide them, or truly bring them a bright future, purely because it represents the last glimmer of hope. As long as it exists, it can illuminate a small path, even if the future is an endless expanse of darkness. Anson raised his head, carefully observing August's expression. From their conversation and his own observations, he had basically confirmed two facts. First, the three old gods were dead, but it didn't seem to be a cataclysmic event for the spellcasters, or rather, it had become a tacitly accepted reality. Secondly, the so-called boredom is the resting place that Talia and all the old gods later referred to, the tomb where the three old gods slumber, except that it now seems to be a holy site for spellcasters, a place similar to the Church of the Ring of Order. Endless darkness. If this is the end for the evolved beings, even if they hold on to the last spark, what is the point? August murmured, seemingly asking Anson, or perhaps questioning his own heart. Sometimes, evolution is truly a bewildering thing. We desperately pursue perfection, but what can truly be called perfect? We try our best to make ourselves stronger, but any strength comes at a price. Even the true gods couldn't avoid failure. Can we, mediocrity, truly achieve the extraordinary? Look at that city, magnificent and splendid, but if we really had a way to solve the problems left behind by the departed true gods, why build such a city that concentrates countless resources and wisdom? This pride, this symbol of honor, isn't it just a disguise for our inner unease and panic? If we are truly confident enough, then nothing needs to be proven. If we are destined for destruction, the symbol is just a pretty tomb. He stared blankly at the increasingly clear outline of the mountaintop city in the distance, and after a long time, he finally came to his senses and smiled apologetically at Anson. Sorry, I seem to have become a little confused again, ruining your good mood when you first saw it. No need to apologize, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Anson smiled and advised, sometimes we really can't just look at the good side. Reflection and a dose of reality are also necessary. I think I've just become overly sentimental. August shook his head and sighed deeply. To be honest, I never thought about these things in the past. Back then, research was my whole life, my only reason for existing. But, once you get married, or even have children, it's hard to avoid thinking about their future. Children? Anson couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yes, I have a child, which is a major reason why I can only be the second in command in Star City instead of the chief mentor, but I don't regret it, August said calmly, his face radiating an expression of immense happiness, the melancholy and confusion from before vanishing instantly. Being able to watch her grow up, gradually maturing from the very beginning, that sense of accomplishment, to be honest, is more exciting than any achievement I've ever made. It was also for her that I decided to accept Bardim's invitation. After all, there are more opportunities here than in Star City. Anson couldn't help but swallow. What is her name, really? You don't even remember her name? I absolutely don't believe it. August smiled and waved his hand. Her name is Lisa. Chapter 720 Boredom. Although he had somewhat anticipated it, Anson still froze the moment August actually uttered the girl's name, nearly losing his composure and revealing his true identity. Yes, he was traveling in the same carriage as the legendary Apostle, and the Apostle was quite friendly towards him. Of course, he couldn't say for sure whether the Apostle was truly one. Firstly, his aura and demeanor didn't quite match. Although he hadn't met many real apostles, he could still glean some characteristics from the Grand Book of Magic. Their rarity was a given, and apostles, due to their immense power, could influence nature with a mere gesture, making them unlikely to appear easily. There was also a crucial reason. Talia had explicitly stated that she had never met Isaac Rand, meaning her birth time was at least parallel to or later than the assassination of Saint Isaac. And her full name was Talia August Rune. Bearing the bloodlines of two great lineages and being the current head of the Rune family, it means that Rune acquired August's power no early on. Further calculations of the Rune family's rise to power confirmed that he became an apostle after the Church of Order began spreading across the old world. Therefore, August, whom he killed and whose power he stole, shouldn't have been killed too early either. Talia mentioned this before, noting that time is crucial to a spellcaster's power. Even with bloodline enhancements, Freya, a fellow blasphemous mage, was practically an infant in Talia's eyes. In conclusion, Anson is fairly certain that August hasn't become an apostle yet, but is merely a powerful blasphemous mage. However, this raises another question, since Lisa has already been born, and Talia's birth couldn't have been earlier than 10 years before the saint's calendar, with one being no more than 200 years old and the other likely several thousand. Why would she call Lisa sister instead of older sister? Does this mean that in later spellcaster families, seniority is based entirely on strength, not actual age? Or perhaps there was something special about August's bloodline, or was the Lisa he encountered not the Lisa August spoke of, but rather Lisa incarnate? Countless questions swirled in Anson's mind, yet he couldn't directly ask August across from him, so he could only silently keep them to himself and continue observing his surroundings. Talia must have her own reasons and hardships for going to such lengths to bring him here, which likely concerned the success or failure of the battle against the Gravikeeper. Seemingly sensing Anson's weariness, August didn't continue the conversation. The two silently watched the howling snow outside the carriage window, the outline of the majestic mountain city in the distance becoming increasingly clear, the imposing city gates slowly rising in the center of the horizon at the end of the road. The galloping carriage, like a steam train approaching a station, gradually slowed down. The surrounding snowstorm seemed controlled by machines and commands, its intensity decreasing proportionally to the distance to the gate. By the time the carriage reached the foot of the city gate, not a single snowflake could be seen. The magnificent panorama unfolded before Anson's eyes like a scroll painting through the gilded frame inside the carriage. The first thing that caught his eye was the fog that permeated the entire city. The enormous fog, red and white with hints of dark red, seemed to possess a life of its own, weaving between every building and street, flowing slowly, covering every corner of the city like a spider web. Under the frigid light, countless towering buildings stood in a staggered pattern on both sides of the irregularly shaped street. Some were magnificent from top to bottom, while others were bizarrely shaped and twisted, like sheet metal and broken bricks forcibly twisted together. Some were covered with large and small purplish-black vines, and the walls beneath the vines were still writhing in an orderly manner, as if the bricks and planks were living things with flesh and blood. Thousands of figures moved endlessly among these bizarre buildings. The city gate through which the two had entered the city had disappeared, replaced by a bustling street comparable to the Clovis City train station. All kinds of vehicles, some with wheels and some without, some using living things or self-propelled carriages, were crowded together. People speaking various accents, some even completely incomprehensible, dressed in a motley collection of clothing, and with bizarre appearances, were everywhere, conversing, strolling, pausing, gazing. These figures seemed no different from the ordinary citizens of Clovis City. If there was any difference, it was that almost all of them were spellcasters, and without any attempt at concealment. Anson even had to deliberately widen his spellcasting range to sense that dozens of spellcasters had passed by him in the past few minutes. Although most were only at the third or fourth rank, they unabashedly exposed their magical abilities, much like the people of Clovis City flaunt their titles, education, military ranks, and guild affiliations through their clothing. Absurd, bizarre, eerie, oppressive, that was Anson's initial impression. Welcome to Boredom, the eternal resting place of the true gods, the holy land of all evolved beings. The two had just stepped off the carriage when a well-proportioned, youthful-looking boy rushed forward, his hands gripping August's right hand with slight excitement. We've been waiting for you for so long, always worried whether an excellent and independent evolved being like you would accept our invitation. Really, August, with his gentle expression, raised the corners of his mouth, letting the other boy vigorously shake his arm. You must be exaggerating, replacing strange with excellent, unsociable with independent, right? No, this is our truest thought, we didn't embellish it at all. The boy quickly shook his head, but his slightly embarrassed eyes betrayed his true feelings. In the brief moment when his gaze darted away, the boy finally noticed a figure standing behind August, looking around, and this is Anson Bach, a high-ranking cultist of the Star City Order, a researcher in the Mutant Life Form Alchemy Lab. Before Anson could speak, August introduced him first. He's also my most important deputy. It was because of his strong persuasion that I finally decided to come and see if I could participate in your project. Anson, this is researcher Collins. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually only 10 years younger than me, a famous child prodigy in Breeze City. From mastering the evolutionary path of blood magic to joining the renowned alchemy lab in Boredom, the records he's set and the awards he's won are countless. Oh, he's also a painter, especially skilled in portraiture. But he's not quite as prodigy in landscape painting. We talked about this on the way, remember? Of course he remembered, it was him. Anson glanced sideways and saw the boy looking at him with surprise. He quickly stepped forward and grasped Anson's hands, just as he had done to August. Thank you for your efforts. By the primal ring, esteemed researcher Bach, you can't imagine how much your hard work has helped our project. I don't know how to thank you enough, it was just a small thing I could do. You don't need to be so polite, Researcher Collins. Anson, his right hand firmly held, could only smile and respond amiably. Actually, I did have a little selfish motive. After all, as fellow evolved beings, who wouldn't want to come to Boredom and see it for themselves? You've never been to Boredom? Collins blurted out in astonishment. By the primal ring, that's incredible. No, my dear Collins, there are many evolved beings in this world who have never been to Boredom. It's not something to be surprised about, August interjected, his voice sounding somewhat displeased. The research here is important, but that doesn't mean you are the world's only hope. In fact, if your invitation hadn't interrupted the research, we would have been close to making a new breakthrough in bloodline inheritance. If that's the case, then you will certainly be interested in our research topic, Collins said solemnly. Because the research in Boredom involves the direction of bloodline inheritance, I don't know what the research goals of Star City are, but our goal is indeed directly related to the success or failure of the grand plan. If everything goes smoothly, it could directly impact the history of the next 1,000 years, and that's why we insisted on extending an invitation to you. In the field of bloodlines, no one is more successful and experienced than you, esteemed August. We desperately need these qualities now. A reasonable explanation. In fact, I think so too. August nodded casually, clearly very confident in his abilities and resume. One last question, is this research in a hurry? Not particularly in a hurry. The higher-ups haven't set any deadlines for us, and the research funding is quite ample. Researcher Collins shook his head. What, do you have other matters to attend to in Boredom? No, not at all. It's just that Researcher Bach and I have traveled a long way and are extremely exhausted, August chuckled. So, if you're not in a rush, I'd like to rest for a few days and thoroughly study your research before deciding whether to accept this invitation. How about that? Of course, please don't be so formal. Researcher Collins immediately relaxed his slightly furrowed brow and breathed a sigh of relief. To help you get started as soon as possible, we've prepared all the materials and arranged them by category in your room. Or how about we head out now and I take you both to the alchemy lab? No need, I know where it is. August waved his hand casually. While we have this time, you can take Counselor Bach around Boredom and fulfill his regret of never having visited this holy land of evolutionaries. All right then, esteemed August, see you at the alchemy lab. See you at the alchemy lab. After seeing August off, the excited Researcher Collins turned around, beaming at Anson. Now it's just the two of us, esteemed Researcher Bach. Don't be shy, just tell me where you'd like to go. Anywhere. Anywhere. As guests of the alchemy lab, Boredom's doors are completely open to you and August. Looking at the confidently promising Counselor Collins, Anson slowly raised his head and gazed at the city shrouded in mist. In the center of the magnificent and bizarre city stood a colossal palace, like a clock tower. The towering structure, its visible height already approaching 100 meters, was composed of countless runes, gems, bricks, and metals, their colors overlapping and intertwining in a way that was utterly incomprehensible. From afar, it resembled three giant serpents coiled together, constantly extending upwards. That place, how is it, there? Researcher Collins stared blankly at the direction Anson was pointing, pausing for a few seconds before nodding absent-mindedly. Why, of course. If you want to visit, I think I can arrange it. Will it be difficult? No, not difficult at all. It's just that usually, no, it's nothing, I was just a little too excited, so I'm a bit out of sorts. Collins smiled apologetically. I guess, you probably don't know that's the Tower of the Primordial, right? So this tower is crucial, and very famous among spellcasters of this era. Anson's eyes widened slightly, revealing a very surprised expression. That's it, exactly, Collins smiled smugly. Many believers have only heard of its existence, regarding it as something legendary. Even among the locals of Boredom, Very few have ever stepped inside and witnessed one of the greatest wonders of our time. Congratulations, researcher Bach. I guarantee that what follows will completely change your understanding of this world." As he spoke, Collins slowly stepped aside to make way for him and gestured for him to come forward. "Thank you." Anson nodded in thanks, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "Before we set off, may I ask you one more small question?" "Of course, please go ahead. Why do you address August directly as August? Is this some kind of custom in Boredom?" Well, no, not at all. It's just a simple verbal habit." Collins gave a somewhat wry smile. "Perhaps the believers in Star City are more conservative, but, in most regions, we usually address believers who have reached the tutor level by their first name, and their descendants use their first name as their surname. Also, because of their special status, calling them by their first name is not offensive but a higher level of respect. August has always been an object of my worship, so I try not to add the suffix second master when I address him." "I see, I misunderstood." Anson couldn't help but laugh as well, extending his right hand to the other man. "Let me reintroduce myself. Anson Bach, a believer from Star City. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Anson Bach." Collins smiled and shook his hand, saying softly, "And please allow me to reintroduce myself, Rune Collins, a believer from Breeze City. If you don't mind, you can just call me Rune." Chapter 721 Prophecy. For the next 2 hours, Rune Collins led the way, tirelessly explaining how August was such a genius, how great August was, how much he admired August, and how lucky he was to be able to see him in person. After years of admiration and correspondence, the fan finally saw his idol in person one day. That's pretty much the feeling. Honestly, esteemed researcher Bach, someone as close as August's friend can't possibly understand how fortunate it is to be able to speak with him, let alone work with him. Rune trembled with excitement, constantly rubbing the hand he had just shaken with August's, his face filled with uncontrollable emotion. This is like a dream. You've heard of him, you know him, you admire him, and he actually replied to your letter, and then you even met him in person. Most importantly, he even addressed another friend of his, that is, you, I mean myself, as his friend, by the primordial ring. Can you imagine anything more insane? No. I dare say I'll never be as nervous, as excited in my entire life. Oh no. I'm going to work with him now. He'll definitely ask me all sorts of questions. I'll collaborate with him, serve him, offer him my insignificant suggestions, become part of his thinking. By the primordial ring, the boy in the dark red robe seemed to be infested with thousands of lice, constantly muttering to himself and writhing, his mood shifting between frustration and excitement. It wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly fainted or went insane. But Anson, sitting beside him, remained completely unmoved, his expression even somewhat numb. He stared at the thick fog overhead, at the bizarre and magnificent buildings on either side, at the distant primordial tower that seemed to possess some kind of special life. Deep down, he felt no curiosity about this tomb from 1,000 years in the future, now the mysterious city of spellcasters. At this moment, only one sentence filled his mind. The boy beside him with short, dark blue ponytails, bright black eyes, and wearing a dark red robe was named Rune. Rune was the blood magic apostle who roamed the old world, witnessed the decline of the ancient Clovis and the rise of the Osteria family and the Clovis kingdom, whom even the Church of the Flower of Order dared not easily touch, tacitly approving their existence and even swaggering into the capital of a kingdom, Talia's father, and his nominal father-in-law. Rune. This feeling, which could no longer be described as strange, made Anson seriously doubt whether he was dreaming, in a parallel world, or even already dead, and the scene before him was merely a hallucination he had imagined before his death. This sense of absurdity intensified when he heard Rune repeatedly emphasize how much he admired August and how much he wished to become second only to August, because, according to the history of that world before his coma, if there were no errors, Rune would have killed August sometime before the Saint calendar, taking his bloodline and power, and completely erasing the entire family's historical record. This directly led to Lisa becoming the last of August's blood, meeting him hungry and exhausted on the battlefield of Thunder Fortress. Was this a case of turning from fan to hater? Absurd thoughts kept surfacing in Anson's mind as he stared blankly at the magnificent tower of the primordial drawing ever closer. When the true God slumbers, the tower of primordial will be the torch illuminating the darkness. Stepping slowly down from the carriage, Rune, a hint of pride in his smile, introduced the tower to Anson, 36 of the greatest cities of our time, 2,000 large and small cults, countless resources, and technologies unimaginable in the past. When all these are gathered together, they create the crystallization of wisdom before us. It preserves the most complete history and records of magic and the true God's doctrines. Hundreds and thousands of the most outstanding evolved beings work within it day and night, recording and archiving all major events that have occurred and are about to occur, guiding the progress of the grand plan. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the Tower of Primordial stands upon the earth, the followers of the true God still hold their future in their own hands. We will eventually break free from this cage called the world, and according to the grand plan left by the true God, achieve the most perfect existence. He paused slightly, his confidence radiating from head to toe, and looked at Anson, who was still standing before the carriage, gazing intently, and asked, "Any questions?" "No. Just a little sentimental." In an instant, Anson regained his composure. As believers of the true God, witnessing such a miracle firsthand is truly a worthwhile experience. "May I ask which section we shall begin our tour?" Regarding that, Rune's face suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment, and he said somewhat awkwardly, I must apologize a little." "Why?" "Because in fact, we are not here for sightseeing, or rather, there is no such option as open to the public here. The Tower of the Primordial is the highest level institution in Boredom, and only chosen believers or those who have passed the examination are granted the privilege of entry." Rune rubbed his hands nervously, looking up apologetically. But, however, as a member of the Bloodline Inheritance Alchemy Chamber, I have access to the Great Corridor Hall and the Museum of True Knowledge, and I can bring you in with my assistant in attendance. Of course, it's very inappropriate to do this, but I just really wanted to show off in front of August. To make him think I'm hospitable and can solve a lot of things in boredom, to make him think I'm alright, I understand. Anson raised his hand to interrupt Rune, who was about to continue apologizing. "Dear Rune. Researcher Rune Collins, I have no intention of blaming you, really." Rune, who had been stammering, immediately stopped and stared blankly at Anson. "Absolutely," Anson said seriously. "In fact, I can understand your thoughts very well. Who doesn't want to show off in front of someone they admire? It's normal, nothing strange, especially since you told me the truth, so there's even less to criticize." More importantly, the thought that the handsome young man in front of him, who was almost half a head shorter than him, was Talia's father. Anson really found it hard to feel much anger. After a few seconds of silence, Rune, finally regaining his composure, took a deep breath and solemnly grasped Anson's hand. "Respected Researcher Bach, no. My dear Anson, your magnanimity and understanding are beyond words, leaving me unsure how to express my gratitude." No, you're too kind," Anson said, desperately trying to suppress the urge to smile. "We're friends. So let's not talk about thanks anymore, okay?" "Of course, everything is as you wish." Rune nodded vigorously, a hint of tears welling in his eyes. "Back to the Tower of the Primordial, although I can only take you to the very bottom, the area and the vast collection of documents and materials inside are still considerable. As a member of the Alchemy Lab, I've spent several hours there almost every day for the past few years, and I still haven't seen everything. While I can't show you the core of the Tower of the Primordial, I guarantee that the precious materials alone will make your trip worthwhile. I'm looking forward to it." Anson smiled. Following Rune's footsteps, Anson traversed the densely populated streets and layers of golden staircases, entering the Primordial Tower through its extravagantly large main entrance. Although called a tower, this was a misleading term. In terms of both height and scale, the Primordial Tower was truly palace-like. Compared to it, the Palace of Austeria seemed small and exquisite. The first thing that caught his eye was a room so spacious it rivaled two White Whale Harbor Council chambers, its design resembling a reception desk or waiting room. Stepping onto the crystal-clear, translucent floor, like a starry galaxy, Anson's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings, immediately catching sight of the strangely shaped columns flanking the hall. They looked like miniature versions of the Primordial Tower, yet still stood nearly 10 or even 20 meters tall. A large crowd thronged around these columns, their expressions solemn and serious, like fervent believers worshipping their religious totem. Those are the entrances to the trials and assessments of the Tower of the Primordial. Those who pass will be assigned to the appropriate level based on the judgment of the higher levels and the types of magic they possess, Rune explained quietly. Although the hope is slim, for many believers this is their only chance. Not all believers are like the legendary August, so young to become a tutor. In fact, If it weren't for the work in the alchemy lab, I should have participated in the selection and assessment last year, being able to directly access the core knowledge and receive guidance from the apostles, even if it meant serving the Tower of the Primordial for my entire life. I would be willing. I don't think so, Anson said quietly. With your talent, becoming a tutor is only a matter of time, and even becoming an apostle isn't impossible. Well, maybe. Rune scratched his head with a wry smile. I know you're just trying to comfort me, but thank you anyway, Anson, for you and for catching up with August one day. I will continue to work hard. No, I wasn't just trying to comfort him, I knew for sure. Anson shrugged in response, saying nothing more. The two squeezed through the crowd and continued deeper into the hall. At the far end of the hall was a series of murals separated by pillars. The content of the paintings, while not entirely similar, was also completely unrelated. A magnificent palace, a dimly lit library, layered staircases, labyrinthine secret rooms, a rooftop under a clear blue sky, an incredibly deep well. Although there was no evidence, Anson had a vague guess that these murals likely represented the different floors, or even the entrances to those floors. Sure enough, Rune pointed to the second-to-last mural on the right. An oil painting made of countless gray lines and cold-colored blocks, and said, "The Great Hall, that's our target for today. We need to go in and find the prophecy about the mutants to bring back to the alchemy lab to confirm our next research plan." Prophecy. Anson immediately caught a key word in the other's words. Yes, the apostles who manage the Tower of the Primordial make prophecies in different directions every day according to the grand plan, which are kept and archived in the Great Corridor. Anyone who needs them can enter to find what they need and act according to the prophecies, ensuring that our work is strictly carried out according to the will of the true gods, Rune explained as he led the way. Our alchemy room's task is also part of the grand plan, which is why I have access to the Great Corridor. I see. Then how do we determine if a certain prophecy is the part we need? Anson asked, full of questions. Even if it is, how can we ensure that our understanding is correct? You've asked a very crucial question, Anson. You truly are August's most trusted deputy and friend. Rune's eyes lit up. Exactly. Finding and understanding the correct prophecy is the core of this work. You need to find the most important part from thousands of irrelevant and chaotic messages. This requires profound experience, great patience, and extremely strong judgment. Of course, this is my job, so you can wander around freely after you go in, look at whatever you want. If you don't mind, I can even teach you how to distinguish the different types of prophecies. We can leave together after I find them. How does that sound? I think that's fine. Anson nodded slightly. Or you can tell me the information about the prophecies and let me help you out a little, so we can leave faster. Really? But today is your first day in boredom. This might spoil your visit, and I don't want to cause you any trouble. Rune pursed his lips, carefully observing Anson's expression, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he wasn't just being polite. Alright, you'll find out sooner or later anyway, but don't worry about it too much. You're just here to visit today, and I hope you leave with a lot of knowledge and enjoy yourself. It's like this. Our alchemy lab's task is to study the closeness of the connection between bloodline inheritance and mutation. To be honest, the progress so far hasn't been very significant, which is why the alchemy lab allowed me to extend an invitation to August. After all, he's a true expert in this field, and now, we urgently need to figure out the next direction of our research. Suppose there is a race that is born with the blessing of a true god, or that can use magic from birth through some means. What is that the biggest variable affecting their bloodline inheritance and awakening? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 The Answer to the Prophecy. There was no light around, yet it wasn't dark either. Fine, delicate dust filled the air like stars flowing across the night sky. A gentle touch revealed its gliding texture against the skin. Following the flow of dust, a seemingly endless corridor appeared at the edge of the field of vision. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if someone's figure was passing by, and faint whispers echoed in the air. This was the lowest level of the Tower of the Primordial, the Great Hall of the Grand Corridor. All information, history, knowledge, and prophecies would be recorded and archived. As the core of boredom, and even the entire Old Gods world, at least now, this was the highest level that most spellcasters could access. Everything that happened to thousands upon thousands of spellcasters would be preserved here forever in written form, and they would act according to the prophecies made by the Tower of the Primordial. The moment Anson stepped through the door, he even felt his thoughts momentarily freeze, taking several seconds to gradually return to normal. Slowly turning around, the door he had entered through was gone, replaced only by a barrier formed by thick fog. Taking a deep breath, Anson turned his head and looked straight ahead again, walking into the deep corridor. Wandering through the dusty corridors, he began to recall Rune's final words upon entering. Walking in the Great Hall, what you wish to see is directly linked to your inner thoughts. The Great Hall will respond directly to your inner call, presenting what you desire in the most natural way you imagine. Therefore, controlling your inner thoughts becomes especially important, particularly avoiding having the Great Hall discover too much of your innermost feelings. Of course, a believer as excellent as you shouldn't need me to remind you of those common sense matters. In short, browsing information in the Great Hall follows 3 steps: recall, association, and prayer. Recall corresponds to past history, including your own memories and what you've heard or read in books. So, in a sense, knowledge is also a form of recall. It helps you find the moment an event or piece of knowledge was born and gradually guides you through the entire process. Association is a skill that believers like us, already at the forefront, frequently use. By using our existing skills and knowledge to make divergent associations, the Great Hall will present you with relevant knowledge and research. Correspondingly, your associative process, your guesses, research, failures, and successes, will all be recorded. So, unless absolutely necessary, avoid associating. Finally, there is prayer. We devoutly open our hearts, presenting everything before the Great Hall, and it will then offer the most accurate prophecy. This is the most difficult of the 3, because the level of detail presented directly affects the content of the prophecy. Even the most devout believers cannot open their minds completely without reservation, and the prophecy contains a vast amount of information. Misinterpretations and incorrect guesses are common. However, you don't need to worry about these things. Just enjoy the pleasure of reading and researching new knowledge. Slowing his pace slightly, Anson murmured softly, his mind beginning to connect the relationship between the 3 great magics, and the possibility of mastering them simultaneously. Although he didn't understand why Talia had gone to such lengths to send him to the land of rest, since he had such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he naturally wanted to obtain information that was impossible to obtain otherwise, as well as information most crucial to him. The most pressing matter, of course, was how to defeat the guardians of the land of rest. The most direct option was, of course, prophecy, but that was also the first option Anson ruled out. He didn't doubt the other party's ability to make accurate prophecies. He was more worried about how the apostles from 1,000 years ago would view him, someone who was preparing to dig up their graves 1,000 years later. Therefore, settling for second best and figuring out the nature of their power was also an option. Just as he continued his stroll, he felt something lightly brush against his arm on his left. Anson turned his head and found that the once smooth wall had transformed into a bookshelf, upon which lay a thick book, its cover bearing the beautifully gilded title A Study on the Origins and Connections of the 3 Great Magics, as if it had always been there, waiting to be discovered. But these weren't the most crucial points. The most crucial point was that the book was extremely well maintained, and the language used was not the language of this world. Even the cover and the paper inside exuded the smell of an assembly line and printing. Don't be nervous, there's nothing to worry about. Rune has already warned me. It will present the necessary information to me in what it considers the most natural way. It's not that my identity has been exposed. Anson took a deep breath and picked up the book with slight hesitation. Familiar yet unfamiliar words surged into his eyes. Traditionally, there is some controversy regarding the birth and appearance time of the 3 true gods, but the time when they established their respective evolutionary paths in magic can be determined. Note: this is merely academic research and does not involve the divinity of the true gods themselves. Devout believers should never have any unrealistic and malicious associations. The true gods are always our leaders and saviors, first and foremost. Without a doubt, the first to awaken was the master of blood magic, the extraordinary Pluto. It was his appearance that made evolution no longer a process controlled by the natural world, a process we could only passively accept. Then, Pluto's opposite, his dear brother, the king of black magic, Mute, found a completely opposite path, discovering a possibility beyond everything on a spiritual level. The Fate Master on Edon forged a new path, a tireless pursuer of reshaping the world, creating his own laws, and ultimately creating the term magic. rising to become the leader of all evolved beings. He joined forces with Bruto and Mutter to establish the earliest cult, rebelling against the will of the world. Oh, so that's why the later old gods all called themselves spellcasters, or perhaps because the term evolved being could no longer be used, and Bruto and Mutter were actually brothers? Wait, it could also be some kind of exaggerated rhetoric or description. Anson continued browsing the following content. From the very first day of the Order's birth, countless believers have attempted to combine the three great magics into one. But the divergences and conflicts between their evolutionary paths have made this idea extremely difficult, almost impossible, but the great true gods and apostles have found a possible path. To date, at least 4 feasible solutions are under study research. The most feasible of these is the twisted domain theory proposed by an evolver from Breeze City. This solution requires the evolver to first become a tutor-level spellcaster, using the spell space to create a domain completely different from the laws of nature, and then highly integrating it, or it could be created by another spellcaster, because the laws of nature are completely different from the outside world. Therefore, as long as the corresponding conditions are met, one can naturally master the other 2 great magics. Of course, this plan has significant limitations and drawbacks. First, it's highly integrated with a twisted domain, making it impossible for the final evolved being to easily leave the domain, completely unable to adapt to the outside world, and even posing a higher risk to life if exposed for a long time. Furthermore, once the twisted domain is destroyed, the power will also be lost. Regarding these drawbacks, the evolved being has begun intensive research to find ways to alleviate or avoid the higher risks. Currently, it has been discovered that by using a similar environment, the time spent outside the twisted domain can be slightly extended. This seems very similar to the relationship between the Lord of the Abyss and the Abyss Sea. No wonder he hides at the bottom of the surging sea year-round. So this method ultimately succeeded? Anson raised an eyebrow and continued flipping through the following sections. Because of the inherent conflict between evolutionary paths, even if one truly masters all 3 major magics simultaneously, while gaining more choices and new directions than other evolved beings of the same level, one will encounter bottlenecks earlier, and so far, there is no precedent for a successful breakthrough. This is due to the inherent goals of the 3 major magics themselves. Once a certain level is reached, one must discard the superfluous parts to continue progressing. The different requirements lead to an insurmountable upper limit to their compatibility. Evolved beings who simultaneously master 2 or even 3 paths, because they need to try to bridge the conflicts between multiple paths, find that the path they master is itself their greatest weakness, and they have almost no possibility of further evolution. But this does not mean that bridging multiple paths is a wrong direction, quite the opposite. In fact, all the apostles are warning those who come after that if they want to climb to a higher level of evolution, this is the only choice for all evolved beings. The true gods have left us a precious legacy. Following past successes blindly will not create a future for all evolved beings. Only by creating entirely new paths can the grand plan become our not-so-distant future. Snap, gently closing the book. Anson's gaze turned grave, a meaningful expression on his face. He hadn't found much content, mostly just an introductory level, but the information it revealed was quite rich. First, there was more than one way to master the 3 major spells simultaneously. Did this mean the gravediggers at White Whale Harbor were likely products of different experiments and different periods, ultimately unable to easily leave the land of rest due to their own power limitations? Fusing the 3 major spells was the correct practice in the world of the old gods, even endorsed by the apostles, but in his own time, it was rare to find spellcasters who could fuse multiple spells, which is why Talia found St. Isaac's success so novel. Furthermore, assuming this rune and that rune were the same spellcaster, then St. Isaac's success might not be simply because he had a blood magic apostle friend. He likely gained considerable knowledge and experience from him. Finally, if the above premises were true, why didn't Rune tell Talia that fusing multiple spells was the right path, instead allowing her to continue mastering blood magic without her knowledge? Moreover, knowing full well the serious flaws in all current methods, the apostles still encourage all evolved beings to do so. Is it truly for the future of evolved beings? If so, then their failure is utterly devastating. Spellcasters thousands of years from now will have virtually no future, only a lingering existence. If not, what are their true thoughts? An unknown amount of time passed. When Anson left the Great Hall, darkness had fallen and buried him. The thick fog covering the entire city had turned grayish-black under the night sky, exuding an ominous aura. Rune, who had arrived early, stood alone on the steps. His eyes lit up when he spotted Anson in the crowd, and he quickly approached, asking, "How was it? How did it feel?" "Indescribable." As expected of boredom, as expected of the legendary Tower of the Primordial, seeing Rune, even more excited than himself, the tourist, Anson couldn't help but smile again. "If possible, I hope we can come back a few more times." "No problem. I'll try my best to arrange it whenever I have time," Rune nodded quickly. "Besides the Great Hall of the Primordial, we can also go to the Museum of True Knowledge. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Besides the Tower of the Primordial, there are many other places to visit in Boredom. I was initially planning to take you to the Hall of Bloodlust. For travelers who have just completed a long journey, it's the perfect place to relax and experience physical pleasure." Okay, I understand, thank you." Seeing the conversation veering off course, Anson quickly intervened, awkwardly diverting the other's attention. "Let's not talk about me anymore, let's talk about your work. Have you found the prophecy we need?" "Oh, I have, but perhaps due to a slight mistake in my work, this prophecy is particularly obscure and difficult to understand." Rune, slightly frowning, sighed and gently rubbed his temples. "Four gods reside in the temple, and the successors who thirst for the gospel must offer sacrifices to the true God to receive glory. The more sacrifices, the more pleased the God." To be honest, prophecies in poetic form like this have appeared before, but this one is truly baffling. The four gods are clearly symbolic. The successors should be the bloodline, but the rest, I'm sorry, Anson, I'm bothering you with my work again. How about this? Since it's still early, why don't we go to the Bloodlust Mansion together? I guarantee you won't regret it." Its emotions, with a blank expression, Anson interrupted without any politeness. The key to influencing bloodline inheritance is emotion. Rune was dumbfounded. Chapter 723 The Expectations of the False Gods. I agree with Anson's conjecture. Emotions could indeed be a key factor influencing bloodline inheritance. After pondering for a full 10 minutes, August slowly raised his head from behind his desk and looked at the two people in front of him, giving his reply in an extremely serious tone. "In fact, after reviewing all the materials, I also had a similar judgment, but I couldn't find any strong evidence to support it." Now Anson has deduced the same result from the prophecy, proving that the whole viewpoint is worth examining and testing. "By the primal ring," Rune muttered to himself, letting out a long sigh, as if in disbelief, or as if his tense heartstrings had finally relaxed, and he slumped directly onto the opposite sofa. "It's really... I should feel ashamed." When Anson made his conjecture, I mistakenly thought he was just casually brushing me off and didn't want to go to the Bloodlust Mansion with me. I reminded you, Researcher Collins. Anson is a very insightful evolved being. August leaned back slightly in his chair, revealing a reserved and elegant smile. "If you don't continue to work hard, he might even take your job away from you." "I'm willing." Rune's expression immediately turned serious. "If this can help the grand plan be realized sooner, I'd be more than happy to have Anson take my job." "August, maybe, but certainly not now." August shrugged nonchalantly, speaking in a flat tone. "After all, strictly speaking, he's still on vacation. So, esteemed Researcher Collins, I still need your help for now. Is that all right?" "Of course." Rune's eyes lit up immediately, and he almost jumped up from the sofa with excitement. "By the primal ring, I will definitely become an indispensable assistant to you, just like Anson, I swear." Not quite the same. I'm still looking forward to more surprises from you." August's smile held a hint of helplessness as he spoke softly, with a touch of reassurance. "But for now, I can only say we'll wait and see." "Yes," Rune nodded vigorously, his lips pressed tightly together, as excited as if he had gotten the chance to work with his idol. "Well, not just like, but exactly." Anson, though at the center of their conversation, remained silent by the window, surveying the room and the surrounding scenery. Dark gold brass pipes crisscrossed the space, several valve nozzles channeling filtered air into the room. The temperature and air quality were noticeably warmer than on the streets outside Boredom. Soft carpets and sofas resembled both silk and animal fur, and several open-work gems floating in the gold ceiling decorations emitted a soft glow, creating a bright and cozy atmosphere. This luxurious office was merely a microcosm of the entire alchemy lab. Looking out the window, the building was comparable in size to half of St. Isaac's Academy, and this was only what he could see. When Rune had taken him in a driverless four-wheeled carriage, traversing most of Boredom in an hour and a half to find this so-called Bloodline Alchemy Lab, it was just a dilapidated two-story building. Using the new knowledge he had just learned in the Grand Hall, he explained that the buildings outside were illusions. They had actually entered a distorted field preset by some sorcerer. According to Rune's description, not only this alchemy lab, but most of the buildings in Bardem were actually distorted domains, created by the spellcasting apostles within the Tower of Primordial Magic according to the user's needs. His own distorted domain, for example, contained excessive magical reactions and elements that could preserve samples but were lethal to ordinary people due to experimental requirements. Therefore, it was equipped with purification devices covering all living and working spaces. Anson felt uncomfortable with the air outside Bardem because of the blood pus mist covering the city. It monitored and managed most of the city's activities and regulated the temperature difference between inside and outside. Its drawback was the excessively strong magical reactions, making it difficult for first-timers to adapt. In other words, the entire Bardem was under the surveillance, management, and control of the apostles within the Tower of Primordial Magic. Gazing at the distorted sky that seemed like a mixture of countless paints, and the faint green dust floating in the air, Anson suddenly had a guess. The book in the Great Hall explicitly states that all distorted domains are created by a sorcerer, and only a tutor, a blasphemous sorcerer, can create such domains, requiring the sacrifice of a portion of their casting space. However, casting space is essentially a sorcerer's ability level, the range within which they can distort the laws of nature. Theoretically, if the sorcerer dies, the distorted domain they created should cease to exist. Talia explicitly stated that the Lord of the Abyss, whom she fought, possessed both black and blood magic and was not a sorcerer. So, who maintained his distorted domain? What are you thinking about? A gentle voice interrupted Anson's reverie. August, hands on his hips, suddenly appeared behind him, a teasing smile on his face. I know Bardem is a rather magical place, but surely not enough to fascinate my well-traveled deputy. I was just a little distracted, Anson replied, regaining his composure immediately, his eyes revealing the tension often seen in those with amnesia. I was trying to observe my surroundings as much as possible, to familiarize myself with the environment, so that my colleagues in the alchemy lab might not notice anything abnormal about me. Hearing this, August, who had just been joking, immediately stopped smiling. After a few seconds of silence, he gently patted Anson's shoulder. I know you're nervous right now, but you don't really need to be. Trust me, as long as you maintain your usual style, they won't notice anything wrong. Also, don't imagine the apostles to be too powerful. At least in this era, they are far from being omnipotent like true gods. They're just a bunch of false gods. Anson nodded gently, comforted, but couldn't help muttering to himself. What does in this era mean? And judging from August's tone, he seemed quite dismissive of those apostles, a stark contrast to Rune's attitude. Of course, he had the right to say that, since he would become an apostle himself in the future. Noticing Anson's unusual behavior, August released his shoulder and continued, Rune wants to take us to see the petri dishes of the experimental subjects, and also test whether our prophecy is accurate. He seems very keen to invite you along, and I actually thought so too, but if you're too tired, or want to see other areas of the alchemy lab, I can have him arrange for someone else. No need, I'm willing. Anson raised his hand to interrupt August, smiling. This is an experiment that could affect the entire world, related to the success or failure of a grand plan. What could be more exciting than this? There is. Staring into Anson's eyes, August's expression seemed to change, as if gazing at something indescribable. There are things more precious than satisfying personal curiosity, and when you possess it, you must never take its existence for granted. You must treat every moment as if it were its last. Seeing August's sudden serious expression, Anson, confused and nervous, felt his expression stiffen slightly, swallowing hard and not daring to speak. But let's focus on the work for now. Let's go see what will determine the future of the world. August abruptly changed his tone, revealing a friendly smile as he turned to Rune, who was waiting at the door, and said, My dear Collins researcher, congratulations, you have a new audience. Oh, that's wonderful, Rune exclaimed happily, waving to Anson. The two followed closely behind him, ascending the undulating stairs of the alchemy chamber, castle, towards the room where the petri dishes were stored. Leading the way, Rune explained the origins and process of the entire experiment to those behind him, mainly Anson. In this era, due to the spread of the three pathways and the influence of the three old gods, not only humans but also many naturally born life forms have been affected to varying degrees over the past millennium. Numerous mutated groups and individuals have emerged, some possessing advanced intelligence, others extraordinary vitality, and still others completely defying the common sense of life. These beings, not evolving according to any pathway, but affected by magical reactions or failing to evolve, are called mutated bloodlines. This is not surprising, as the Church of the Ring of Order also records these things in its primordial texts, though their descriptions are less academic, referring to them as beastmen, dragons, vampires, sirens, goblins, trunts. In the context of the Church of Order, these inhuman, terrifying life forms belong to the fallen dark creatures, targets hunted and fought against by the 7 ancient knights. However, in the descriptions of the primordial ring followers of this era, they are merely anomalies influenced by the apostles or true gods, products of the distortion and alteration of natural laws, some of whom have mutated successfully, achieving a certain balance with their natural environment. After the 3 old gods perished due to evolutionary failure, which, of course, the old gods' followers do not acknowledge, studying these mutated life forms became part of the old gods' followers' efforts to recreate their former glory, hoping to find more evolutionary paths from these bizarre mutations. In this regard, our bloodline inheritance alchemy lab is at the forefront of research. Of course, the Star City laboratory is the same, Rune said proudly. Relying on the prophecies of the apostles, we have discovered an extremely special mutant carrier. They possess a very interesting characteristic. They naturally develop corresponding magical abilities based on their surrounding environment, and then quickly disappear after leaving that environment. For example, if they enter a relatively extreme environment, their flesh and blood will rapidly expand and strengthen, or even directly distort the environment into a more comfortable climate, and when encountering unfamiliar individuals, they will extend hard shells, horns, or claws, and may even breathe fire, or communicate directly with unfamiliar individuals on a mental level. This kind of mutant, which is full of changes and can adapt to the environment to the greatest extent, we believe is the closest to or the complete opposite of the true gods. The true gods resist the effects of the environment through evolution, while they adapt to the surrounding environment as much as possible through mutation. Most importantly, they simultaneously master the 3 major evolutionary pathways, and these powers do not seem to cause any conflict within their bodies, Rune said excitedly. If we can decipher and structure the causes and processes of their mutations, the combination of the 3 great magics will be further advanced, no longer filled with limitations and flaws as before. Not only that, but it will also make the group that wields the power of the true god more widespread, instead of being the privilege of only a few believers as it is now. August nodded slightly. Bardem hopes that these mutants will mate and reproduce on a large scale, and eventually find a way to pass on this special mutant bloodline. Right. Yes and no. Rune suddenly became stammering. It's like this. We tried various ways to help them reproduce, including letting them mate naturally, but the results were very unsatisfactory. Almost without exception, all the offspring showed a significant deterioration in mutation, unable to use the 3 great magics at will like the previous generation. So far, there are less than a dozen of the original test subjects left, and there are still hundreds of second-generation ones, but without exception, they can only use the power of 1 or 2 magics. As for their offspring, even if they can use one, the mutation level is significantly different from the previous generation, and there is no trace of mutation at all. This deterioration is most evident when they interbreed with other species, almost inevitably resulting in offspring that completely lose their power, becoming ordinary individuals with only outward appearances. Mating with their own kind only slows down the rate of deterioration, with the power being completely lost around the 5th or 6th generation. So we must find a way to stop this deterioration, and the best method at present is emotion, August said thoughtfully, rather than being due to the environment. It's not that emotions evolve into completely different powers. The desire to communicate can grant the power of dark magic, anger can cause them to breathe fire or grow claws, and fear of death can strengthen their flesh. This is truly a strange and interesting race. Have you given them names yet? Chapter 724 The King of the Elves. A vibrant green liquid, almost as tall as a person, emitted a faint glow in a pitch-black room filled with brass pipes, becoming the only source of light in the darkness. It appeared incredibly viscous, like some kind of material somewhere between a gel and a liquid, yet it possessed excellent translucency, allowing one to clearly see the brass pipes connecting to the container behind the crystal wall, and the trembling, flesh-like organs attached to them. Inside the enormous crystal container, a figure floated within the green liquid, surrounded by tiny bubbles that occasionally rose, as if to indicate its life or to suggest some kind of reaction with the liquid. It had skin so smooth it was almost wrinkle-free, its body nearly the size of an infant, with dense hair on its head resembling some kind of seaweed. Its head was enormous, taking up almost a quarter of its body size. Its limbs were short, its joints barely visible, and its hands and feet were almost spherical. Perhaps because it was enveloped in green liquid, its eyes were not open. Among its facial features, its eyes and ears were noticeably large, while its nose and mouth were almost invisible. It resembled a human, yet there were obvious differences, giving it a more eerie and unsettling appearance. "This is an elf," with his back to the glass container. Rune casually introduced them to the two. To be honest, the initial discovery of them was just an accident. The apostle in charge of this project was only trying to eliminate the dragons near Boredom, but on his return journey, he inadvertently discovered their lair. As for the name, the apostle mistakenly thought they were some kind of non-physical mutated life form. Since they did indeed have a humanoid size and belonged to a primitive state of highly intelligent life, he created a specific term for them to refer to this mutant that simultaneously possessed humanoid attributes and a supernatural quality. Although it was a misunderstanding, it does sound catchy, doesn't it? Indeed. Staring at the creature in the container that was constantly blowing bubbles, Anson struggled to control himself. To be honest, when he first learned about this so-called bloodline inheritance experiment from Rune, he genuinely thought the experimental subjects captured by the spellcasters were the Iser elves, and even questioned why they, who claimed to be bloodlines of the true gods, had fallen to such a state. But after actually seeing this creature called an elf in the petri dish, he could only say that history is indeed a little girl who can be dressed up however one pleases. Even the supposedly ancient Iser elves are no exception. Anyway, if you were to create one of these things and bring it back to his original timeline, and tell Queen Freya that this was her great-great-great-great-great ancestor, well, he could already imagine what his fate would be. Of course, it wasn't just the Iser elves. As the cornerstone of the civilization of the Order world, in the Seven Great Knights myth, which is even older than the Church of Order, it was the Seven Knights, led by the Dragon Knight, who united with the elves to defeat and kill the three old gods, thus winning the future. This myth is not only believed by ordinary people, but also by many believers of the old gods, excluding the part where the three old gods were killed. It is already a consensus worldwide. But in this era, decades after the fall of the three old gods, the old gods faction built the spellcaster city of Boredom in an attempt to save themselves. Not to mention those with bloodline power, even their nominal allies, the elves, were still monsters kept in crystal jars, soaked in a strange liquid. So, is this real history, or some parallel world? Most importantly, why did Talia insist on making herself a witness to the elves' discovery and becoming true god bloodlines, and even befriending her father, Rune, and August? He suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his temples, as if something sticky and slippery had burrowed into his mind. Anson, slightly frowning, gritted his teeth and opened his spellcasting range, but the power seemed unaffected by his magical reactions, and the scene before him began to blur. It seems its chosen communication partner is Anson. Noticing his unusual behavior, Rune immediately stepped forward, chuckling as he explained, "This is the only first-generation elf in the alchemy lab willing to cooperate with experiments and even actively communicate with us. However, it's quite shy, so its preferred communication method is rather conservative. It only communicates with one person at a time." Thud. August gently supported Anson's shoulder, who was about to collapse, and whispered in a very gentle voice, "Don't be nervous, slowly relax, let go of your guard and resistance, and let its power permeate your consciousness. Don't worry, we're all here, it won't hurt you a hair. If you feel you can't bear it, then immediately tell Rune to stop communicating." Enduring the increasingly intense pain in his head, Anson nodded with difficulty, slowly relaxing his resistance and letting the sticky, slippery power flow into his consciousness. In an instant, a strange yet familiar illusion surged into his mind, stirring up some not-so-distant memories for Anson. This feeling, how come it's so similar to when Talia helped him do his homework? Talia, who is she? Talia is, huh? A sudden realization struck Anson, who looked up abruptly and found that the elf in the crystal container had opened its eyes at some point, its scarlet eyes silently fixed on him. Looking into those clear eyes, Anson glanced at August, who was still supporting him, and Rune, who stood beside him with an expectant expression, and swallowed hard. "Talia is a friend of mine," Anson murmured to himself. "A friend, yes, a friend, and Anson was about to patiently explain the definition and try to communicate with the other when he was abruptly interrupted. Massacre knows what a friend is. Massacre has many friends, good and bad, new and old. Massacre wants to mate with all his friends. The voice sounded so joyful, and it was absolutely genuine joy. Even though its face was expressionless, it could infect Anson, who was communicating with it, in another way. Massacre, I remember. Stop. Realizing the other could read minds, Anson decisively cut off the urge to continue associating, trying to keep his thoughts in sync with the other's rhythm. Mating. Massacre, do you want more offspring? Massacre wants more friends. Mating will bring many new friends, good friends, friends as good as Massacre. The other's voice sounded as cheerful as ever, seemingly completely unaware of Anson's restraint and concealment. So this species has an innate reproductive drive and a great thirst for its own kind, perfectly fitting the characteristics of a gregarious life. Anson took a deep breath, immediately starting to connect the dots. If that's the case, why does my friend say your mating always fails? Is it because of emotions? No. Massacre's mating is very successful. Massacre's mating is the most successful. Massacre is different from other elves. He's special. He's going to become their king. Oh, yes, Massacre will be their king, it shouted joyfully, its intense emotions constantly stimulating Anson's consciousness. The dizziness he could previously tolerate was now exceeding his limit, and the scene before him began to darken. Just as he felt he was about to faint, that power suddenly trembled in his mind, as if stimulated by something, and began to shudder. Oh, I'm sorry, Massacre didn't mean it. Massacre just wanted to make an ally. He didn't mean to harm Anson Bach. Anson knows that. Massacre will leave now. He won't ask any more. Massacre will be good, like a true friend, a good friend. The voice grew fainter and weaker, and even the power that had seeped into his consciousness began to shrink, like a wriggling water monster, gradually retracting its outstretched tentacles, allowing his consciousness, which had been wrapped in layers, to return to its original shape. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? August's concerned voice echoed in his ears, ethereal and long, as if it came from a very distant place. Much better, Anson nodded subconsciously, like any drunkard recovering from a hangover, gradually calming himself down. After a while, after confirming that he had not suffered any mental damage, he slowly sat up with August's help, only to see Rune standing beside him, looking at him with a face full of guilt. I'm sorry, Anson. I really don't know, a flustered Rune stammered, filled with self-reproach and sorrow. If I had known you had amnesia and your mental state wasn't stable, I absolutely wouldn't have. I know. Anson raised a hand and placed it on Rune's shoulder, a faint smile appearing on his slightly tired face. We're friends. If you knew I wasn't feeling well, you would never have allowed me to do this. It was just an accident. Yes, that test subject has never been this excited before, a guilty Rune asked, utterly bewildered. Usually it only says 2 or 3 sentences to us, never engaging in any deep conversation. What did you talk about with it, eh? Anson, who was about to speak, stopped abruptly, the words lingering on his lips. He suddenly realized he might have done something he shouldn't have. He thought he had evaded Massacre's mind reading, but in reality, the moment his thoughts arose, everything had already been seen through. Massacre. Was that its real name, or had it read his memories and, knowing that Massacre would become royalty among the Iser elves 1,000 years later, decided to call him that? Besides what it already knew might be leaked, how much more information about the other world had it gleaned from him? A sense of panic rose within Anson, but outwardly he maintained a weary and desperately trying to remember demeanor. I only remember it called itself Massacre, it was special. That's all. Considering his current situation, lying was pointless, so he could only deliberately misinterpret and blur the information Massacre had just revealed, avoiding any discrepancies with what Rune had previously obtained, thus preventing Rune from noticing anything amiss. As for whether this little trick would be exposed by August, who was now a blasphemous mage, he couldn't care less. What? You said its name is Massacre? Rune was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with immense joy. So these elves actually have names, and they use names to distinguish themselves from their kind. By the primal ring, this is the biggest discovery to date, really. Anson deliberately feigned curiosity to hide his inner panic. You've communicated with it so many times, and you haven't found anything, no. And I think compared to this communication with you, all the work we've done before was practically useless, Rune explained excitedly. We had similar speculations before, and we did find that the elves possess a certain degree of independent thinking and judgment, but we didn't expect it to reach this level. But it's very reasonable, even if they possess intelligence equal to ours, it's not surprising. He paused, then turned to August, who was still supporting Anson. This is just my personal suggestion, let researcher Anson Bach get to work as soon as possible. You're right, his keen insight is truly amazing, and you bored him think that just bringing me here is enough, August joked, a slight smile playing on his lips. In principle, I certainly won't refuse, since we're here to join your work. But we can't impose too many restrictions on our actions. Most importantly, the matter of Anson's amnesia must absolutely not be leaked, not even to the Tower of the Primordial. I understand, of course. Rune nodded slightly, his expression serious. All information about Anson Bach must be kept secret. His temporary role is as a new researcher in the alchemy lab. His information will not be released to the public, and his authority will be second only to yours. He nodded slightly, a hint of apology in his voice. I'm sorry, Anson, this means you might not be able to act alone anymore, but this is only temporary. Everything will return to normal once you regain your memories. I understand. Anson nodded slightly in agreement. After confirming several times that he had recovered, Rune finally let out a long breath, loosened his collar slightly, and smiled as he spoke. In that case, let's continue our experiments. First, I'd like to report to you both on our progress and direction so far. We have completely figured out the mating patterns of the elves, and hybridization between different species is also underway. Currently, the most important issues are how to prevent significant deterioration in their bloodline, and how to perfectly graft their mutated characteristics onto other species, especially humanoid life forms. In this regard, we have successfully discovered, as Rune continued his eloquent speech, Anson, who had been pretending to be engrossed, was actually lost in thought, his heart filled with growing panic. He seemed to have truly inadvertently facilitated the birth of the Iser elves. Chapter 725 Falsifying History? The slightly absurd thought had barely surfaced when Anson couldn't help but laugh out loud, immediately banishing it from his mind. Firstly, even if the elf calling himself Massacre had truly read his mind and knew of the existence of a race called the Ithel Elves and all related information in the future, it didn't prove he was truly the ancestor of the Massacre family, or even that he had any connection to the purest Ithel elf family. After all, although both were called elves, the Ithels, as an alien species, did possess some characteristics different from humans, such as pointed ears and skeletal differences. But compared to this three-headed monster before him, some might believe that humans and Ithel elves shared a common origin. Of course, it was certain that the elf before him had a close relationship with the Ithel elves of the future, especially the pure-blooded elves. Therefore, it wasn't something they created themselves. History was simply unfolding in an orderly fashion, and the ripples they stirred up were insignificant. Given the pace of research and boredom, the creation of the elves of later generations was a foreseeable outcome, and neither interference nor observation could prevent it from happening. The only problem was that Rune explicitly mentioned that this research was part of a grand plan, even a crucial part, devised and designed by the old gods, or rather, the apostles who ruled boredom. The problem was that the plan ultimately failed, because all records clearly state that the elves and the seven knights formed an alliance to defeat the three old gods, overthrowing the absolute rule of the old gods, and establishing a new kingdom. So, while the experiment was successful, it was vastly different from their initial ideas. Given this, what were the initial ideas? Or, to put it more bluntly, what exactly was this so-called grand plan? In boredom, this didn't seem to be a secret, it was almost common knowledge, to the point that everyone would mention for the grand plan in conversation, without specifying the plan's goals or the steps to achieve them. The available information suggests that the fall of the three old gods, for whatever reason, caused the old gods faction, which had been constantly evolving to break through the limitations of natural laws, to suddenly lose its direction. In their bewilderment, a group of the most powerful apostles built the Tower of the Primordial in Beridium, gathering all the resources of the 30 greatest cities and hundreds of spellcasters. Through constant prophecy and various experiments, they attempted to find a path for continued evolution. This included attempting to master the three great magics simultaneously, and also integrating the evolutionary path into their bloodline. Therefore, on the surface, The so-called grand plan was to continue the glory of the old gods faction when the three old gods were still alive, while simultaneously searching for a direction for future development. If they couldn't find one, the Tower of the Primordial could preserve all the research results of the old gods faction to date, ensuring their position wouldn't be shaken. In August's words, the old gods faction had lost its past confidence. The seemingly magnificent and world-illuminating Buridium might ultimately become nothing more than a giant tomb. The final result proved his prediction entirely correct. But this information alone wasn't enough. Anson needed to figure out the real reason Talia had sent him here, and how to get him back. So, over the next few days, he participated in various experiments in the alchemy lab and with elves, while also frequently visiting the great corridor of the Tower of the Primordial, as a rune assistant, to gather information about the three major spells. Through observation and the information provided by the great corridor, he had roughly figured out the size of Buridium. This seemingly magnificent holy land of the old gods was actually only the size of the inner city of Clovis, excluding the bizarre and distorted domains, and its population was even more pitiful, only around 40,000 to 50,000, less than 1/10 of the inner city's population. But considering that all 40,000 to 50,000 people were spellcasters, and a significant portion of them were blasphemous mages and apostles, the scale was terrifying. As for the gate and August had entered through, it was actually an illusion combining enchanted and dark magic. There was no real entrance to Buridium, only those with permission could freely enter and exit the city. This also explains why, even though so many spellcasters knew the location of the resting land over the past 1,000 years, no one has ever actually set foot there. To ensure the eternal slumber of the true gods remains undisturbed, and to protect the shared hope of all believers from enemy destruction, the apostles atop the Tower of Primordiality have erected 3 barriers for the Great Buridium. In the dimly lit Grand Hall, Anson perused the data that had evolved into an electronic screen while admiring the ultra-high-definition 3D projection that appeared beside him. The first barrier, an eternal blizzard. The ice and snow, infused with the aura of the true gods, will deter heretics and false believers devoid of piety, shielding them from their laughable power. The second barrier, a city atop a mountain. At an altitude of several thousand meters, the mountain is so solid it can withstand the fall of the meteorite, allowing the true gods to enjoy an undisturbed eternal slumber. The third barrier, a non-existent barrier. Anyone unauthorized who approaches the borders of Buridium will be forced to believe that the city is not there, and the natural laws surrounding the barrier will be distorted, creating an attack to destroy the intruders. The exquisite 3D projection, following the scrolling text on the electronic screen, gradually revealed the location and effects of the 3 barriers surrounding Buridium. In other words, without permission, he couldn't even leave Buridium on his own. Anson took a deep breath and spoke without any emotion. Enemies who can threaten Buridium, and enemies of all believers. The moment his voice fell, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out behind him, as if someone were scraping a dagger across a blackboard. Suppressing his inner horror, Anson slowly turned around. The previously blank fog wall had transformed into a concrete wall, with words, as if carved out by a dying person's claws, seeping with dark red blood. The whole world, quite in line with the characteristics of the old gods. It's like saying nothing at all. Unable to help but mentally complain, Anson gently waved his hand, and the wall and the blood-red words vanished into thin air. The old gods are a group that seeks to defy the laws of nature and continuously evolve beyond limits, inherently at odds with the entire world. Therefore, theoretically, they only have the concepts of their own and enemies, with no such concept of allies. This likely includes all mutants and ordinary intelligent life forms that do not believe in the 3 old gods. While the latter also resist the laws of nature, they lack the will to evolve and even attempt to adapt to nature, which the old gods would consider heresy. And as everyone knows, heretics are more hateful than cultists. In the bloodline inheritance alchemy chamber alone, Anson encountered vampires, trunts, siren, all sorts of mutant life forms, those whose names he had only heard of in later generations, never actually seen, confined in cultivation tanks as experimental subjects for elf mating and reproduction, or to create entirely new species, a clear indication of the old gods' attitude towards heretics and enemies. With a sigh, Anson calmly continued his question, how do I leave Buridium? This time, the electronic screen and 3D projection in his hand disappeared simultaneously. An old scroll, nailed to the wall beside him, slowly unfurled with a non-existent breeze. There are 3 ways to leave Buridium. First, obtain permission from the Tower of the Primordial. At a designated time and place, you can leave through a specific opened exit, and you will never be allowed to set foot in boredom again until you receive the next permission. Second, all tutors automatically have the right to freely enter or leave certain areas, but an application is required. Third, through the trials of the Tower of the Primordial or by having a special mission, one can obtain a certain level of permission, ranging from ordinary believer to apostle, a total of 5 levels. Freedom to enter and leave boredom is the second level of permission, and free entry and exit after application is the third level. So, someone like August automatically possesses the third level of permission, while free departure requires the second level. Ordinary believers should be at the 5th level, and someone like Rune, who has a mission, is probably at the 4th level. Anson quickly calculated in his mind. He needed to gather more information, and leaving boredom was highly probable. Even if it wasn't necessary, preparing in advance was a necessary precaution. However, the difficulty was slightly beyond Anson's expectations. Even blasphemous mages needed to apply, and the first level, which wasn't even mentioned, probably required an apostle. The information did mention that those who passed trials or had special missions could also gain these privileges, so there seemed to be loopholes. Of course, everything was still just a backup plan. Anson was simply gathering information as much as possible to avoid being caught unprepared for unforeseen circumstances and having to scramble at the last minute. Time ticked by, and bright music filled the quiet grand hall. Anson's alarm clock, having experienced this place many times, he was quite familiar with it. Slowly standing up, Anson turned to face the thick wall, where a delicate oil painting gradually emerged from the fog. The painting depicted a bustling, golden hall. He gently touched the painting, and his entire body gradually began to merge with it, eventually creating a figure identical to himself on the canvas. After a while, when Anson regained consciousness, he was already standing in the center of the Tower of the Beginnings Hall. As usual, Rune, who had finished his work early, was waiting in the hall. Seeing the figure with a troubled expression, Anson stepped forward and asked with a smile, "What's today's prophecy?" "I think the difficulty of the prophecies has increased significantly lately, probably because of your and August's arrival." Rune, already quite familiar with Anson, didn't mince words and complained directly, "A fork in the road awaits the traveler. He needs to know the direction, because if the left is a trap, the right will surely be a quagmire. Only by remaining unperturbed and moving forward can one reach the destination." That sounds very cautionary. After a moment's thought, Anson speculated, "Perhaps it's a warning because it's worried we'll get too caught up in our new discoveries and forget our initial goal." "I think so too, but the problem is we need to make new discoveries first." Rune sighed, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "So far, our most important discovery is that you realized they have names. We haven't even figured out how to prevent their bloodline from deteriorating. We only know that their abilities are closely related to their emotions. If it's truly a warning, I'd prefer the apostles to provide more guidance. Or is it because of my negligence that I failed to find the most important prophecy?" Seeing Rune's somewhat self-pitying expression, Anson chuckled softly, imagining Talia's reaction upon seeing her father like this. Despite his complaints, Rune didn't forget his work. He and Anson boarded a 4-wheeled carriage and returned to the Bloodline Inheritance Alchemy Lab. Upon entering the lab's distorted domain, they found all the other researchers gone. Even August, who usually spent his days poring over documents, was nowhere to be seen. The two wandered around the castle-sized distorted domain for a while before encountering a researcher hurrying by. They quickly stopped him to ask what had happened. "You don't know," the researcher, stopped by the crowd, looked utterly surprised, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. This is so big, and neither of you knows. We just returned from the Tower of Primordial Chaos and found that August wasn't in his office." Anson, stopping Rune's furrowed brow, spoke first. "Excuse me, what happened?" "By the primordial ring, August has cracked the secret of bloodline inheritance and found the true cause of the elven mutations." The researcher's voice cracked with excitement. "The theory has now been proven, and we're entering the first round of testing. Everyone in the alchemy lab is helping in the storage room of the second incubation tank. A scene about to be recorded in the annals of the Grand Project is about to unfold." "Recorded in the annals of the Grand Project?" Looking at the excited researcher, Anson, remembering the prophecy, slowly turned around and found Rune also glancing sideways, staring at him. His clear eyes held no excitement, only endless tension and fear. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.